Muy buenos días a todos ustedes y bienvenidos a por supuesto, a esta ocasión donde de nadie me preguntó, donde antes que lleguemos al casino del Tío Salo y analicemos precios de absolutamente todo, vamos a platicar de lo que nadie me preguntó. La pregunta del día de hoy para todos ustedes, no para mí, porque a mí nadie me preguntó esto, pero para ustedes es, Jerome Powell se va hoy. ¿Qué tanto importa? ¿Qué tanto importa? Quiero que te contestes todo esto primero, porque hay varias cosas que han sido implantadas en tu cabeza. Quiero que sepas y te voy a dar la respuesta sencilla. Absolutamente no importa para nada. 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 Esto no debería ser noticia. Esto no le debería de importar a nadie. Lo único que están construyendo es una narrativa. Te quiero enseñar exactamente de dónde vienen los pensamientos de esta persona que parece un vagabundo todos los días enfrente de ti, que iría en contra de todo lo que te han enseñado. ¿Cómo vas a escuchar a un vagabundo que dice groserías, que no se pone un trajecito, que no tiene un posgrado de economía y siquiera fue a la escuela y apenas acabó la secundaria? ¿Cómo podrías escuchar algo que viene de esto? Déjame te explico cómo usan todo tu conocimiento en contra tuya. En cuanto más rígido seas con tus ideas, con todo lo que estás leyendo, mientras más te bases en los textos que te ponen, que te dan, que estás aprendiendo enfrente de ti, menos vas a poder tener tú mismo tus propias decisiones, tus propias ideas de cómo funcionan las cosas. Simplemente te están implantando de lo que ya te dieron, te están dando todas las piezas del rompecabezas y lo único que estás haciendo es juntándolo, pero no te equivoques, estás juntando su rompecabezas. Vamos a empezar con ello en este momento. Para todos ustedes, ¿a qué se dedica la Reserva Federal? Jerome Powell se los dice cada vez, o no, el jefe de la Fed, se los dice cada vez que sale. Mantener estabilidad de precios y el empleo, ¿no? A buenos niveles. A eso se dedican. ¿Cómo puede ser que a la única cosa que te dediques seas estúpidamente malo para hacerlo? ¿Cómo? Eres una entidad gigantesca con las mentes más brillantes que salieron de las escuelas más brillantes. ¿Cómo puedes ser tan nalga en hacerlo? Y muchos de ustedes instantáneamente, me imagino, están pensando, Alejandro, no es la Reserva Federal la que hace todo esto. El error lo comete el gobierno de Estados Unidos. O sea, por favor, crece cerebralmente, brother, ve a la escuela. Déjame te pregunto entonces, ¿para qué sirve la Reserva Federal? ¿Por qué la tenemos si el gobierno de Estados Unidos puede destruir todo lo que ellos hacen? Te está haciendo cortocircuito la cabeza en este momento, estás volteando a ver a todos tus maestros del pasado que te enseñaron economía, finanzas y todas estas cosas. Pero eso no es todo. Eso no es todo. Eso todavía no es todo, damas y caballeros. La otra cosa que les cuentan a todos ustedes es que la Reserva Federal es un cuerpo independiente del gobierno de Estados Unidos. Pero ¿quién fue quien puso y postuló a Jerome Powell como el jefe de la Reserva Federal? Donald Trump en su última presidencia. Pero recuerda, todo esto es independiente uno del otro y no se tocan, Alejandro. Sí hay corrupción en todos lados, pero déjame te digo esto, definitivamente aquí no tiene nada que ver. Se ríen porque hay muchos de ustedes que pueden ver esto y decir, claro, es una estupidez que piensen esto. Literalmente toda la gente que yo conozco que se pone su trajecito para hacerse como si fueran a ir a trabajar algo importante, todos ellos de verdad creen que esto es real, de verdad. Esto todo, que no hay mano negra, no, es tal cual como lo pone en el librito. Cuando la misma puta Reserva Federal en su página de internet te dice, güey, somos las perras de los bancos más grandes de Estados Unidos. Y eso quiere decir que JP Morgan Chase, el banco más grande del mundo y de Estados Unidos, es el accionista más grande de la Reserva Federal. Y la Reserva Federal va a hacer lo que le diga quién, su jefe. No, o sea, no tienes que ser un gran genio para entender esto. Y ahora, ¿por qué estamos llegando a todo este choro de todo lo que les estoy contando de estas tonterías? Porque lo único que quiero que hagas es que despiertes de estas tonterías para que no te equivoques con todos los demás, con todas las ideas que te están vendiendo. Es todo. Yo me voy a equivocar, por supuesto. No espero, pero estoy seguro que próximamente pasará, ¿no? Llevo 3 años y cacho dándole con Toño de Valdés. Tiene que pasar algo donde me equivoque. Está perfecto porque eso tenía que pasar. Pero por ahora el poder ver esto me pone completamente en otro lugar para jugar este juego donde estoy viendo a todo el mundo caer en las mismas estupideces y en las mismas pláticas y las mismas ideas insertadas en su cabeza. La Reserva Federal en este momento, y si lo piensan, les han estado prometiendo que van a bajar tipos desde que lo subieron. Donald Trump salió a tocarse el pecho, a hacer cuando fue presidente de Estados Unidos, cuando lo elegimos como presidente de Estados Unidos y antes de ser elegido, a decirles que iban a bajar los intereses. Y todos ustedes como changuitos han estado gastando todo su dinero y adquiriendo préstamos y comprando casas, comprando coches, pensando, porque esta es la idea que les han puesto a ustedes en la cabeza para arruinarlos financieramente, porque el sistema financiero funciona así. Yo, cada 8, 4 años, 16 años, les doy dinero, yo, sistema financiero, imprimo dinero para que ustedes se lo den a los bancos y a las empresas más grandes del mundo y ustedes se queden en la mierda. Es una jugada genial porque es así de simple y el que sea así de simple suena imposible, pero esa es la realidad de cada ciclo. Por eso hay ciclos, porque te dan dinero y saben que ahí vas a ir de pendejo a regresárselos todos a los bancos con intereses altos de alguna forma u otra, tarjetas de crédito, compra ahora, paga después, y a todas las empresas. Por eso Elon Musk fue de 40 mil millones de dólares hace 6 años a casi ser trillonario en 6 años. Por eso Jeff Bezos puede tener 25 mil, 40 mil millones de dólares a un cuarto de trillón. Lo mismo con Mark Zuckerberg. Él tenía 8 mil millones y ahora tiene 250 mil, 300 mil millones de dólares. Así es como funciona, porque si ellos se dieran el dinero de no directamente lo imprimen y se lo llevan a su casa, pues hasta el güey más pendejo, ¿no? Que lee todos los datos económicos y los toma como religión, hasta ese güey se daría cuenta de que es un fraude. Pero si lo usas de intermediario al mismo imbécil, pues güey, es difícil ver lo que estás haciendo y dónde te estás equivocando y lo que te está pasando cuando literalmente cualquier algoritmo en la computadora te conoce mejor que tú te conoces a ti mismo. Y así es como te mantienen bastante bien ocupado con estas estupideces. Ahora, apenas llevamos 7 minutos hablando. ¿Quieren saber qué es lo que va a pasar? No van a bajar los intereses. Los intereses van a bajar cuando todos ustedes estén de acuerdo que ya no van a bajar. Así es como juega esto. ¿Cuándo va a ser el tiempo? Vamos a dejar de poner tiempo porque el reloj es un engaño también para todos nosotros y todo. Vamos a simplemente enfocarnos. ¿Cuánto va a tomar hacer que tu Paco favorito diga que tienen que subir intereses y que los intereses no pueden bajar, que no pueden? Una vez que tengas todo eso, tío, van a venir los intereses bajos. Van a venir. Pero te prometo lo siguiente. Te prometo que todo lo que te dijeron que iba a ocurrir cuando vinieron intereses bajos va a pasar al revés. Este escenario lo estamos viendo con China. Y es impresionante cómo nadie se da cuenta que es un espejo de lo mismo. Es una locura. Tuvieron mega boom económico con gran inflación, con todo su sistema, con todo su sector de bienes raíces inflado hasta la madre, sus tecnológicas infladas hasta la madre. Y en los últimos 2, 3 años todo ha estado cayendo, nada regresando casi en general a máximos históricos, todo en la mierda, su mercado de bienes raíces desinflándose y no importa cuánto dinero estén imprimiendo, porque los intereses en China están al nivel más bajo que han estado en su historia moderna. Si es que no en la historia total, pero mínimo en la historia moderna. ¿Por qué? Porque están viviendo una crisis de deflación. A todos ustedes, la idea ahorita en este momento es que los van a hacer pensar que nosotros vamos a vivir con inflación para siempre. Pero no se puede. Tienes que reventar a los clientes una vez más para después darles dinero y que te lo regresen. Es así de sencillo. La pregunta que todos ustedes deberían de tener, pero que es incontestable porque todo depende de cuánto tiempo toma para que toda la gente que está dormida caiga en la misma trampa es: ¿cuándo van a cambiar la política? ¿Cuándo van a bajar los intereses? Y es cuando todos tus pacos favoritos, bien vestiditos, bien perfumados, listos con su portafolio para ir a trabajar y no hacer nada, pero sentarse ahí y cobrar. En ese momento es cuando todo se va a dar la vuelta. Y ahora, ¿qué va a pasar cuando todo esto baje? Vas a tener un shock deflacionario gigantesco porque vas a tener menos empleo. Vas a tener no solamente menos empleo, ahora viene la ola de IA después del menos empleo. No nada más eso, los costos de todos los productos tienen que bajar fuertemente. Cuando bajan los costos de los productos fuertemente, eso quiere decir que los márgenes se reducen y por eso tienes que despedir aún más gente. Más gente despedida sin trabajo, sin estar en el sector labor, lo que genera es que, pues, güey, que no tengan dinero. Y cuando no tienen dinero, aunque los precios bajen, porque aquí ustedes viven bajo la ilusión, porque ninguno de ustedes estaba poniendo atención en el 2008, y como me dice mi vieja, ¿no? Yo en el 2008 estaba manejando mi BMW, pasándomela de huevos contigo y no tenía ni puta idea de qué estabas diciendo cuando decías que la economía estaba en la verga. Correcto. Así estuvieron, si es que estaban vivos, porque hay muchos de ustedes que están chavos. Pero si no lo has vivido, tío, suena loco, ¿no? Que te digan, güey, en 2 años todo va a costar menos de la mitad, 70% de lo que cuesta y nadie lo va a poder comprar. ¿Cómo? ¿Cómo es eso posible, Alejandro? Si ahorita todo está a este punto, está a este nivel, está al nivel más caro de todo. ¿Cómo vergas van a pasar 2 años, todo va a bajar de precio a 70% y nadie lo va a poder comprar? Eso fue literalmente lo que pasó en el 2008. Eso es lo que está pasando en China. Eso es lo que va a pasar en Estados Unidos. Y sí, en China están haciendo un QE de no mames específicamente dirigido a ciertos sectores, a ciertas cosas, boom, boom. Para eso nos metieron en el nuevo sistema monetario digital, damas y caballeros. Son unos cracks estos tíos, saben perfectamente cómo hacerlo y ahora ellos van a poder guiar el dinero aún más directamente a sus propios bolsillos. Es la idea del dinero digital. Cuando Estados Unidos habla de vamos a ser la capital de cripto, vamos a ser los mejores, no todo el mundo va a ganar como nosotros, la reserva de Bitcoin, están jugando en contra tuya. Una vez más, te dan dinero cada que empiezan un ciclo económico porque saben lo pendejo que eres y se los vas a dar todo de vuelta. Hay muy poca gente que pueda aprovechar esto y hacerse rica. Muy poca, muy poca. Porque en ese momento es cuando tienen las manos amarradas y están cogidos. A todos ustedes les han dicho, y tienen que saber esto. Una vez más, se los digo de corazón, no por nada más. Yo también soy parte de esto. 99% de todos los seres humanos somos retrasados mentales. 99% de toda la gente haciendo un trabajo es pésima haciendo su trabajo. Y 99% de gente haciendo su trabajo cree que conoce su propia industria mejor de lo que la industria se conoce a sí misma. Y no es cierto. El ejemplo perfecto en este momento, vendedores de coches, vendedores de bienes raíces. Aunque, ahora sí les tengo que decir, me tengo que cortar los pelos de la nariz antes de largarme de vacaciones. Les tengo que decir que los vendedores de coches en este momento están apanicándose ya. Oficial. Mis amigos los fui a ver, salí de mi cueva, ¿no? De ermitaño para el gran premio de Long Beach para ir a ver a Pato y vi a todos mis cuates que venden coches ahí. Y me estaban contando, algo muy diferente está pasando en este momento de hace poco tiempo. Y eso es, todavía encontramos al imbécil que está dispuesto a pagarnos por los coches, pero solo hay uno. Ya no hay gente que habla todo el día y que nos está diciendo esto, y lo veías en su cara, cómo estaban literalmente de algo está pasando que no entiendo. Bien, en el negocio de las casas, pues lo mismo, tenemos las menores transacciones que hemos visto desde 1980, desde que empezamos a tomar medida en esto, ¿no? Y cuando no tienes transacciones, no tienes volumen de transacciones, toda la gente que tiene el trabajo fácil de enseñar una casa para cobrar una comisión, Dios los bendiga si a eso se dedican, qué chingón, honestamente. Pues toda esa gente hay muchos que están preocupados y que si no vives en un lugar donde fundamentalmente tu mercado está a la alza, pues estás en la mierda, tío, ¿no? Y aún así, cuando tu mercado está a la alza en precios, solamente está a la alza en precios porque la gente rica todavía no pierde todo. Como por ejemplo California, en ciertos lugares donde yo vivo, ¿cómo se dice? En Nueva York, en ciudades donde hay varo, cabrón, ¿no? Esa gente pues no tiene que vender nada todavía, no se preocupen, pero la señal grande es Volkswagen vendiendo Bugatti para mí. ¿Por qué? Porque Volkswagen entiende a dónde va este pedo, entiende dónde está ahorita el craze. Un Bugatti, un Ferrari Enzo costaba $4 millones hace 2, 3 años y ahora costaban 15, 20 millones de dólares. Eso no es normal, eso es el final. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que está haciendo Volkswagen? Vendiendo algo al tope de mercado. ¿Y por qué lo están vendiendo específicamente? Les había yo contado que tenían problemas con mate y una discusión ahí, pero yo me senté con mucha gente me dice, deberías de saber lo que la familia dueña de Volkswagen. He estado en su casa, he visto todas las cosas que tienen, me han enseñado su garage, he convivido con ellos, me invitaron a Austria a ver todas las cosas que tienen y no te la creerías, es fuera de este mundo, más allá de los coches. Pero eso es otro tema. Y ellos siempre estuvieron en el puesto, ¿no? Porque por más que lo hayan comprado por Gregor, que es buen cuate y es una de las mejores personas que he conocido en mi vida, a toda madre, haciendo el sueño de Sergio y el mío completamente realidad ahí en Alemania, bueno, porque nos fuimos de Australia a Alemania, Australia, Austria, no Australia. Muy divertido. Pero él me dijo, ¿no? Me contó la historia. Güey, a mí de chiquito yo tenía un Bugatti amarillo, un cochecito, y le dije a papá que me encantaba y compramos Bugatti. Bien, ¿qué es lo que pasa ahora? Todo se está moviendo a electrificación y Mate es buenísimo electrificando. O sea, fue el primer coche que le ganó al Holy Trinity. ¿Por qué les digo todo esto? Porque hay una división en este momento de todas las ideas. Y entonces Bugatti lo que está haciendo es, me voy a deshacer, Volkswagen, me voy a deshacer de esta parte de mi negocio que es para la gente súper rica porque estamos en el tope en este momento y va a tomar muchísimo tiempo regresar a esto. Y además voy a tener pérdidas por un rato porque voy a tener deflación. Ahora, pues ustedes pueden justificarlo como quieran. Recuerden, yo no sé nada de coches. Estos no son mis cuates, no los conozco. Yo les invento todas estas historias. Recuerden eso. Siempre todo lo que les digo es mentira y estoy loco. Entonces, tómenlo en cuenta. Y esto me dice, el mercado de los coches caros ya topó. Bien, cuando el mercado de los coches topa, pues, güey, ya viste toda la gente que está jodida y pobre, pues, ¿qué crees que sigue, no? Deflación, deflación, deflación. Y ahora, quiero que vean cómo estos tíos les están metiendo ideas a la cabeza y están usando todo lo que es tu avaricia en contra tuya. Te dicen, güey, ve, compra una casa ahorita. Cómprala con intereses altos, un coche. Cuando bajen los intereses, refinancias. Y 99.9% de la gente, una vez más, que está dormida, ¿qué es lo que va a hacer? Va a hacer eso. Porque creen que la persona con la que están hablando sabe de lo que está hablando y no entienden que tienen el incentivo solamente de venderlos. Y dos, esa persona es igual de estúpida que ellos. Una gente viene y raíces, ¿qué verga sabe de verdad de cómo funciona esto? ¿O qué le interesa? Se dedica, güey, abro una puerta y me dan una comisión porque la gente entra y quiere comprar una casa y mando 3 correos. No mames. Y me pagan una fortuna. No, lo que me digas, te digo que sí. No, se llaman lamehuevos. Si tienes dinero, ¿qué crees que viene a tu vida? Lamehuevos. Si vas a comprar algo y esa persona va a ser literalmente dinero de ti, van a lamerte los huevos y decirte que sí a todo lo que te imagines. Lo que va a ocurrir es, van a bajar los precios, van a bajar los tipos y todo se va a desinflar más y te van a poner en la mierda. Así es como todo el mundo perdió sus casas. Ahorita mismo lo estoy viendo. Lo voy a dar. Vamos a llamarlo, 2 conocidos compraron casas. Sus empresas están rompiéndola. Bueno, les están pagando muy bien. Sus empresas están teniendo menos y menos ventas, definitivamente. Pero ellos acaban de comprar casas de 7 y 8 millones de dólares, donde están sacando una hipoteca. El pago mensual de esa hipoteca son $25,000 más seguro y todas las cosas que tienen, alrededor de 30 a $32,000. Es su pago mensual. Y ellos están contando con la idea de que esto va a continuar. ¿Qué pasa cuando todo se va a la mierda? ¿Crees que ellos no van a tener que vender sus casas de 7, 8 millones? ¿Crees que no van a tener la pérdida de toda su puta vida? Lo van a tener, lo van a tener. Y la otra cosa que quiero que entiendan también, están usando tu avaricia en contra tuya. En este momento, vamos a la segunda parte de este live, me preguntó rápido, donde todo esto de cripto no lo están haciendo por ti, no lo están haciendo por tu beneficio, no lo están haciendo porque te vas a volver rico. El plan de cripto siempre ha sido cogerte, ¿ok? Y también darte una CBDC, creas al enemigo para darte la solución, monedas estables, que son lo mismo. Pero tienes que ser un verdadero animal para no entender eso, o haber estudiado mucho y hacer programas de, viene la IA y te va a violar en la noche. ¿No? A eso te dedicas. No literalmente te dedicas a hablar de cosas inteligentes, te dedicas a hablar de noticias y espantar a la gente con tus títulos estúpidos para que todo el mundo caiga en distracciones. Este es el problema de los pacos, tíos. Para que todo el mundo caiga en distracciones y se la coman entera. Y tú, pues, te llevaste las vistas, tío. Pues qué bonito, le puse una musiquita de fondo y ahora todo esto jala. Vaya, felicidades a todos ellos. Ahora, ¿por qué les digo esto? Porque imagínate esto. Si el dólar va a tener su momento como el que les estoy contando, a fin de este ciclo, no le estoy diciendo hoy, mañana, este año, pero cuando el dólar tenga su momento, cuando bajen los intereses, que el dólar, el dólar ya subió en ese momento. Y recuerda, estos son ciclos que se repiten. Me habían dicho todo este tiempo que el petróleo iba a colapsar. ¿Cómo vamos con el colapso del petróleo? Iba a ser rápido, porque es una guerra y no tiene nada que ver que sea fin de ciclo y que esto pase cada 4 años y que yo no aprenda nada. No. Es que es un tuit de Trump. ¿Qué pasa 6 meses después de que el petróleo repunta? El dólar lo hace después. ¿Y qué pasa cuando el dólar sube? Todo se va a la mega mierda. Y ahora vamos a pretender que esta va a ser algo, porque, por ejemplo, si volteas a ver la tabla del petróleo y no lees y no te dan tus finanzas en Yahoo Finance, ¿no? Y ahí es donde ves tus tablas que ellos te dan, porque no entiendes cómo leer una puta tabla. El petróleo tiene un setup de volatilidad tan fuerte que no habíamos visto desde 1968. ¿Sabes hace cuánto fue 1968? ¿No? Pero, güey, ¿qué importa? Esto es un tweet de Trump, es lo que me está diciendo mi Paco favorito, ¿no? Después de que el petróleo repunte al putazo más alto en toda la historia, yo sé que te están contando que ahora es el fin del petrodólar, no, porque es parte de esto. Acuérdate, esta es una de mis cosas favoritas del mundo y ahorita vamos a hablar de Bitcoin y de los billonarios que te recomiendan Bitcoin y todas estas pendejadas en este segundo, porque te están viendo la cara de pendejo y tienes que hacer algo y entenderlo porque ahí es donde va este pedo. ¿Ok? ¿Listos? Te cuentan estos cabrones que el cripto es lo que estamos enfocados. Estás viendo que el petróleo está subiendo. Sabes que el dólar va a subir, ¿ok? Que va a tener su momento glorioso y que va a reventar todo a la alza. Pero mientras tú estás muy ocupado comprando el dip, preparándote para todas estas cosas, cuando te van a dar el gran follón de tu vida. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Porque, damas y caballeros, la idea de todos estos güeyes es dejarte en la mierda para tener que darte más porque a ellos les llega más. ¿Entiendes lo que te acabo de decir? ¿Por qué crees que están aumentando los niveles de inyección? Ahora, la gente que es economista te dirá, no, lo que pasa es que cuando creas más dinero, el sistema fiat, bla, 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 y la verga. Pero si te pones a pensar tantito, fuera de tus libritos y tus conceptos mágicos que te detienen en esta realidad pendeja en la que no vives, que simplemente es una ilusión, te darías cuenta que simplemente te dan más dinero para que les des más dinero a ellos. Solamente piénsalo y ve los resultados de cada una de estas cosas. Entonces, estos compadres se pusieron de acuerdo y empezaron a decirte que inviertas en Bitcoin. ¿Por qué? Es el caballo de Troya, las monedas estables, una vez más, creas el enemigo, las CBDCs, etcétera, ¿no? Pero ustedes van a decir, no, Alejandro, mi millonario favorito tiene mis mejores intereses en los pantalones para mí. Pero ahora piensa en esto. En el 2011 el oro había corrido como su puta madre hasta el tope. Y del 2011 al 2020 se fue a la verga. ¿Por qué? Porque literalmente el sistema le dio todo el dinero a lo que es acciones y otras cosas de alto riesgo. Lo cambió ahí y ustedes van a decir, yo voy a comprar alto riesgo como Bitcoin. Es lo que no estás entendiendo, mi estimado. Cuando tienes un run, cuando tienes al dólar corriendo como va a correr ahorita, e incentivar tener a la gente en el dólar, porque es lo que más seguro que te va a pagar por muchos años mejor, los intereses van a caer, tal cual como en China, y tienes deflación, que no hay activos subiendo, solamente va a haber cosas que suban temporalmente, ¿ok? ¿Por qué crees que te están diciendo de Bitcoin ahorita? Imagínate que Bitcoin experimente, y ahora no es que se vaya a cero. Lo peor que le puede pasar a Bitcoin, piénsalo, es que simplemente no haga nada por 8 años. Que tenga sus subiditas, no, hizo el doble en el ciclo y ahora bajó 30% y luego subió un 60%. Eso sería lo peor que le puede pasar. ¿Por qué? Porque han vuelto a toda la gente retrasada mental un Bitcoiner. Ahora soy un Bitcoiner, me da el sol, como pescado, soy mejor que todo el mundo, me asoleo. Oh, es que, güey, soy un Bitcoiner. ¿Quieren pruebas? Dame un segundito. Esto lo comenté en Discord. Voy a compartir esto en chinga con ustedes. Ahora, no la de Alex, aquí. Por cierto, pusimos lo de los nuevos indicadores. En fin, déjame ver si estoy compartiendo la pantalla. Ahí está. Cuando empezaron los grandes empresarios gobiernos a promocionar, ¿cuándo empezaron los grandes empresarios y grandes gobiernos a promocionar Bitcoin? Varios dicen que entre ellos en privado el 2013 y 14, que por cierto, ¿por qué en privado pero no en público? pero no fue público hasta el 2020 o 21. ¿Cuándo te dije esto? Antes que todos ellos. Y me van a decir, no mames. Tío, pregúntale esto a Grok, porque tiene simplemente datos de cuando hablamos públicamente, no para que piense Grok. ¿Ok? Vamos a usar eso en este momento. Mi estimado tío Salinas Pliego, multimillonario mexicano, dueño de Grupo Salinas y un banco, Banco Azteca. Si entendemos eso, ¿no? Tiene el tío Richie, tiene un banco. Comenzó a promover Bitcoin públicamente a finales del 2020. Entonces, aquí les voy a querer preguntar esto. ¿Cómo es que yo empecé a promover Bitcoin antes que ellos? Y ahorita les voy a enseñar los resultados de esto, ¿ok? ¿Pero por qué? ¿Por qué lo hice antes que estos billonarios? ¿Soy un visionario? No, soy un pendejo, me estás viendo, ¿no? Soy un idiota. Ellos llegaron tarde a la fiesta, entonces ¿por qué le harías caso a alguien que llega tarde a la fiesta? Pero bueno, vamos a seguir dándole. Él había comprado su primer Bitcoin en forma privada, ¿no? Hace años. ¡Qué chingón! No, oigan, yo también. Yo en realidad le compré Bitcoin a Satoshi, nada más que nunca le dije a nadie. Pero el 21 de octubre del 2020, en uno de sus habituales martes de libros, recomendación de libros de martes, incluyó Bitcoin Standard, ¿no? Que es su versión del patrón Bitcoin, junto con otros libros. El 17 de noviembre, en esa fecha ampliamente citada el inicio de su promoción abierta, tuiteando, recomendado el patrón Bitcoin, etcétera. Bien. Y de ahí se volvió a decirte que el fiat era un fraude y que Bitcoin era el nuevo oro. Pues qué chingón. Ve lo chingones que son, ¿no? Inversión privada desde el 2013, pero no te dijo nada hasta que Bitcoin ya no sube de precio. Y eso es, si es que es cierto que compró en el 2013, ¿no? Vamos a decir que sí, porque el tío Richie, ¿por qué nos mentiría? Simplemente no nos dice cosas y ya, y no tiene nada de malo. Oye, ¿qué me dices lo de Nayib Bukele? Nayib Bukele, presidente de El Salvador, comenzó a promover públicamente Bitcoin el 5 de junio del 2021. El 7 de noviembre del 2017, un tuit muy temprano, casual y en broma, y es por eso que les digo que las bromas es lo que tienes que empezar a poner atención a. Usaremos Bitcoin y etiquetando al Banco Central, ¿no? No fue una promoción seria, fue una publicación que fue tipo meme años antes de ser presidente. El 5 de junio del 2021 fue el inicio cuando Bukele empezó a hablar de Bitcoin en la conferencia de Miami. El 9 de junio el Congreso aprobó la ley de Bitcoin. Para los que no entiendan por qué Bitcoin en El Salvador se volvió la moneda estándar, bla, 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 y todo eso fue para que probaran si de verdad se les podía ir de las manos o si no iba a funcionar. Y obviamente no, la volatilidad de Bitcoin es el defecto que es a propósitamente hecho para que no lo uses como moneda. Entonces, Nayib Bukele empezó en ese entonces. Vamos con Grant Cardone, alguien muy respetado en el mundo en este momento. Todos ustedes, cuando piensan Bitcoin, piensan en estas personas, ¿están de acuerdo? No en el tío Salo, este tío Salo es un pendejo. Piensan en estos super cracks que siempre les dicen la verdad. El 2024, Grant Cardone comenzó a promover activamente y publicando Bitcoin a finales del 2024. Una de las personas más inteligentes que he visto en mi vida. Y de nuevo, definitivamente no es millonario porque está robándole dinero a sus inversores con promesas falsas gigantescas, como comprar una propiedad por 10 millones y decir que le costó 7. Digo, comprar una propiedad por 10 millones y decir que le costó 20 y quedarse con 10. No, definitivamente así no hizo su dinero. Pero en fin, muy respetado y va a todos los podcasts. Como va a todos los podcasts, tengo que creer todo lo que dice. Específicamente con el lanzamiento en diciembre del 2024, Real Estate Bitcoin Hybrid Fund de Cardone es donde anunciado alrededor del 21-26 de diciembre del 2024, ¿no? La línea de tiempo rápida dice que en el 2002 y 2013 compró Bitcoin. No, por supuesto, pero fue en privado. Pero recuerda, en el 2018 fue escéptico y dijo en una entrevista que nunca compraría Bitcoin, ¿no? Aunque seguiría manteniendo lo que ya había recibido antes. Pues qué chingón, güey. Pero a principios del 2023 menciona en X los NFTs sobre el precio, critica los crashes y todavía sigue cagándose en Bitcoin. Por cierto, NFTs no sé por qué están reventando a la alza. Pero en diciembre del 2024 fue su punto de inflexión. Güey, qué chingón. Salomondrín, ¿cuándo lo hizo? Salomondrín comenzó a promover públicamente Bitcoin y las criptomonedas el 28 de mayo del 2018 con el lanzamiento de su app Fantasy Crypto. La app fue diseñada para que las personas empezaran a invertir en criptomonedas de forma gratuita, sin arriesgar dinero real, con premios y efectivos semanales y Bitcoin utilizando las tablas de clasificación de premios para mantener a la gente comprometida. El 28 de mayo del 2018, con el tweet de lanzamiento, Fantasy Crypto está afuera. Damas y caballeros, aprendan cómo invertir en cripto gratis y puedes ganar hasta $1,000 a la semana en Bitcoin. ¿Cómo la ven? Y luego el 3 de junio del 2028 estábamos premiando a alguien con $2,000 al que se llevó el número 1 esa semana tradeando en el app que es completamente gratis. Había comprado de forma privada Bitcoin y Ethereum alrededor del 2017-18. Más tarde mencionó haber encontrado su cartera esa. Ustedes lo vieron. En fin, le pregunté, de estas 4 personas mencionadas arriba, el Salomondrín, Nayib Bukele, Grant Cardone, Salinas Pliego, ¿con cuál hubieras hecho más dinero si hubieras comprado Bitcoin cuando lo comentaron públicamente y si lo guardaste cuando te dijeron, por supuesto? Con Salomondrín habrías hecho mucho más dinero que con cualquiera de los otros 3. Aquí tienes el comparativo preciso. Una vez más, recuerden, yo no sé nada, yo soy un pendejo y las cosas que hago que parece que están adelante de la tendencia, como meterme a YouTube en el 2007, 2008, en redes sociales en ese entonces, hacer videos de coche en el 2015 cuando nadie los hacía y todas esas cosas. Recuerden, y también fui el primero que empezó a monetizar en diferentes plataformas, el mismo video en todo eso. Pero una vez más, soy un pendejo porque no fui a la escuela. Simplemente con Salomondrín hubieras hecho un 10.85x, con Salinas Pliego 4.35x, con Nayib Bukele solamente el doble y con Grant Cardone ni siquiera un X. Conclusión, ganador absoluto Salomondrín. Ahora, me da completamente igual esto, me lo paso por los huevos. No estoy buscando que digan, wow, qué genio. Lo que quiero que entiendan es por qué les estoy diciendo ahora del otro lado lo que están haciendo en este momento y por qué no compro Bitcoin en spot. Es porque es una trampa, pendejos. Los van a amarrar a todos ustedes pronto en alguno de estos ciclos y los van a dejar sin que esta chingadera suba por un rato como el oro. No es coincidencia. Tienes que preguntártelo. En verdad, Alejandro, este idiota que no se peina en la mañana, ¿sabe más que Nayib Bukele? ¿Sabe más o mejor que Grant Cardone? Tiene menos dinero que todos ellos, es un idiota y además no estudió economía. Dice que la Reserva Federal funciona así y así. Fui de los primeros en decirte aquí comparado con ellos. Obviamente hay gente que lo hizo del 2009, 2013, etcétera, cracks, ¿no? Porque ellos se llevaron de verdad el pastel gordo. Todos ustedes están solamente en esto porque creen que van a tener retornos y les están prometiendo que va a ir a $10 millones. Dime que no. Y ahora tú vas a decir, no, Alejandro, yo soy un bitcoiner, yo me asoleo, yo como carne, yo como pescado, todo es natural, los pants me aprietan mis megabolas y el pitote que tengo por ser un bitcoiner. Entonces, no, Alejandro, estás mal. Ser un bitcoiner es estar fuera del sistema, estar listo para cuando algo pase. Dime una sola vez en tu puta vida, o que alguien te diga que conoces que se cayó todo el sistema financiero y necesitaron usar oro o bitcoin. ¿Por qué no te recomendaron que compraras Nvidia, SanDisk, cualquier otra empresa en la que han hecho miles de millones de dólares? ¿Por qué te están recomendando esta chingadera? ¿Por qué? No, es que está fuera del sistema. ¿Cómo compras Bitcoin? Con cash, pendejo. Usas un banco de intermediario. Por eso Salinas Pliego tiene un banco. Crack. ¿Cómo sacas tu Bitcoin? ¿Cómo sacas tu dinero de Bitcoin? Si quieres, puedes decir, puedo comprar algo. El Bitcoin está hecho de una manera volátil para que no quieras gastarlo. Entonces vas a sacarlo en fiat. ¿Cómo vas a salir en fiat a comprar algo? Porque la gente que quiere comprar, que te quiere vender algo, no quiere el Bitcoin. Quiere el dinero en dólares o en tu moneda local, si es que no está de la verga, como la moneda en Venezuela o lo que sea. ¿Cómo? Tienes que sacarlo. Te dan una cadenita amarrada a todos los bancos y te dice es descentralizada. Pero son tan imbéciles y tan ciegos que de verdad lo creen. ¿Crees que esta gente, una vez más, crees que soy más inteligente que ellos? ¿Que soy más visionario que ellos? No, porque no tengo más dinero que ellos. Entonces, ¿por qué vergas están haciendo esto ahorita? Cuando Bitcoin te da los peores retornos de toda la historia. ¿Por qué se están poniendo la bandera de, güey, salte del sistema, el sistema fiat es una? ¿Por qué? Porque te van a coger parado, hijo. Te van a coger absolutamente parado. Y ahora vengan todos ustedes, ¿quieres aprender a no ser cogido parado? definitivamente quieren empezar a invertir con nosotros, bueno, a empezar a entender cómo tradear, ver una tabla para poder invertir. No quiero que te conviertas en un trader, no quiero que te conviertas en un crack de las inversiones, quiero que simplemente entiendas conceptos básicos, porque esta economía a la que estamos entrando, cabrón, o estás listo o no. No vas a comprar tus empresas viejas como BlackBerry, como Nike, como cosas que se van fuera de moda. Quieres estar invertido en los sectores que definitivamente tienen sentido por el tiempo que tiene sentido, porque esto no va a ser tan fácil como antes. Por alguna razón están metiendo a toda la gente a comprar los dips. ¿No me crees? No me creas, tío. Mi cuenta de banco habla por sí misma y no me interesa presumírtelo. Soy pobre. Recuerden, pobre, pendejo, no educado y no se peina. Uf, pobre de mi mujer, cabrón. En fin, también les había contado que compré $6 Lucid, que sigue bajando. Y voy a tener ya mi última compra en los bajos 5 si es que se llega a dar. Y ahí es donde la voy a dejar. Si Lucid se va a la bancarrota, se va a la bancarrota y bien, pues es una porción muy pequeña en mi portafolio. Pero si no, pues vamos a ver cómo nos va con él, ¿no? Y aquí les estoy poniendo todos estos movimientos que hago. Muchos de ustedes me escriben y me dicen, oye, Salo, yo tengo solamente $1,000. ¿Qué debería de hacer con mis inversiones? Hijo mío, si tú crees que porque tienes $1,000, te voy a decir, bueno, para hacer 100,000 millones de dólares, lo único que tienes que hacer es esto. ¿Por qué, vergas, yo no estoy haciendo eso con mi propio dinero? Te estoy contando lo que yo hago con mi propio dinero porque creo que es lo mejor que puedo hacer con mi propio dinero. No seas imbécil, no seas huevón. Está todo en el Discord si no quieres ver los videos. Todo está en Discord. Es gratis. Puedes meterte y leer qué está comprando este imbécil para después venir a reírme de él como siempre lo hago, ¿no? Porque recuerda, ese sentir de que eres mejor que alguien en línea es lo que te hace el día de hoy mejor que todos los demás. Que nadie te engañe que no. Entonces, aquí tienen todo para que se vengan a reír después de mí, de cuando compré el Lucid y estas cosas, ¿no? Otra cosa que tenemos por acá son nuestros trades. Tienen los trades del buen Alex. Un segundo, ¿qué vergas pasó ahí? Bien. Tenemos nuestros trades del buen Alex por acá. También tenemos los de Farhan con ese super long que se aventó desde los 73 hasta los 78,200. Tocamos nuestro primer TP. Me parece que nunca llegamos a esto. Ayer Alex mandó un long. No sé cómo estén parados en él. Habíamos platicado exactamente en la clase de cómo lo íbamos a manejar. Y también tenemos ahora ya todos nuestros indicadores. Por si eres miembro de Elite Trading Academy, te preguntas, güey, pásame los settings de tus indicadores. Aquí están todos para que no estén chingando una vez más. Gratis en nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy y está en la descripción de este maldito video, damas y caballeros. Ahora, para todos ustedes que quieren aprender a tradear, lo que nosotros tenemos por acá es, te metes a nuestro sitio web, como puedes ver por acá, y te metes a precios. En precios, que vamos a cambiar esto por productos, ya tengo, mi Bruno está cambiando todas estas mamadas. Caigan y vean nuestro curso para principiantes que es de cero a trader. Esto es como a mí me hubiera encantado haber aprendido. Una vez más, no es para que aprendas a ser trader. Si quieres solamente aprender a invertir, tienes que aprender a leer una tabla para que cuando te digan que es el fin del dólar y lo veas en soporte y entiendas que estos hijos de puta te están vendiendo Bitcoin y cripto como si fuera la mayor sorpresa del mundo, ya que no sube nada, pues tal vez esto te ayude a entender que te están viendo la cara de pendejo. Y además, una vez que aprendes a tradear, se vuelve el mercado y la bolsa en tiempo, literalmente en cámara lenta. Puedes hacerlo mejor que los demás. Esto no te va a volver el mejor trader de la historia, pero puta madre si no te va a poder dar las bases para que te conviertas en ello. Es un curso, 1 hora 40 minutos, te metes al sitio, te registras y ahí está. En el sitio está en inglés y en español y lo tienes para ver las veces que quieras, porque hay mucha gente que se le complica eso y creen que les vamos a mandar un correo que solamente lo puedes ver en vivo una vez. No, te metes al sitio y lo tienes cuando quieras. Y ahí lo tienes, por $29.99 tienes ese cursillo para que lo puedas aprender todo en 1 hora 40 minutos. De ahí te sugiero, si quieres aprender más, ven a ver estos en vivo, son gratis. Son gratis. Ya viste el curso, velo varias veces. Toda la gente en el chat siempre me dice, la gente que más ha aprendido en Elite Trading Academy ha visto el curso varias veces. Yo mismo, cuando hice el curso, aprendí muchísimo. Porque no fue que yo lo hice, literalmente lo organicé de lo que me dieron estos güeyes y me enseñó todo lo que sé hoy. Y han visto la diferencia ustedes en tiempo real de cómo puedes aprender lo que sea y te puedes volver verga en algo en lo que eres una absoluta basura, ¿no? Y una vez más, por $29.99, ven 3 veces a la semana este canal, lunes, miércoles y viernes. y literalmente venos por 4 horas, tradear, hablar de ello. Aquí está todo, toda la magia. Y si no entiendes algo, también puedes entrar en nuestras sesiones de trading en vivo. Ayer tuvimos clase, normalmente son los jueves, son 2 veces al mes. Y con todas las dudas que tengas después de ver el curso, después de estar en esto, ven y pregúntanos para poder refinar todo lo que sea que te falte, que no entiendas. Es la mejor recomendación que tengo para poder aprender esto. Definitivamente es eso. ¿Por qué? Porque al principio entiendes las bases. Una vez entendías las bases, ves los videos y dices, ok, de todo esto que ya aprendí de esto, no me cuadra el por qué está haciendo esto. Ven y pregúntalo. Y una vez que completes eso, puedes irte a donde quieras y aprender de quien sea. Yo puedo literalmente ir a la página más compleja de trading y aprender en 2 segundos si quiero. Pero para mí mi sistema pinche es el que funciona. También tenemos alertas de trading, pero tío, si no saben lo que están haciendo y no saben las bases de trading, no las compren por el puto amor de Dios. Tienes que entender cómo hacer las cosas y es lo que les digo también de las inversiones. No nada más me copies, tienes que entender el por qué estoy haciendo las cosas y en tu corazón sentirlo. Sé que suena cursi, pero si no me vas a estar chingando, ¡se va a ir a bancarrota! Me vale verga, a mí me vale pito. No, entonces tienes que aprender eso. Y lo mismo con alertas de trading. Cuando veas que algo está pasando y está cerca de sacar, te va a sacar, luego no va a llegar a tu stop loss, etcétera, y te la vas a pelar y luego te va a dar el movimiento real. Entonces, antes de comprar esto, por favor, mínimo ve el curso. Por favor, te lo ruego de corazón. No me interesa vender estas cosas. Lo que quiero es que aprendan, cabrones, porque esto nos va a dejar sin empleo a todos nosotros y lo único que vamos a poder hacer es seguir apostando en este puto mercado como degenerados, pero mínimo tener ideas claras y básicas, mejor que el 99% de los demás. Tu Paco favorito no tiene ni puta idea de cómo hacer esto, que es una mamada. Y también, si ya estás avanzado, ya entraste en esto y quieres darle en futuros, nuestros exchanges de futuros, vamos a trepar el de Blofin acá también, perdón, tenemos el de Bitunix. Y ahora si ves este y también tienes el de Blofin, que también están en la descripción de abajo para que se registren en esos con nuestros enlaces, porque tenemos promociones, tenemos un giveaway en Bitunix donde estamos regalando, creo que son $3,000, le voy a preguntar a Alex ahorita. Aquí lo tienes con este sitio. Si no te registras a través de este link, no entras en esos giveaways. Por 11 minutos gratis en nuestro sitio web, y aquí está el enlace abajo, te enseñamos cómo usar un exchange de futuros, en este caso Bitunix, cómo encontrar los precios, cómo mandar dinero a tu cartera, cómo dentro de tu cartera mandar dinero a futuros, cómo abrir un trade en corto, en largo, cómo poner un stop loss, cómo sacar tu dinero, cómo cerrar el trade. Todo eso lo ponemos en estos 11 minutos para que lo aprendas gratis. Y si estás empezando, cabrón, lo que te puedo recomendar es no tradees con dinero de verdad. Empieza a tradear con los simuladores. El simulador, el mejor que tenemos aquí, no es en Bitunix, es el de Blofin. También está el enlace aquí abajo y funciona igual que esto. Entonces, no hay excusas. Pero sin más ni más, vamos a analizar los precios de los Bitcoin y de todo lo demás, damas y caballeros, que pues se está moviendo porque tenemos todas las pendejadas donde todos ustedes creen que el mercado lo mueven ustedes con sus telefonitos de $20 y no simplemente los fondos gigantescos. Empecemos. Guten morning, my boys. How are you?
Buenos dias, cabrones.
Yo, how we doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing pretty good. Just watching the Bitcoins, you know. Is it going to make a decision today? Maybe, hopefully. And still, I mean, looking for perhaps maybe a move up still, maybe despite this lower time frame sell-off we're getting.
Just looking at oil, dude, that shit's fucking blowing up.
But
I was promised that it was going to come down, thank God. So I'm sure any second now.
Well, it's just funny because you had every person become bearish on oil right when it became the most bullish ever. I mean, getting just simply back above the weekly SMA 200 means you're not allowed to become an oil bear at all.
Yep.
And still, that perspective was correct even on this move down, which is nice. So funny, market is just like that, actually, I guess.
Yeah, it's fucking everyone left and right. Let's enjoy the fucking.
Couldn't have said it better. The fucking. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so let's see what Bitcoin's about to do here. Again, I think the easy trade, just like I said yesterday, is on the lower time frames. And what we have now is a nice sell-off here. We actually got a nice bounce off the 4-hour EMA 100, something I was really watching in terms of just kind of the trade I gave yesterday out. And so we got a nice move. But now you're getting a sell-off, and I think it's important to really watch because you were in a lower time frame downtrend here. you did have a higher high break. So technically speaking, you should be looking at this low to kind of hold right where the Academy long is. Perfect. So now our risk is kind of more in check, at least I'd say. Because technically this could be the higher low, the higher high, and then anywhere here is still producing a higher low. In this perspective too, you could argue maybe on the 4 hour, you have like a little inverse head and shoulders forming here. Again, I wouldn't put too much weight on that. It's a 4 hour. But what I see here is still nothing to be of concern. And if I'm on the perspective that May is about to be absolutely decimation for bulls, then I have to be really watching for maybe before we get into May, we're going to be very predatory to shorts. Meaning it is looking like if you go to your hourly, oh, absolutely bearish. Just quickly do that, right? Bearish, hourly sell trigger. But how funny would this, actually be if this just produces the next 4 hour higher low, leading to a move up, breaking this high, and essentially trapping shorts? Because again, shorts had a pretty easy ride down. What do I mean by that? You had an hourly evening start, so top candle, right on that hourly, right above the hourly EMA 100. You then got follow through. You've lost the hourly EMA 100. I'll throw the SMA 200 off. No confusion. Only really use it on more higher time frames. Wouldn't make sense to use it on like an hourly. But here the EMA 100 works. Move down. And now you're just in a sell. But again, notice that even on these moves down, you're not taking out $76,000. And that's still going to be the big spot for, well, if we should become bearish or not, in my opinion. It's very similar to here. As long as you just didn't lose $76,000, you actually had a busting action move very near that $80,000 region. So in this perspective, yes, I totally see we've gotten, a sell-off. But when I start really looking at it a little closely, to me, it looks like perhaps we are trying to grind out bullish price structure here. The more aggressive it is, the more predatory it will be to shorts, essentially. And this still should play right into our May idea. And what is that? Well, for me, what I'm seeing is when you go to like the daily and you start going to more higher time frame, you are getting a contraction in volatility, which is very interesting to see. You do notice like the daily, for example, is contracting. Not really, there's signs of this moving up. Very well could just be in a 0% volatility environment going into the beginning of May. How perfect would that be? This entire move up has just brought you to a 0% volatility environment. I guarantee if daily volatility actually produces a 0% read here, meaning you just have to keep moving down. It's at 9.52. This just moves down to 0%, gives you an extreme read on the daily, an extreme low read, further said. And I guarantee if we do something like this and we start consolidating around here for just a few days while volatility is contracting, many are going to be calling for a massive breakout on Bitcoin. But this will just play into exactly what we saw in the past, which was under a daily SMA 200. This is where you can really use your SMA 200 more on like a daily, right? Not like an hourly, is going to be more bearish. And you will perhaps be in just the moving average range. EMA 100 bounces, gives you a move to the SMA 200. So you either lose the EMA 100 or reclaim the SMA 200 on the daily. You're not really going to be getting any kind of major moves. But what we know is if we start really looking at, the price action we had here at the daily SMA 200, you were getting somewhat of chop around this region. Let me zoom out. Here we go. Focus here. I'll even delete this. It's not too much white on the chart. You reclaimed it. You held it. You moved up. Massively sold off. And notice here on this capitulating move, when was the time? This was November. Interesting. So the beginning of the bear market, assuming that started in October. We're also going to notice here, let me just make that red, or counterproductive, we'll make it orange. You really actually didn't get any kind of retest. And this is what started to really move Bitcoin down aggressively. So, right, having kind of the daily SMA 200 being the objective still, you should still be watching this zone if you get a squeeze up to really be looking at this being the next major rejection zone in confluence with very low volatility. This just could play exactly into bear's hands going into May. How funny would it be if the May sell-off just occurs once you get a bearish retest of the daily SMA 200? And it doesn't just stop with the daily. If you're more of a higher time frame trader, you also have a setup which does allow Bitcoin to move up a little higher, but that move up higher should inevitably, glad I could say that word today, actually get sold off. Like if you view, let's just very quickly go on the monthly. If you've been watching us, well, for the last few weeks now, we've been saying, really honestly, or even months, year, right? Bitcoin's bull markets don't start when you're under the monthly EMA 9. Like if you just like throw all your moving averages off and you just keep your 9 on, what do you notice? Your big busting action moves occur above the 9. Here's one, here's another, here's even another one. So like get back above the 9. Notice this, terrible price action. Get back above the 9, bull market. So even the higher time frames are saying you should still be looking at a move back into 83s, and that should be a clock 3000 short opportunity zone. As long as you're under the monthly EMA 9, you are in a bear market. And it doesn't matter if you retest these. We saw this in the bull market. If you were in the bull market watching us on stream, we always mentioned here on any big moves down, you're not allowed to get bearish on Bitcoin until you get a closing basis under a monthly EMA 9. We were saying that the entire bull market, essentially. Look how well that worked out. In November, you lost it, and then you started to move down. So even this little move up that you've had so far, little in quotation marks, actually been quite impressive, right? It could bring you up 38%, but as long as you don't reclaim that monthly EMA 9, it's essentially going to mean nothing. So that is just like another higher time frame perspective you should be watching for your own self, because, well, that was the last big short opportunity we got how many months ago? 1, 2, 3 months ago. So last quarter. So this quarter, why wouldn't this also be the big easy spot to short? And that's where then again, your like daily and weeklies are going to be actually your friend, because right, you're going to get more confluence of like a monthly bearish retest, monthly lower high being simply formed by like a daily SMA 200 retest. Notice it's all lined up in the same zone. And that's assuming we just like squeeze up from here. If we hold above 76K, this could just logically cause daily SMA 200 to move more down closer to the monthly 9. So, regardless though, it is a little hard to become a bear here because, well, you are just getting legitimate setups that say Bitcoin still should move up even despite the sell-off. Like, let's see here. You're slightly under the daily 9, but you're still holding the daily EMA 100, and you still held 76,000. So if you're bearish here, you're betting on a massive top. You're betting on, well, you can't even bet price divergence down like that because this sneakily gave you a higher high break. So then at that point, it's like you're just hoping that this rejects. If the daily 9 gets reclaimed, this is when bulls start feeling the heat. What will stop price from just busting up once the daily EMA 9's reclaimed? Well, nothing, of course. So it's a little more difficult being a bear. Trust me, I'm fully willing to short Bitcoin, max size, more than I long, but on an actual trigger of a short. And I'm just yet to get one currently. And trust me, I will find a short. I love shorting Bitcoin, but there's just not a trigger quite yet. Even if you're playing this move down, you're front running the fact that this hasn't even given you a 4-hour sell trigger yet. That doesn't seem very wise to me, considering you're still holding this zone that was support. You're still above the 4-hour EMA 100. That was our easy trade perspective yesterday. And really, how funny would it be if you shorted into this, and then this just ended up being a spring, higher low, and then this just ends up going up from here. And then maybe that was an inverse head and shoulders. We won't know until we know, but that's at least why we need a bear trigger. Not even on like a 4-hour. Are you getting it? I did explain though on the hourly, you are looking bearish. But notice how that's not fully dumping. Even in this perspective, you, rejected the 4-hour EMA 100. At minimum, you should see a move back to $77,000. Just retesting the sell trigger here. Until you actually get back above the 4-hour EMA 100, and it's just, as a bear, what kind of idea do you have now? Well, nothing, and then the next move up will be taking out these highs. And then that's when you have to start really wondering, well, yeah, is like the 4-hour just shifted back to an uptrend, perhaps? Let me try to show that here. This is why the trend can be your friend. Let's see if this does show it well, and it does. Look at that, beautiful. That 4-hour downtrend took you here. This is what, a lot we're talking about yesterday. Aren't we in a downtrend? Now this has shifted back up. You've taken out the last lower high. So as long as you don't take out this wick low, which again is right near our Academy long, somewhere here is going to produce the next higher low, in my opinion. Off the back of contracting volatility on a daily, leading to a 4-hour setup. We'll keep looking here. See that 8 hours, not even firing off quite yet, giving you a big move. Go here, 6-hour contracting and resetting. So this looks like a not failed, but just didn't reach its full potential. Resetting, essentially. Let's go to that 12-hour. We were right at the 34 in the 12-hour. Nice. Follow through. And look at this. Even this is interesting. Because even the 12-hour, and it's similar to what I was just saying, and it's exactly what I mentioned on the Discord, which was for our long, this pullback essentially should get bought up, and we're just kind of trapping shorts because we know May is about to be an epically bad month for bulls. So how funny would it be is if it was just a very easy beginning, right? Or starting into May for bulls. Let me rephrase that. How funny would it be if bulls got a very easy ride up to 80s? That would make everyone super bullish going into May, which then is more likely to favor bears. I would find it very hard to say we're just about to favor bears here, considering we know how dirty Bitcoin is and how dirty May is potentially going to be for bulls. So in my head, it would just make sense to really decimate any kind of bear shorting here. But my point was the 12-hour here did reclaim the 9. I always like using this 12-hour EMA 9 to kind of just keep me in check, right? It's like, okay, maybe tonight, if we lose this 12-hour 9, that's when I can start being slightly aggressive and maybe shorting, front-running 76,000 loss. But even here, this is telling me very easily Bitcoin could easily get a spring scenario where this candle starts filling back up, getting bought up, clearing this 9, leaves a nice wick body. And then what you're going to have is a busting action candle giving you that move up to the 80s. Now, remember this 8-hour, 4-hour, 12-hour can fire off, leaving the daily to still contract. Now, you're hoping when you're trading that all these volatility, kind of domino effect into each other. But what we could very easily see is maybe that 4-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour volatility fires off. You do notice 12 hours on the cusp, leading to the May short zone. And then we actually break down, and the breakdown into May is the higher time frame volatility firing off. I'll go to the weekly now. Look at the weekly volatility here. It is giving you a setup. Interesting. Look at bi-weekly volatility. It is contracting into May, most likely gives you a setup. All while monthly is, on the cusp of firing off. And so, right, it's lower time frame volatility still can easily keep our long hopium in check, and we can easily get our TP zone. But really into May, you could see the higher time frame volatility fire off to the downside. And I just hope everyone's aware that is still more likely. Like, even if you close the monthly here, perfect. You got back above 76K on a monthly candle closure. More likely a move back to the 80s. Okay, we already know that. But even here, if you get back above the 34, you could just be between the 9 and the 34 until one of these breaks. So if you're trying to become bullish on Bitcoin, it is just, the moves up are going to be muted, essentially. You really can't be extremely bullish on Bitcoin. That just doesn't make any sense at all. Like, at all. It just does not make any sense unless you're just purely a gambling boy, which is fine. Who am I to judge? I've done my fair share of gambling. But like, that's just all you're betting on. It's just the big bet, the big bottom, essentially, the big gamble. But all while like macro trend is still down, you haven't even retested, let's say, this bi-weekly 21, right? Visually can see this was holding support the entire bull market. Didn't even get the rejection here, broke down. So, right, we rally back up to the bi-weekly 21 at 84,690. So now we have a monthly 9, a daily SMA 200, all while a bi-weekly 21 is still saying more likely, a little more higher. Just like here, a little more higher, more likely, but that just led to the next lower high. So we just don't want to be too bullish here. The long I gave out is more of a long to short idea. And if you're not confident in longing Bitcoin here, perfectly okay. Then you just simply wait for the short. Where will I know? Well, what if we've topped? What if we're about to actually break down on Bitcoin and bears are actually right? Well, we'll know that just by losing the daily MA 100. I don't need to complicate things. That's like my aggressive short rule. And I've always said that on Bitcoin. It worked out very well here. It's like, okay, we might go up a little higher to 99K. What told us that wasn't going to happen? Well, the deviation of the EMA 100. Now you could get chop, of course, but that is why it will open up my aggressive short rule for this exact reason. And when you're in a bear market, often that does work a lot better. You won't get as much chop in a bear market. Notice how it's just straight to business here. So I hope that makes sense on Bitcoin. Very easy to know when to short. Not quite there yet. And if you do short now, well, what might occur? Well, you might just end up fueling the move to the higher time frame spot. Like if I'm scaling shorts here and we end up squeezing up a little higher, like how perfect of a trap would this be? Like right at that weekly 21, we even were talking about this, could reject, but you didn't reject and you even got like a little reclaim. You just opened below it here. So we know a little bit of chop might occur. How funny would it be if we just went up a little higher and retested that weekly EMA 100, a spot obviously many are going to forget because, right, this chop here makes everyone forget what occurred in November, December, January, which this was the Glock 3000 support zone. Like we see that, we know that. We were trading this. So like we mentally note that like, yeah, we broke down, but we still are expecting some kind of retest, very similar to like that daily SMA 200. So you have bi-weekly, weekly, daily, monthly. And this is why, you're not really supposed to become too bullish on Bitcoin. Too many things are saying this is actually massively bearish. Now, if you did end up getting a little higher up and retesting 82.4, this would play right into our trap. We'd get a failed breakout here, and we'd most likely just fall back within the range. And this is, in my experience watching Bitcoin, really, I mean, since I was a kid, it loves to do something like this. It loves to be in a channel. It either loves to give you a false breakdown, and then it goes up, or in this case, a false breakout, and then it'll go down. This is just like perfect because you have breakout traders absolutely decimated at that point. So, right, this has kind of just been the idea, and this is still going to be my idea going into May. And I really do believe we can make a lot of money, honestly, on Bitcoin into May. Probably more money than we've ever made this entire bear market, as long as we're just patient and stick to the levels that we know most likely are going to get tested eventually. So even when you see like an hourly selling off, I just have to really look at that and say, well, this must just be playing into it's just trapping shorts essentially, and this is eventually going to bust up. Just like yesterday when, right, longing didn't seem that optimal at the 4-hour EMA 100, but it was very optimal. And even at a minimum, you could have just TP'd that and made like a 2.7% move very logically. So now that we're trend shifting again, now that we're potentially grinding out the higher low, I don't think this is the spot to be too bearish. We should still be looking for the 80s to be the big short zone. And this is where I'll start scaling like big shorts on Bitcoin. I'd like to scale like a 20, 30 Bitcoin short here, but not here because it's just too sensitive here. You could literally get blown out here or blown out here. And I like getting blown, but just the right time. That didn't even work really in the timing I said it. But really, you will be able to fully understand when Bitcoin's going to break down once you lose $76,000. So as long as you're above that, then you have a very easy perspective on upside. And that's just going to be the perspective we'll keep. And so far, that's been working well. So we talked about all of the moves, the higher time frames on Bitcoin. I'll finish off with the quarterly just to keep us all in check. We're still under a quarterly EMA 9. So this will just play into the idea that maybe, right, aggressive shorting or the easy shorts who think they're going to get an easy ride at the quarterly 9, they may, honestly, who knows? But how funny would it be if we overshoot this, take this wick out, move into this zone? This is the quarterly bearish retest. And then we break down, we start really wicking under the quarterly 9. And that just was an optimal place to short into here. Because you do notice on the quarterly, let's look, just, all of us, honestly, it's very easy. Indicators will kick off. And look at this. If you were just a meme line trader, technically you held this quarterly, you got the breakout, you came down, you did hold it. You got expansion off of that. Okay, you got the higher high. You should have formed a higher low here at the 80s. You didn't. You then broke down, you got your lower low. So here you could argue this is just going to SR. You're just going to flip what was quarterly support into quarterly resistance and produce the next major lower high. Aggressive shorts are just basically wanting the easy trade at the quarterly 9. I'm saying this could just be a little more predatory to them. And that would make, more sense here because you did capitulate from this zone. And this, again, all the things I just mentioned, daily SMA 200, weekly EMA 100, bi-weekly, I don't even know what that was. Bi-weekly what? 34? Yeah, bi-weekly 21. That's what it was. Monthly 9. And then you just sprinkle like the quarterly as well. So is Bitcoin looking bullish? No, it's looking terrible. Could it go up on the lower time frames? Absolutely. And that is what we're betting on ETA. Understand though, if you're just going to be watching the charts, you'll quickly be able to know when to flip-flop. And the trade will lie here on the 4-hour and also the daily. So 76K is your big spot on Bitcoin. And really, lower time frame contracting volatility could give you that move up to the 80s. And then that's when higher time frame volatility starts taking hold. Just kind of an idea to keep in the back of your head as we keep moving on here. Now we'll go to the D of Bitcoin, have it whip it out. We'll check it out. Try to make that sound not as gay as it did, but Bitcoin dominance is telling a story here. And it is very interesting to see that the volatility here is on the verge, on the cusp of firing off the biggest weekly volatility setup we've ever had. Now, how funny would it be if I just said, well, we're now in a weekly buy trigger. We're going to fire off. Time to long Bitcoin dominance. This is at minimum going to 62.4% and a lot higher, and most likely makes a new high. That would be just too easy, right? Like things like this, like 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks of up only, I don't think is going to give bulls just the easy volatility setup fires off and we keep moving up to the heavens. And at minimum, we talked about since October, the weekly 34 has been rejecting us. Wouldn't we want to see a throwback here? Now, how funny would it be if into May you start getting that throwback here? Into May, you start moving down. So into May, we're here. And this actually leads to the volatility setup firing off to the downside. Now, we don't need to be predictive, just reactive. And so for me, I know that even after higher high breaks, do we ever long higher high breaks? Well, no, that just doesn't make sense. We'll wait for the higher low. The chart's still telling me we should retest 59.69%, a spot we've been watching for multiple months now. And if we do end up holding this weekly buy trigger, that's when I can start saying, yeah, we may actually get a major move up on Bitcoin dominance. This may actually lead to a major move up on Bitcoin. What we've had is Bitcoin dominance move down, Bitcoin moves down. Bitcoin dominance moves up, Bitcoin moves up. So when you're getting the biggest weekly volatility setup in this chart's history, you have to really be wondering if you are just about to see the biggest move ever recorded in Bitcoin's history, essentially chart. Well, why would you say that, Alex? Well, we are getting a monthly volatility setup firing off on CME, something you've never had before. So you are in an environment here, which again, many seem to forget, which is historical on Bitcoin. And that just is in why exactly into May I really want to be capitalizing on if we're going to get that major move up to just go short, because it still just seems more likely these major historical setups that we're getting that we've never had before are just going to lead us to major lows. Now, again, Bitcoin dominance should at minimum get a pullback. That could lead into May. We're unsure. We've already gotten the weekly candle closure. Slightly red here, but nothing yet. And I really wouldn't feel confident getting bullish on Bitcoin dominance until at minimum you retest 59.69%. So it's developing. We're close, but it's just a little too premature yet, I think, to be bidding Bitcoin dominance. Biweekly says 2, you should be waiting for that 9 to get tested. What you don't want is this, where you're waiting for the retest, you move down, and you just capitulate. And you move down kind of aggressive here. Yeah, like 11%. That's what you don't want. That's why these retests and really it's solidifying this zone of support is going to be important for us. Right? Look at the monthly getting back above the 9. That's a good sign. But I need to see it retested. And that's why I don't think it's going to be as easy as the charts. It all looks bullish, right? But it's like you don't have the confirmation yet. That's why I don't really want to get too bullish on Bitcoin dominance and just thinking that weekly volatility setup's about to fire off to the upside. Because this is crypto. It's very predatory, and it doesn't want everyone to win. This could just play right into the bull trap scenario into May. Once Bitcoin dominance loses 59.69%, literally nothing but air. Honestly, you will just capitulate straight down to the weekly EMA 100. And at that point, you're most likely not going to hold it. I mean, look at here. Look at the moves. 59.69%. Lost it. Moved down. You were above it. You even went up massively. Couldn't hold the retest. Lost it. Capitulated massively. Why it's going to be important. So like we'll get this or we'll get this. But that ultimately means 59.69% is the decision spot, not up here. That doesn't make sense. So, going into May, we could see a little pullback. Plays into Bitcoin could be bearish into May. It could go all the way down to the 2021 market cycle high. And if we don't hold it, well, yeah, yikes. And imagine this, actually gives you a failed breakdown. Or no, my apologies. Imagine this does give you a failed breakout, which then leads to you going back within the range. So something like this. Something like this. Falls back within the range, and then you break all the way down to 69.2. Are you going to be very confident this is going to just bounce right back up? Probably not. It's most likely just retest the zone and then breaks down. Like if you go all the way back down to the cycle high after retesting the weekly EMA 100, you're going to be very far from this. Like it's going to look like a breakdown, in my opinion. And this was just a trap. So that's why, we'll still be watching on stream, of course, the cycle high, but it'll just be more likely it's not going to hold. But nevertheless, that is still the spot into May. I will be, looking for a TP1 on shorts into the 80s. We actually can short maybe 82 to 85K and just simply TP it at a 2021 cycle high. That still could be absolute money and very logical and very easy, because this could still result into a bullish move. So that means that this could just be a very aggressive move down to 69.2, which then ends up being a bullish move, a bullish outcome. But at that point, we'll already had made a lot of money on our short. So it won't really matter. So now we'll go to Tether dominance. Let's really see. I already saw it slightly today. It wasn't looking the best. So let's really kind of gauge this. Okay. We see these lows. We see the daily EMA 100 actually got reclaimed on Tether dominance. You see the 34 rejected. That was the spot we were looking at. We've come all the way down to the EMA 100, and so you are just trying to hold it. This is starting to look pretty good. You are noticing that you are flirting around 7.49%. Let's go to like an hourly. So you are testing resistance on the lower time frames, which explains why Bitcoin's moving down slightly. But you really just simply want to see the 7.49% reject here. Then we can actually move back down to the 7.36. You view higher time frames like a daily, you're just simply wanting the lower time frames to reject the 7.49%, which gives you a daily deviation, and you can fill out some of that daily wick like this. But right, Tether dominance is starting to look pretty good here. Once you get back above this daily 34, really there's not going to be anything but air until you actually hit the 7.825%. Something like this, and then boom. So that's why we really got to start seeing Bitcoin move up. Got to start seeing this sell off. Because I understand it's starting to look pretty good. But, right, this just still could be a 12-hour bearish retest. And the 12 hours still could hold the 21 and the 9 here on Bitcoin. So it's close, very close to going up, but still you can make the argument this is still in bearish posturing, and Bitcoin is still producing a higher low on the lower time frame. So 7.49% is kind of what I'm using today. We're kind of near the end of the zone. We should see some kind of move soon. You are noticing 12-hour volatility is still contracting. Weekly's right at resistance. You're between the 21 and the 9. You haven't hit either, so still more likely to hit the 21 in my opinion. And you even have a volatility set up here at 0% volatility. Interesting to see that, because it's kind of what we're saying here on Bitcoin's volatility. Higher time frames are just fully contracting despite this move up. So like, even here you could see this still could move down a little bit from here, move down, and then into May this gets massively bought up. Because higher time frames did get a nice reclaim. Each time you would reach this 6.49%, this would just mark major moves in the bull market. So why not into the bear market? Every time you go down to this zone, it should just spark major moves to the upside. Now you again will need to see 7.49% reject. That should take you back down to the 6.49 to 6.5%. This should be a massive SR. And most importantly, this should be a monthly higher low forming here, right off the monthly 9. So again, if you do get this kind of move, this will play exactly into the 80,000 short. Got the breakout, higher high, and you're just going to produce a higher low here. And we did see here in this region, you do get lots of chop. You very easily can move all the way up to 9%, come all the way down to the 6.5% again. So this isn't crazy. Like, this isn't a crazy thing when you look at this price action. So in summary, Bitcoin is slightly, it's looking okay going into May. We again will just identify weakness. Once you lose $76,000 on the 4 hour, you lose the EMA 100, and on the daily, really what will confirm it is the EMA 100 on the daily getting lost. So at that point, you've deviated 76K and the EMA 100, a spot that has just been holding as support while we move up. You notice in January, really last time we got a major breakdown was off of the EMA 100 on the daily deviating. So that'll be my criteria on when to actually flip short on Bitcoin. But until then, it's still looking pretty bullish to me. Our Academy long is still very valid, and I'm looking for the 4 hour to grind out some kind of higher low here. Ideally, and we do see some kind of move up before the day ends, getting right back above the 12 hour EMA 9, something that did freshly get reclaimed. Now you're just moving down, but still could make for a nice spring zone here if we actually see bulls get a spine and push us up. Ultimately, I will be gauging major weakness on Bitcoin going into May simply by viewing the daily SMA 200. Honestly, I think that in confluence with the weekly EMA 100 will be a very easy perspective. So that means from this point, you could see an easy move up to around 84,000 to maybe 82.2. It's like 82.2 to 84,000. Regardless, at ETA, we will be scaling massive shorts here. And into May, I will be looking for finally that breakdown move that will take us to 49,000. So that means just a little more upside before we break down. This is where patience will pay. If we just keep this perspective here, again, patience will just pay. Bitcoin dominance is on the verge of putting in a massive setup, the biggest one we've ever had, which tells you going into May, you are about to get a legitimate, very big volatility environment. And so to me, this is still pending a retest. This very easily could get a retest and break out. But if during this retest, you start seeing volatility actually fire off in favor of bears, this will just give us more of an indication that Bitcoin is about to massively capitulate down. Now we're in a very tight range here. It's like 62.2 to like 82.4. So we want to be watching very carefully. If we end up rejecting the 80s, there's a very good chance you'll go down to the extremity low, where that's where we'll still play what we've said. And that's where like that weekly SMA 200 will still be our kind of mid-range. Once you lose that weekly SMA 200, that'll be your big confirmation you are about to break down to 49,000. So again, I'd like to see a false breakout here on Bitcoin. Just simply get a quarterly bearish retest right into that 82 to 84K, where then we produce our lower high and we can start actually moving down. You are noticing many are already getting bearish on this move down on Bitcoin, but I hope I kind of showed on stream that we are, maybe actually more bullish than we think, just simply based on 4 hour trend. 4 hour trend shifting up. 4 hour trend might produce a higher low here. So that is something we want to be watching carefully. And as long as you don't lose $76,000, you're not allowed to become bearish on Bitcoin. But once you lose it, perfect. I'll most likely start giving shorts out again. So let's see if we just get this little more higher move up, which ultimately will lead to a major, major short. Yeah, that's all I have on Bitcoins.
Alrighty. Let's share over my screen. And let's get down to business. Okay. We'll start with the daily. Oh, no, you need to get off the key. All right, so on the daily, we got momentum still flipped down. It is now approaching the bearish control zone with volatility now freshly going into expansion from extreme lows. And we have the jewel playing out that sell signal where we had mentioned that it completely skipped over the neutral phase and went directly into the sell phase. And you also have bearish divergence here because you have a lower high on the jewel, whereas you have a higher high on price. And that will confirm with any close below about $75,650. And if you do confirm that, it's going to give you an easy target down to this 55 EMA, the 78.6%, which is going to be a target of losing your 38.2%, which you're basically about to do right now, as long as you're closing below $76,700. That brings you somewhere around that high 73s to low $74,000 area. I'm guessing this 55 is going to continue to go up, and these ranges will move because I don't think this low is going to be taken out. I'm not exactly like married to the idea of this low not getting taken out. I'm open to this getting taken out, but I'm more leaning towards it not getting taken out. I do see a scenario where we take out this low and then you immediately close back above and then you send it back up. But it's one of those two things right now. We're somewhere in the 74s, or maybe you can sweep the 73 low, somewhere in the very low 73s, and then send it back up. We have to see what the reaction is around that $74,000 area. And first of all, to even make that actionable, we have to see the loss of this 38.2%. Okay. 12 hours also about to lose 38.2%. You got 9 hours left to go, which is in the trading cryptocurrency line. And if you do close below 76,900, same number as before, you are likely to make your way down to the 74s. If you somehow close above this 38.2% by the daily close in the next 9 hours, then you are probabilistically going to go to 80,000 from there. Momentum is still pointed down on the 12-hour, very close to entering into the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding, and the 12-hour is giving you a sell signal currently, with the pink dropping below the yellow, and it's happening in the bullish control zone and pretty high up too. All right. 8 hours also turning into a pretty ugly dildo here. Momentum is flipped up, deviating the bearish control zone, with volatility going into contraction now, and the 8-hour jewel is losing the sell signal, but the curvature is kind of downwards. And this is turning into kind of a shooting star dildo here, with the rejection of the median, and you've lost 38.2% now. So if you do close below that 76.7 area, basically same numbers coming up across the board, that is likely going to bring you down towards somewhere around the $74,000 zone. And your first zone of support would be somewhere around like 74.8, 74.7, somewhere in that zone. All right. Let's see what else there is here. Nothing. 4 hours also ticking down right at the edge of the bullish control zone. It does look like you're about to retest the neutral zone, with volatility going back into contraction, and the jewel still giving you a buy signal. This goes along with 4 hour making its way back into the 38.2%, which likely does keep you a little bit lower as long as you close below this 38.2%. And at that point, I do think this 100 EMA is going to break, and that's what brings you down to the 74s, somewhere around 74.9 to 74.2. And that would sweep this previous 4 hour low. I would imagine there's a lot of stop losses in that area. One here and one also here. Because whenever you made this low here and you started bouncing, it made the idea that this is going to be your higher low from this one. Two hours also flipping down, very close to getting a volatility expansion to the downside. You are losing your buy signal here, it's flipping into neutral, but you do have a more bullish cross in the background with the pink above the yellow. It does lead into likely a bullish move when it does resolve. But right now, if the confirmation for lower is going to be getting a 2 hour close below about 76.1. Go to the index. 2 days also starting to flip down on momentum, with volatility at basically 0%, and the 2-day jewels losing the buy signal, flipping over to neutral. Plus, you got, I believe, bearish divergence here. Yes, you do. That will be confirmed with any close below 75,658. And if you do confirm that, that'll give you a move down to somewhere around this 21, which is right now just below $74,000. 5 days currently flipped up, approaching the bullish control zone, with volatility now expanding from 0%. And the 5 day is now giving you a very bullish cross, with the pink crossing above the yellow. And this is happening in the bearish control zone. You haven't yet confirmed this. We want to see the 5 day close to confirm this cross, but this is starting to look quite good. And if we were to mark off this 5 day bullish cross and see what these produce, and mark these off only in the bearish control zone, been a while since we had the last one. Let's take it from there. Been a while. Here is in February of 2019. Seem to only really have 1 or 2 of these in every cycle. And we'll call this the last one. Okay, let's make the HPDR disappear for a second, because these very low prices are going to be annoying. There we go. Let's see how much this was. 26.68%. Not bad. If only Bitcoin could do one of these things again. You could just chill in a 5x long and just get rich. But it's not that easy, is it? Back when it was when nobody knew TA, and it was just as simple as bidding the 5-day 21. Here, each of them led to massive upside. And basically front ran it here. About 7%, and then 6%, about 29%, and 37%. 29% is closer to that 20-ish number that we saw. This is about 45%, and might as well just take it, although I don't think these moves are going to play out. 50%, 65%, and 114%. But hey, maybe all of the stars and the planets will align. Maybe Jupiter is in Venus and opposite retrograde. I don't know what the terminology is for that one. And then maybe the monthly hidden bullish divergence will confirm, and then we'll go to new all-time highs. But all of those in order. .13%, 12.1%. As I remember back in 2021 when the bear market started, I would hear about how Jupiter was in retrograde, and that's very bad because Jupiter is the planet that resembles, or what's the word? Well, it's about money. Jupiter is about money, abundance, and money. And retrograde is bad. I'm learning these astrology terms, so then I can share them all with you, and then you can laugh. 6.95%. We'll take it about that 20-ish percent. Well, first about 15% brings us to roughly about 15-16%, about $86,000. And then if you were to take it that 20-ish percent number, somewhere around 23-24%, which brings us to about $92,000, very close to that streamline I have. And then just around 30% brings us to just below our last major lower high at around $96,700. Okay, let's keep these numbers in mind. All right. Go to 5 weekly. Weekly is currently now starting to flip down, getting back below the moving average, although this hasn't closed to confirm just yet. And this is still in positive territory, not really near the negative territory just yet, with volatility coming to 0%. Plus the weekly jewel is giving you a continuation on this buy signal. This goes along with the weekly closing back over the 21. This is the first time the weekly has closed over the 21 since price was around like $114,000. Our last major lower high was a rejection of the 21. So it is very significant that we did close above it. Although we are deviating it now, I'm not looking at that as like a very bearish move. I just want to see a little move down to this weekly 5/9 EMA, somewhere around like 74.5, 73.6, somewhere in that zone. If we go to the 73.6 zone, that would be sweeping that previous 73's low, and then ideally you want to see that weekly 9 EMA hold. If you close below the weekly 9 EMA, at that point I'm going to say that all of this is going to be thrown out the window, and you're probably going to be coming here sooner rather than later, around $60,000 and much lower. Ideally, if the week 9 still holds, though, if you come down to retest the 5/9, this area holds. Not guaranteed you're even going to test the 9, just open to a test of it. And then likely, if you do hold it, then you get another attempt at $80,000. At that point, you probably will break that and go towards somewhere around like 82 to 86,000, which would be a retest of your weekly 55 EMA. That would be a very fuck you move to see that that everyone is seeing that we closed back over the weekly 21, which was a rejection at this point, and we went higher than the 55. What if we flip it around? This time we close over the this time we get over the 21, but reject the 55. 2 week is also flipped up, now getting out of the bearish control zone, although it's still in bearish or negative territory. with volatility approaching extreme lows at 30% currently. And the 2-week jewel is giving you a fresh buy signal here in the bearish control zone. This is also pretty significant occurrence. Let's mark this off and see what this does. Let's mark it towards the sell signal. We'll take this one too. It's significant, July of 2022. And this will be the last one. Or maybe we'll get one more because we only have 3 results, 3 examples. Where's the price? Massive upside, but we're going to omit this stuff. About 30%, 29%. It's crazy that whenever you look down here, it looks like a big move, but then when you scroll out, it's nothing. (22.6%). So around that 30-ish, and then 50, 60. We're gonna omit the other ones. This was off of Luna, cryptocurrency, about 21.2%, closer to that 28% number. And then this was off the bear market bottom, about 28%. We're only going to take that number. We'll take the other one too, about 46, closer to the 50% number. And as of now, we've gone up roughly that 20% number. So if we were to see it a little bit higher towards that 29 to 30%, would bring us just about $86,000. Very, very interesting. And just for funsies, we'll take it 50%. And that brings us to just below $100,000 at $99,000. Significant numbers. Monthly. Monthly is now also getting back over the moving average. We got about 1 day and 9 hours left to go. This closing back over the moving average would be significant, but not necessarily a reversal signal, because we did have momentum getting back over the moving average over here, and you did make slightly lower low after that. But at that point, we also didn't reclaim any of our major EMAs. So the invalidation would be if we close back over the monthly 9. Excuse me. If that does happen, then I would say that we're at the very least going to be retesting our current all-time highs, because that would also confirm our monthly hidden bullish divergence. And then you're probably going to get some busting action after that. Damn, I need to sip some Coke Zero. Excuse that. Monthly is currently getting a rejection of the 5 EMA, but I'm not really looking at that as like a death blow or a nail in the coffin, as long as we are closing over $76,000. Close below $76,000, and this is going to turn into like a deviation of this previous high, SFP of this high, took all the liquidity from that zone, and then you're likely going to be taking the liquidity from this zone at around $60,000, and that's probably where you break into the 40, somewhere around that monthly 100 EMA, right around $47,000 to $46,000. And if you notice, the 100 EMA is where we bottomed out on the last bear market, exactly at that 100 EMA on the monthly, and also COVID came down to the 100 EMA. Seems to be one of those like sooner when rather than if type of things. Quarterly is also currently rejecting 9. It is brushing right up against the edge of the bearish control zone, with volatility still expanding, although it is ticking down a little bit. And you do have a fresh sell signal here on the quarterly jewel. This is one of the most bearish pieces of information at the moment. We haven't confirmed this yet. This will confirm in about 2 months, but every single time the quarterly is even flipped into a neutral, it has been a bear market. So we do have the sell signal flashing here, which is very bearish. So we do have to see if that monthly hidden bullish divergence will confirm or not. But because there is a situation where the monthly hidden bullish divergence could confirm, that would take us to our current all-time highs, maybe get a slight sweep of our current all-time highs, close below, quarterly stays on a sell signal, and then you just stop there and you just send it to hell. That would be basically what happened in like 2021. And now we will go into the RSI. Daily now has confirmed hidden bullish divergence on Tether. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.307%. And you have hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next area is the bullish control zone, which is at about 7.77%. And you do have a silver cross to the downside currently, which you are rejecting the 55. And volatility is now starting to expand just below the 15% area. It's at 7% now. 12-hour currently has a multiple rise of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 7.513%. So you're very close to invalidating that. And you're already breaking into the bullish control zone. And now you're putting in a drive of bullish divergence. Wow, amazing. This will confirm with any close over 7.152%. And if you do confirm that, you are likely going to go to 7.7 to 8%. And that would be Bitcoin a little bit lower towards the 74s. All right, 8 hour. 8 hours also putting in multiple drives of regular bullish divergence. And this will confirm with any close over 7.512. And that's going to give you a easy move towards the bullish control zone with volatility expanding from many periods to 0%. And that currently sitting at around 7.56. So it's more likely you're going to make your way towards somewhere around 7.7. It's just like 7.8. 4 hours also putting in bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over 7.444. And that'll give you a move towards about somewhere around 7.8 to 8%. And volatility is back at extreme lows. 2-day already has bullish divergence, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.291%, and you're about to hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bearish control zone. That's at about 7.6. So you have a range between 7.6 and 8.07. Let's see if we have it on Tether as well. Oh, on Tether, you're also getting that 8-hour volatility setup, but we'll see it on Bitcoin as well on the volatility chart. Yep, basically the opposite setups, where Tether is getting the 8-hour setup to the upside, and Bitcoin is getting the 8-hour setup to the downside. Plus, Tether's got some nice bullish divergence on that as well. And let's see. 2-day is also now back at extreme lows on volatility. 2 days currently also has regular bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 7.291%, and your next target is going to be somewhere around the bearish control zone to the simple moving average, and that puts you around 7.8% to 8%. Nothing. 5-day currently has bearish divergence on Tether. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 7.920%. So you would be brushing up right against that number with your current bullish divergences that you're confirming. And that would give you on invalidation and move into 9%, which is your current all-time highs. But if this does stay active, your next move is somewhere around 7.4%. And volatility is right around that expansion zone. But it was expanding for a little bit, and it started contracting again. Weekly also has a bearish divergence with volatility at 0%, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.146%, and you're right now at the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone at around 7.41%. Next zone is going to be the neutral zone, which will update, but right now it's at 6.46. Nothing here. You had some hidden bullish divergence, although it's arguable this is played out because you've already tapped the critical zone. Let's go back to Bitcoin. Daily currently has active bearish divergence on Bitcoin, whereas Tether has bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 78,670, and your next target is the neutral zone, which currently sits at about 74,800, right around that 74 zone, with volatility now back to extreme lows. 12-hour currently has hidden bullish divergence. All of this is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, and this will confirm with any close below 76,191, and then that will give you a move down to somewhere around the 74s at a minimum. And volatility is now starting to expand, and it's about to get to over 15% with that bearish divergence forming. 8 hour currently also has hidden bullish divergence. I believe this is also forming bearish divergence on the other side, and that will confirm with any close below about 75,884 with volatility just about to confirm a setup, and that is going to bring you down to somewhere around the 74s at a minimum, somewhere around 74.3, 74.5. I love to see when you have a volatility setup forming with divergence forming as well. Then it gives you a lot more bias on which direction it's going to explode. And 4 hours also putting in that bearish divergence with volatility setup approaching at below 14% or 15%. And this is going to conform with any close below 76,969, nice number. And that'll give you a move into somewhere around 74,000, somewhere around 74.4, 74.5. Not really that much lower, but it is a $2,000 move, but it's a 4 hour setup. 2-day currently has active multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 78,670, and your next target is somewhere around the simple moving average, the bullish control zone. Currently, they are sitting at about 72.5, which will update in about a day. 3 days also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 77,458 or actually 77,458, and that will give you a target down to the neutral zone at a minimum, and that's sitting at about 70,000. This will update. Let's see if this confirms. 5 days has a local top, a local bottom, entering into the bullish control zone. Not really any divergences forming here. Actually, there is. You are taking out this previous 5-day high on momentum, or price is still making a lower high, giving you possibility for hidden bearish divergence, and pretty powerful hidden bearish divergence here. I think at least 3 drives, because you have this one, and then you have your high from your all-time high, and you've taken that out as well. So giving you at least 3, maybe 4 drives of hidden bearish divergence here. But to confirm this, you are going to have to close all the way back down here to make a local bottom or local top, which will be below 65,692. But the beauty of that is that it does tell you where you're likely going to go after that, where if you close below 65,692, you're probably going to go to somewhere around 54,000. Weekly, also local bottom, you're hitting the edge of the bearish control zone. Next target would be the neutral zone, which is at 86, with volatility now primed at 13%. 2-week also has hidden bullish divergence on Bitcoin. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 65,772. You have hit the easy target, which is the edge of the simple moving average. Next target is the edge of the bearish control zone, and that level sits at about 89.7. That will update. And you had a buy signal here on the jewel in the bearish control zone. And you got monthly here with forming that fresh drive for hidden bullish divergence. You got 1 day and 9 hours left to go. So we all know there's going to be extreme fuckery in that next 1 day and 9 hours. We're going to be dancing around this point. There's 2 options I'm seeing on this divergence confirmation. We're either going to overrun it by a lot and start playing it out and close way over $76,000, or we're going to close a lot below $76,000 and start playing out the move to the downside. I don't think it's going to give anyone the confirmation and the easy move or easy entrance into writing out that divergence. More likely, it's going to already play it out, so then people start chasing it, and then they get fucked. But as of now, that will confirm with any close over about $76,000, and that will give you, on confirmation, a move to somewhere around minimum $109,000, but more likely with this volatility setup towards about $120,000, which would be right around our current all-time highs. I do think we're going to tap our current all-time highs if we confirm this divergence. I don't know if we're going to go to significantly new all-time highs. Don't know about that, but I do think we will tap our current all-time highs. Maybe even sweep them by a little bit. All going to come down to this monthly close tomorrow. And on the opposite hand, we do still have that bearish signal on the jewel, with the pink crossing below the yellow, light blue turning into dark blue, all bunched up together. Plus, this is only the second time in history this has ever happened. Plus, you're completely skipping over the neutral phase and going directly to the sell phase. So there's a couple of opposite points, but what's going to matter most is this hidden bullish divergence, if it confirms or not. Because if it does confirm, minimum 109 would be the simple moving average. And quarterly still has 3 drives of bearish divergence active. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $114,000. And your next target on that is going to be somewhere around 63.2. And 6 months still forming 3 drives of bearish divergence. If monthly confirms that hidden bullish divergence, very likely this will not confirm. But this will confirm with any close below about $93,455. If monthly confirms that hidden bullish divergence, our minimum target is about 109. So that will likely invalidate this and then probably going to send it up from there. Really, that monthly will bleed into the 6 months. So really matters a lot where that monthly will close tomorrow. Because after tomorrow monthly close, we're still gonna have 2 months left on this 6 month closure, and that gives you 2 monthly candles after a confirmed hidden bullish divergence. 2 monthly candles probably gonna start playing out, and most likely it's gonna get you back above that confirmation point, and then no longer going to confirm that bearish divergence, and then you're likely going to get the opposite move. And as of now, the critical zone is currently sitting at around $169,000. Not saying it's going there, but this level is going to update a lot of times. But safe to say it's going to be around your current all-time highs. Probably maybe even higher. And I'm going to say that I'm going to preface that by saying I am not saying we're going to all-time highs. I am saying watch the monthly close. I don't want to be taken out of context. It's going to happen regardless, though. Daily is currently flipped down. The daily also has bearish divergence with volatility back to extreme lows, very close to firing off a daily volatility setup. And you are currently flipped down as long as you're closing below $78,400, but you're still within the bullish control zone. 12 hours also very close to firing off a volatility setup. You're at about 12%, very close to confirming. And you are currently flipped down as long as you're closing below $78,500, and you are about to break into the bearish control zone. You are currently forming some possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out all of these previous lows on momentum, or price is still making higher lows, but this is going to require a close flipping momentum back up to confirm it. 8 hours also just about to fire off a volatility setup. 8 hours currently flipped up and is going to remain. Oh, it's interesting. Didn't know that was flipped up. And it is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $76,600, which we are currently below. You got about 37 minutes for the bulls to keep this up, because if this does remain up right now, this is going to confirm hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out all these previous lows. Actually, you have already confirmed because you flipped up. So once volatility starts expanding, if this is flipped up, this is going to give us that 8 hour setup to the upside. But we have to see where momentum is whenever it finally does start confirming volatility expansion. And this hidden bullish divergence does give a lot of points into the camp of the bulls. Okay. 4 hour also has a drip of life here with momentum flipping up. And 4 hour doesn't have hidden bullish divergence because you made a lower low, but 8 hour does. And 2 hours starting to flip down, going to remain down as long as you're closing below 77,600. And hourly is down as long as you're closing below 77,700. So it's going to really come down to this, if you can keep this up or not. If this flips down, 8 hours likely not going to confirm that hidden bullish divergence, and then it's going to play out that volatility setup to the downside. And just by the candles, it's looking kind of ugly, putting in a bearish engulfing dildo here. This will conform with any close below 76,191, which also would keep momentum flip down. 2 days currently also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 77,000. Let's say 77,000. Nope. Stay away. 5 day currently flipped up with volatility now expanding on a touch and go setup. We want to see closure to confirm it, but the fact that we're already at about 34-35%, seeing the closure is kind of a formality at this point, and it is basically firing off to the upside. And this is going to remain active as long as you're closing over about $67,600. And if we were to measure how much we've gone up since this volatility point, it would be right from here. We're up about 15% so far. So if you're taking the average move, which is 20 to 25%, that would bring us to about $83,000 to about $86,000, somewhere in that region. Anything beyond that is just going to be a bonus. And that $86,000 area would be a perfect retest of your 5-day 100 EMA. Okay, weekly. Weekly's volatility is now all the way back down to below 15% at extreme lows, very close to getting a weekly setup as well. But once we get volatility back over 15%, then we're going to see which direction momentum is at, and then we'll see where it's likely going to expand. But as of now, momentum is flipped up as long as you're closing over about $63,900, so just about $64,000, and you're close to breaking out of the bearish control zone too. Mainly just looking for a little retest of this 5/9 EMA and then a little busting action higher, somewhere around this 85, 86,000 region, and then that'd be a nice top. Two-week is also currently flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's almost back to extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,200. Nothing there. And the 2-week 5 is currently right around 74.5. Very interesting. Another piece of support right around that zone. And monthly is very close to giving volatility setup. It's currently at 12.63%. So once it gets back over 15%, it is going to confirm volatility expansion. And currently, it would be firing off to the downside because momentum is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below about $97,800. We have to see where this pivot goes in this next monthly open, because at that point, you will be in the critical zone and it is going to be more difficult for bears to keep momentum down. This pivot is likely going to go down. If it drops below price action, that's going to be another point of influence in the camp with that hidden bullish divergence that we're probably going to tap all current all-time highs. Really it's gonna be to not put it lightly, it's gonna be a big monthly close. Because as of right now, if we do get volatility expansion confirmed, it will be to the downside. Quarterly also currently has currently flipped down with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below about $101,000. Of course, 6-month also came down to tap the 9 EMA and getting a bounce from there. If 6-month closes over the 5, that would also confirm your hidden bullish divergence on the monthly, and then probably going to be tapping these current highs. But your 6 months is going to remain up as long as you're closing over about $71,400. So on the high time frames, it is starting to get right around that edge, not necessarily bullish just yet, but it's getting possible getting that possibility to switch over to being quite bullish towards your all-time highs. Just wanting to see that monthly close. If you can close over about $76,000, that will confirm your monthly hidden bullish divergence, and then likely in the next 2 months it is going to invalidate that 6-month bearish divergence, which is still not confirmed just yet. And at that point, with your monthly momentum pivot likely to drop based on entering the critical zone, it makes a real possibility to have monthly volatility set up to the upside at that point. And then if you add in the hidden bullish divergence, plus if you add in that Tether is putting in bearish divergence, you have the perfect puzzle for tapping at the very least your current all-time highs. But once again, I'm not saying you're going to all-time highs. I'm just saying if all of those things happen in order, then you will go to your current all-time highs. And I'm not willing to say anything higher than current all-time highs. I'm not throwing out those 130, 140, $200,000 numbers. I'm just saying 120s to 126 if all of these certain things happen. And the invalidation right now is going to be either getting a weekly close below about $64,960 for getting a move into the 80s, or for all-time highs, just get a weekly close back over 98, 97.9 by 98, or a monthly close back over $76,000 with monthly momentum flipping up. Please don't touch my computer.
Sorry, my microphone was fucking sideways and I couldn't figure it out. Thank you. That was very clear. I'm going to be super quick so we can do as many of these as possible for people, because on Friday I'm going to be gone.
Perfecto.
Thank you. I already sent you what's next on the chat for you boys, so you're ready or not get ready, whatever you like and however you work. So I'll just be as quick as possible. Listo. Estamos viendo Bitcoin. Aquí tenemos varias, es un poco de lo mismo de siempre, ¿no? No estamos viendo nada nuevo en todo esto. Una vez más, estamos volteando a ver esta tabla trimestral. Continúas en tu tendencia bajista. ¿Qué lo va a voltear? Tío, hasta que te vayas por encima de los $97,000. Entonces, no voy a voltearme a pensar que esto se va a voltear instantáneamente. Lo primero que yo necesitaría en esta tabla trimestral, pero todavía faltan 2 meses para cerrar, sería que cerrara por arriba de 78. Mensual es un poco de lo mismo, donde tienes el setup de volatilidad que empieza a empujar a la alza en lo que estás cayendo de aquí a acá. Esto dice que volatilidad en la mensual está en preferencia a que esto baje y lo va a apoyar si es que baja, pero tienes que primero perderlo. ¿Qué es la primera cosa que tienes que perder? El promedio del 74, aunque este mes, este cierre mensual, y aquí es donde tienes que poner muchísima atención en la psicología de todo lo que está pasando y lo que es hoy. ¿Hoy qué tienes? Hoy tienes a lo que ustedes llaman algo importante. Cuando ustedes llaman algo importante, ellos tienen el permiso de hacer lo que quieran con la bolsa y con tu Bitcoin y con lo que quieras. ¿A qué me refiero con ello? Que es cuando te dan esos días donde el precio de Bitcoin sube hasta acá y baja hasta acá y te dejen un rango así para después tomar el movimiento que quiere. ¿Por qué hacen esto? Esto pasó antes de que eligiéramos a Donald Trump, por ahí de agosto. Si lo pongo en la semanal, agosto del 2024. Llévame ahí, tío. Junio, julio, agosto del 2024. Esta vela de acá, ven esta vela delgadita que tiene el cierre en medio. Eso fue como una vela, una vez más, agosto del 2024. Esa gatada es lo que hicieron antes de que subiera. Ahora estoy diciendo que eso es lo que va a pasar. Vean el rango que había antes. Y esto fue antes de que llegara Bitcoin a muy alto, de 64 hasta $58,000 en solo un par de velas, ¿no? Que te dieron esto. Es el tipo de precio de acción que vamos a ver el día de hoy, ¿ok? La razón por qué vamos a ver eso el día de hoy, sencillo. Porque si en la mensual cierras por encima de $76,000, y una vez más, esto lo dijimos desde el viernes y esto lo repetimos en la clase ayer y también el lunes. Si el cierre importante son $76,000 para ir para arriba, ¿dónde crees que vamos a estar rangueando todo este tiempo? $76,000, tío. ¿Dónde estamos rangueando? $76,000. Qué casualidad que todos nosotros con nuestras compritas en nuestro teléfono estemos dejando el precio ahí, ¿no? ¡Wow! Qué inteligentes somos pensando que nosotros movemos el mercado. Definitivamente, es lo que me dijeron en la escuela. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vergas está esperando esto? Si mañana te va a confirmar, solamente piensa en esto, ¿ok? No tienes que ser un crack genio para entender esto. Es más, puedes ser un vagabundo como yo para entenderlo. Si esta chingadera mañana te da una respuesta cuando esté en 76, hoy te va a dar el movimiento fuerte a donde tenga que ir para que no te dé tiempo para nada de mañana actuar. Es lo que yo diría, ¿no? Porque imagínate, ahorita se aguanta aquí en los 76, mañana cierra por encima de 76, pasado está en 76, pues güey, te compras todo lo que puedas para ir para arriba, ¿no? Ahorita Alex y Farhan creen que vamos a ir más para arriba a corto plazo para después caer a los míticos 82 a 86. Personalmente, yo no me estoy metiendo en ese trade. Ustedes saben que mi bias es más bajista y tengo ya mi trade abierto a la baja, que en este momento se ve bien. El trade choncho con poco apalancamiento. ¿Estoy seguro de ello? Tíos, me da absolutamente lo mismo. Esto no es como que tengo la habilidad de leer el futuro. Simplemente estoy posicionándome de acuerdo a lo que pienso por los ciclos de 4 años. Nada más, le estoy dando preferencia a eso. No tenemos una respuesta todavía. La respuesta la vas a tener mañana en el cierre de la vela a las 5 de la tarde, hora Pacífico, que es cuando la vela de Bitcoin cierra y te dice, cerraste por arriba de 76, alcista. Cerraste abajo de 76, bajista. ¿Ok? Y eso es la mensual. También tienes que ver que vas a cerrar la vela de 2 meses mañana. Acá. Y en la vela de 2 meses estás debajo del promedio del 9. Has estado 1, 2 y este va a ser tu tercer mes debajo del promedio del 9. Puede que no cierres de esto. A mí esto me da más confluencia de que vas para abajo en vez de para arriba, ¿no? Y cualquier oportunidad de toque del promedio del 9 sería una joya, tío, porque no lo has tocado desde acá en enero. Entonces, tienes una vela topera en la de 2 meses, tienes instantáneo follow through, ¿no? ¿Qué más tiene por acá? Cálmate, cabrón. Tienes volatilidad, preparando un setup bueno y pues nada más. No te cuento más mamadas. Tienes podrías argumentar una mini divergencia. No, sí la tienes. Una super divergencia bajista acá en la de 2 meses con este máximo siendo más bajo que este en el RSI. Pero eso nos da igual. Nadie está hablando de la de 2 meses. La mensual está esperando a un setup de volatilidad que hasta ahora prefiere ir para abajo. Tenemos un ciclo de 4 años, de 8 años, 16 años y posible de 100, acabándose pronto. No me voy a regir cuando estoy volteando a ver Bitcoin en nada más que el de 4 años, porque es el único que importa para esta chingadera. Estamos lejos de liquidez inyectada. Pero si cerramos arriba de 76 y empezamos a ver que momentum en todas las tablas empieza a apuntar para arriba, pues, güey, podemos prepararnos para subirnos. Ya les conté al principio del programa por qué no me interesa comprar spot en Bitcoin. Ustedes cómprenlo. No les digo que no lo compren, ¿eh? No crean que estoy aquí para convencerlos de mi idea. Pero así como no tengo ninguna obligación ni tengo el por qué compartirles todas las cosas que me han hecho un chingo de dinero enfrente de todos ustedes todo el tiempo, al igual que les compartí Bitcoin, yo no tengo una agenda para hacerlos perder dinero. Puede que me equivoque porque soy un pendejo y soy humano, correcto. Pero los demás sí tienen una agenda para hacerlos perder dinero. Si no lo han notado, o sea, te lo mereces a este punto, ¿no? Porque ahí están todos. Es más, si alguien me puede hacer un favor gigantesco y grabar esta pantalla para hacer un meme digital, un meme en video, ¿ok? Bitcoiners. Nosotros los Bitcoiners somos gente bien parecida, bronceada, comemos súper bien y no confiamos en el gobierno de Estados Unidos ni en nada de lo que nos diga Donald Trump. Corte A, también Bitcoiners. Ay, Donald Trump, ¿puedes comprar por favor la reserva de Bitcoin para que tengas Bitcoin ahí? También te sigo porque Bitcoin va a subir a no sé cuánta, 10 millones de dólares porque tú me estás diciendo que lo que más quieres es Bitcoin. Gracias. Vamos a seguir para adelante, en fin. Sorry, Alex. The translation for that, just so you get it, is Bitcoiners. This is what they do. All right. And you tell me how wrong I am right here. Bitcoiners online. Yeah, brother, we're Bitcoiners. We eat well. We suntan. We're outdoorsy people. We're just better than everyone. We're really good looking, and we're outside of the system. We don't trust Donald Trump or any government whatsoever. We are outside the system. Also, Bitcoiners. Mr. Donald Trump, can you please buy Bitcoin for the reserve of Bitcoin? And also, I know the price of Bitcoin's going to go up because you're going to buy it and we're going to have it. And it's the way that you're saying that you're going to protect us from the devaluation of the dollar. You fucking morons. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. This is legit people that went to school and has written books.
Like, they live in their own paradox. It makes no sense.
Literally. None. It's crazy. So you know what? Let them, just like the cows that are about to be fucking slaughtered and have no idea, let them get in line. Fucking idiots. They deserve it.
God.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, honestly, it is. And they all say the same bullshit. All of them.
And do you know why? Do you know why? Because that's not their idea. They've been implanted that idea. Because you know what I mean? Like they're not free thinkers. Every single fucking boomer that I know that's written books that was completely against Bitcoin, that's now a Bitcoiner and suntans and it's better than everybody else, has a fund that they manage that has been in the negative for 8 years. But now they're so smart because they invested in Bitcoin. At the beginning of the show, and I posted it on Discord, I told all these motherfuckers about Bitcoin before Grant Cardone, before the billionaires, before Nayib Bukele, before all those guys. Why am I turning on it? Because these people came in and started forcing every retard to buy it once he doesn't make any more money. So what do you think is going to happen next? You have to be a complete moron to say, I want something outside of the system that is completely sponsored by the system. How stupid, how fucking stupid are you?
Like
I don't trust fiat, but I do trust the government buying Bitcoin and telling me that it's going to go up.
Oh, God.
Congratulations, everybody. You all deserve it. You all deserve all your money. Absolutely. Geniuses.
Oh, yeah. Geniuses, 100%.
It's so outside of the system that Tether just froze like $350 million of somebody's money.
Well, thank God it's not CBDCs, you know, because CBDCs are the devil, but stablecoins are fine. Legit. Do you understand? You guys are so young. If you understand how stupid everyone is right now, you're gonna be so well off by the time you're 40, 50 years old that it's undescribable. It took me forever to understand how stupid everyone was. It took me forever. Once I learned that, and I can see the news triggered so that these people have the same thoughts because they're so fucking stupid. I mean, it's made a big difference in my life, a massive difference in my life. So if you guys learn this now, you are already ahead of people, but man, you'll be ahead of, forget about 99.9%, like above the 0.001%, you'll be the 1% in that group. That's that crazy how stupid everyone is.
Wow. Yeah,
just think about it. People that write about the economy are saying that I want out of the system because Bitcoin is independent from it. But to buy it and to sell it, you have to go through the system. Now, in none of their stupid lifetime, none, not for one day, this financial system has shut down where they need to buy things with gold. Not once, but they're all prepared for that day, buddy. They're all so prepared. I got my Bitcoin and my gold. Let me tell you something, buddy. When we got a cold that went worldwide, toilet paper was completely gone from the shelves. If you would have had toilet paper and hand sanitizer, you would have made a fortune. No one gave a fuck about your Bitcoin and your gold and your shit. That all went down. Toilet paper and fucking hand sanitizer went up. For some reason, people were going to shit themselves when they had the flu. So there you have it. That's the human intelligence. So this is what these people are protecting themselves for. If there's no financial system, I don't give a fuck about your Bitcoin, dude. I'm going to go with a gun and take your ranch away so that I can eat your cows and fuck your wife. Not yours, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. And all these people most likely have a BlackRock tweet on their X about how good they are for buying. And then also when I'm 40, think of how stupider people will be.
My God.
Dumber and dumber.
I actually don't think they'll make it to then. I really think, to me, it's incredible that people leave their house in the morning and are able to make it back at night looking at this. To me, that's just astonishing already. Like fucking crazy.
Just made it home, Ed, honestly. So especially with AI, I mean, people will only just be drilling on themselves. It'll be like the scene from WALL-E, honestly. Bad, and just helpless.
Dude, absolutely. And I think it's actually even funnier because now with AI, first of all, if the Gary V bullshit, like you got to work your ass off, don't have any friends, fuck everything and just work and open a company thing that everybody thought, because Gary V is one of the stupidest motherfuckers. He's terrible at social media, but what he's good at is relating himself with famous people. So he went and paid Jessica Alba. He paid all these people to be next to them so that people would validate him. That was genius. His social media content was absolute garbage and no one would see it. And I remember because I would eclipse all those motherfuckers with my views. And he was yelling at people, go work. You don't have time. I didn't take any vacations. Yeah, my dad gave me millions of dollars, but I didn't take any vacations. I still did it, right? Incredible. That hustle culture turned people from getting a job that was completely secured. You knew how much money you were going to make a year, into retards that opened their own business, got so much more stress, got so many more problems, got worse relationships with everyone because they wanted to open their business and be like Gary Vee and all those idiots that preach that, right? Incredible. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Now comes AI. AI is going to make you $1 billion company when you do it. Every retard on a Discord that I'm a member of, for NFTs, by the way, because now they're all AI experts. They're all making something with AI or like 4 things or 5 things. They don't sleep to make those things. Who's going to buy them? No one uses them and no one finishes them. They're busier and more stressed using AI. Yeah, you can make more things, but they have less time for themselves. And then people wonder, why the fuck does everyone have cancer and it's dying? Man, what a tough question. What a tough question. Let me just fucking think about it. It's unbelievable. It actually is unbelievable. I'm telling you, the fact that these people go back home after leaving in the day and get back home at night, it's a major, how the fuck do they do that to me? Incredible. Incredible. I just wanted to say that. Anyways, sorry. Back to the charts.
Oh, gotta love it, honestly.
So the real representation of it is where you see the videos coming out of India because they just have so many people, and then you'll see how stupid people really are, where they're carrying like a really long pole, and there's obviously a power line there, and they'll just walk right into it, and they'll get electrocuted.
Oh, dude, that happens in every country. And as someone that has employed thousands of people because of the movies and other companies, just but like the movies, every movie is like 100, 200 people. I'm telling you, if I'm amazed that people know and chew their food and swallow it without like swallowing it whole. Like it's unbelievable how stupid we are as a race. Like I understand the games that they're playing on them because my God, yeah, we're independent from the system. Please do the ETF for the Bitcoin. Now do the ETF for the other one. Fucking unbelievable morons. It's insane. And I feel like a crazy person because I'm seeing this and they're like, that guy's a conspiracy theorist. Oh, anyways, back to the charts. I'll finish quickly now. I promise. Ok, perdón. Tenía que desahogarme un poco. Puta madre. Estamos platicando entonces de la mensual. Entonces, si en la mensual, damas y caballeros, ven que cerramos por encima de 76, ponte alcista, tío, y busca una zona para hacer un long. Te vas a regresar a tu tabla de 2 semanas, vas a regresar a tu tabla semanal, vas a regresar a tu diaria. Y si cierras arriba de 76, puta, qué excelente oportunidad sería cualquiera de estas dos zonas. Los 73,500 justamente aquí abajo con tu promedio del 9 y el promedio del 5 en la semanal. O tu SMA 200 en los 68,000 sería tu extremo. Puedes dividir tus entradas en 3 para asegurarte de no perderte el gran FOMO a la gran subida que va a ocurrir. Ahora, esta chingadera cierra por debajo de 76. Probablemente no te vaya a dar oportunidad de hacer corto y esta madre simplemente va a hacer esto para después hacer esto y después caer. Vas a tener oportunidad de hacer corto tal vez si regreses a los 73 y también, pues si te lo llevas de corbata, regresar al SMA 200 una vez más. Esa sería tu oportunidad de corto. Cualquiera de estas dos cosas pueden pasar. Por ahora, Alex y Parent están esperando, están viendo cómo va a cerrar esto. Creen que a corto plazo esto podría ser alcista. Yo lo veo personalmente no tan posible, pero una vez más, ellos son los expertos. Yo soy el idiota nada más que les traduce lo que ellos dicen. Nada más denme un segundito para hacer esto. Ahí, ok. Porque efectivamente tenemos este alto más bajo, tenemos este alto más bajo, aparte que esta es una vela envolvente bajista, esta es otra vela envolvente bajista, no importa cómo cierre, estoy en la tabla de 8 horas y esta volatilidad está apuntando y apunta para arriba más cada que baja el precio de Bitcoin. Eso quiere decir que probablemente el movimiento bueno venga a los 74 y ahí es donde sea la hora de la verdad. Nos vamos a llevar estos mínimos de por acá. Además, en este 74 tienes el promedio del 100 y el 200 en la de 8 horas junto. Entonces, entre 73,700 y 74, esta madre puede venir y hacer esto y llevarnos a esos altos. Personalmente, no quiero jugar esto el día de hoy, simplemente porque hoy existe la justificación para estos güeyes de subir y bajar la bolsa y lo que sea, ¿no? Una cosa que me mantiene a raya es que Solana literalmente no se ha movido. Si estuvieron ayer en el en vivo, bueno, Solana ya tiene un setup de volatilidad que está a punto de confirmar en 11 minutos y 18 segundos. Actually, Solana is going to confirm the volatility setup on the 8-hour to the downside if it closes like this in 11 minutes and 10 seconds.
That's a good
8-hour.
Because Bitcoin is starting to look, weak, honestly, another 76K.
Looks like you're about to get that breakdown.
Yeah. Yep. And it's already an engulfing bearish candle right here, just like you had right here. And simply this is the bullshit that Bitcoin does, right? Before coming down. I like this channel. It explains it really well. Because even from this mini channel, you already broke down. That was the top. I'm going to eliminate it. And now off of this channel, which that was great. That was a great run. You went to the middle. And now if you lose the 55 right here with this minimum, 73,800 is your next zone to, like you said, Alex, really, in Farhan, like this is the zone to hold. And if you don't, well, shit's cooked. But the 8-hour volatility setup keeps expanding when the candle turns redder and redder and goes deeper and deeper. So, así que
And your channel is nice there too. Like you lost the bottom side of that. That's what took us to 69K.
Yeah.
We're losing it again. You've rejected the mid range. I mean, and it looks like 8 hours in a downtrend. Yeah, that's why bulls have to push up today. Like from 76K, they got to move up. It is looking not the best still, especially with like that 4 hour.
But it's too early still. Like closing is so far away. Now, the only thing I'm taking the lead from is Solamis. Solamis gives me this close in 10 minutes. After all that period of non-volatility, dude,
yeah,
I'm going to consider this like a close case, and I'm going to wait, and it's bearish. I already have my big short with only a 10x. No big deal. No need to FOMO in more or anything like that, and just wait and see how that plays out. But this would be the lead, because Solana, in my view, is the one that's been leading at least my opinion on Bitcoin's price.
No, I like that too. That is good to watch because Sol is putting in the same setup, and if it's firing up before Bitcoin,
yeah,
and it's under the 85.30, like it's in the breakdown zone on Sol, under $85.
And I keep saying this. As long as the peso keeps doing this bullshit, the dollar against the peso, and the dollar keeps gaining on the peso, which is it does. This is bearish for the entire market. And the other one is this one. Oil. Dude, you fucking broke down from this zone, retested, came down, and now you're back above it. Now, as soon as you get above 105, you're coming back to retest highs right here. And you had a silver cross to the downside right here. So that means nothing anymore.
Well, and I thought the war was ending. I thought oil was supposed to go down. If it just hits post-war highs, then it's
Can I tell you why? That's people that read Yahoo Finance or MSNBC and don't know how to read a chart. Legit. Because if you just go on the 3-month, on the quarterly for oil, right? Let's open volatility and look at this. Let me put a little meme line on the bottom before expansion. Last time we were here, it was 1965.
Oh, well.
Yeah, 1965, dude. None of us were even born. Probably our parents weren't even born.
Was that during the whole Reagan and Iran situation?
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know, and I don't give a fuck.
It doesn't matter.
But that was the last time you saw a setup like this in oil. This is why listening to these people that read Yahoo News and Yahoo Finance is retarded.
Oh, yeah, that was just crazy. I don't know why anyone was getting bearish on oil. And we literally said, even if it goes all the way to the 70s, it'll just be a retest. And that's exactly what it did. So,
and I want to say, DXY, the dollar, let's go. Oh, there's no 1968. What a shame. I wanted to see what he did because remember, 6 months after oil breaks out, the dollar follows. 6 months. So how many months do we have right now with oil breaking up? 1 or 2? Let me see. It'll be 2 months now, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
This is the quarterly. Hang on, no, 3. So we got basically the real one is this one. This is going to be the second one. So 2, 3. So you still have another 3 months before the US dollar is going to fucking destroy everything else. And this is what? April, May, June. By July. That makes sense.
Like, where will that, if the dollar starts ripping and Bitcoin?
Oh, perfect. July, I'm heading to Europe, so it'll be free.
Well, that's concerning thing. If Bitcoin starts moving down already, is at 69K, assuming it holds that, and then the dollar starts ripping. It just is an environment that's not bullish, no matter how you look at it.
That's correct. Oh, look, as it comes down, we went from 11% to 13.89%. It wants down. Just like Solamis told us, look at Solamis, baby. Come on, let's go. Below 83. I don't fuck with this shit. Today's not a good day. And also, by the way, it can easily reverse itself. You know that, right? Like,
yeah.
Today's a fucking shit day. Either way, sorry, I promise now I'll finish and shut the fuck up. I'm sorry, guys.
Well,
I'm very
Bitcoin might take the 4-hour EMA 100 out. So that might instantly put it into a short going into the close. We'll know in 5 minutes.
5 more minutes. 5 more
minutes. And then, that still could be actionable. Like for those that are long, round tripped, but not red, we could just cover and flip short. And that was the whole idea if we're just watching carefully here.
There you go. There you go.
We're in a good spot. We'll know in 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'll pass the message. Nos faltan 5 minutitos para cerrar esto. Pueden ver que volatilidad definitivamente está expandiendo en la de 8 horas en Solana a la alza ante esta caída. ¿Cuál es la zona que les he dicho una y otra vez que si Solana pierde nos vamos al pito? 83. Estaba a punto de perder los 83. Bitcoin en esta de 8 horas les estaba diciendo, en lo que estábamos aquí arribita estaba en 11% volatilidad para los que ponen atención y ahora está en 13%, está subiendo en esta caída. Yo pondría, tienes aquí tu promedio del 55, puedes usarlo en la de 8 horas o puedes caer en la de 4 horas y simplemente ver el 100. Tienen el long acá, si están haciendo un round trip, lo único que tienes que hacer en este cierre, que faltan 4 minutos y 20 segundos, es cierras esta madre y te metes en corto en contra del promedio del 100. Yo me imaginaría que si estás cayendo con esta vela ahorita y te da tiempo, te debería dar un retesteo aquí a la parte del canal, porque efectivamente has visto que el canal que tengo acá es lo que ha llevado a la pauta de todo, ¿no? Tu máximo siguiente, que es básicamente lo mismo, pero un poco más bajo que este, y tienes velas bastante agresivas a la baja. Entonces, para mí es lo que les estaba diciendo. Yo no estoy en este campo de que vamos a ir a los 86 cuando todo el mundo está volteando a ver una zona. Me encantaría que fuera ese el caso. Pues normalmente no pasa. Entonces, ¿y por qué? Porque la gente es tan idiota que cree que ellos tienen su propia idea de esto cuando se las insertaron, ¿no? Pero una vez más, puede pasar. El día de hoy, esta gatada puede hacer esto, ¿no? Porque hoy se justifica, porque tienes la Reserva Federal y la verga, y con eso, pues en mi cabeza, la gente está moviendo el mercado exactamente como tiene que moverse. Pero una vez más, debajo de 76,000, este cierre mensual va a ser muy negativo para Bitcoin, ¿ok? En la de 8 horas, se los cuento una vez más, vela envolvente bajista, no importa cómo cierre esta vela. Está cerrando bajo el promedio del 34, está haciendo un SFP después de haberlo aguantado todo este tiempo. El 55 no lo usas para trading, siguiente oportunidad serán los 74. Eres alcista en Bitcoin, espera que esta chingadera se detenga cuando llegues acá y esto te pueda dar ese rebote, pero lo que yo contaría, si soy un apostador de bien, o como se dice, un especulador de bien, que pegue aquí, que pegue acá y que después se vaya a la chingada así. Es lo que yo estaría esperando, básicamente, que regrese a mi canal y vaya a la baja. Una vez más, Solana es el que lleva la pauta para esto. Todavía faltan 2 minutos con 22 segundos para cerrar esta vela, también la de 4 horas, ¿no? 4 horas también. Y obviamente la de 4 horas, según yo, te va a cerrar al límite de esto, ¿no? El promedio del 100 justo está en los 75,870. Vamos a darle 2 minutos para cerrar este pedo y ver cómo le va exactamente a Bitcoin. 2 minutitos. Está intentando pelear, recuperar, aguantar. Voy a dejarlo en la de 8 horas para ver volatilidad. Volatilidad continúa en ese 13% a la baja. Parece y tiene cara de que efectivamente nos va a hacer la jugada por acá. Vamos a ver, porque igual y de aquí se agarra y ahora sube. Se los digo, esto van a hacer lo que vayan a hacer, ¿ok? Y el juego de esto es que no sepas a dónde van. Recuerda, no estás moviendo tú el precio con tus $32 en Bitcoin y yo con mis 20 centavos en Bitcoin. Entonces, 1 minuto 30 segundos para verlo. ¿Cuál es el resumen de toda la historia de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros? Estás en una tendencia bajista. Para poder revertirla, en realidad tienes que subir a los 98. Una vez que revientes los 98 al alza, cambio completamente de opinión. Puedes disfrutar de longs una vez que estemos arriba en los 76 en el cierre de mañana, el cierre mensual, el cierre bimestral, que son 2 meses también. Con eso arriba de 76 podemos empezar a ponernos a hacer más longs que cortos. Esa es la idea. Siempre acompañar la tendencia, recuérdenlo. Y ahorita pues pueden ver que está subiendo. Justamente faltan 50 segundos y en la de 4 horas lo pone perfectamente aquí. Va a aguantar tal cual este cierre, como les estoy diciendo. Pero es que son ustedes, brother. Está aguantando ahí 40 segundos, 30 segundos. Debajo de esto, la siguiente vela probablemente es la que nos diga dónde vamos para los siguientes 4 horas. ¡Qué hueva! Yo, una vez más, para todos ustedes que también están, los veo en el chat, Ramón, Elías, etcétera, que están también en el corto con 10X, ahí yo sigo plantado, cabrones. No me muevo. Y ahorita estamos bastante en verde. Así que si alguien de ustedes lo ve y dice, güey, ya llevo un rato aquí, me voy a salir, salgan también, no tiene nada de malo. Yo me voy a aguantar todavía. Solana está rebotando un poco. Quedan 4, 3 segundos. Vean cómo exactamente va a cerrar ahí. No, güey. No, güey. ¿Cómo? Es que ¿cómo? Y ahora va esta a ir para abajo y luego subir. Vamos a ver. Tuviste el cierre literalmente en el promedio del 100. Alex, did we close under or above the 100?
Under
It's
it.
like on it.
Yeah. Let me see.
Do you see it?
Oh, let me see.
Hang on. I keep drawing.
Let me go to the index.
This is bullshit.
So yeah, it did lose it. And we lost 76K.
I mean, we closed under.
Yeah, I lost it. So that instantly cancels our short. I'll post on the Discord because that now has an implication that the daily is going to actually lose the EMA 100, which is something you don't want to get lost. That'll start really, again, opening up the aggressive short rule. And with a daily candle forming like today, right, it's like this, you're starting to now see the steps, or 8 hours left to go for the daily, but it's going to be very, very hard for bulls to pick this up now, honestly. All while you have just taken out potentially that, not yet, you haven't taken out the 4 hour low yet.
Well, first,
I'm opting for yesterday's low to get taken out and the 4 hour EMA 100 to get lost. So you've lost it so far. You'll be looking for maybe a move up to the 4 hour 9. And as long as today's, as long as that high right around that 77,800 is not taken out, this is now going to be more likely to come down to that 70.
Yeah, I think you do get a little retest of this channel with the final dump. But I'd say this: the close of the candle is lower than these, and it's lower than anything until these candles on the from the 21st. So I'd say that to me is point for bearishness on the 4 hour. Then when I look at the close, it definitely closed underneath the 100, but by nothing, which that would make blind people that are bullish more bullish and think this is definitely going to go up. This is just the get all the late, like anyone that's shorting right here, get him the fuck out. Solana, let me get back to the 8 hour. Did it confirm the volatility setup? It did. So now it's at 20%. It's coming down right now just simply on this pump. You also have a brand new silver cross to the downside. So you can come all the way to 84.23 and then reject, which puts you, by the way, at that point right here, which is, I mean, you see it, support, kind of, rejection. So no bueno. I would say there's more points to the downside than to the upside, but I would expect also 8 hours finally expanding on Bitcoin on the, after this engulfing bearish candle, the red one, and
I just posted on the Discord.
Yeah,
I agree with you now. And like, yeah, you're rallying up, but like, are you just going to BR, bearish retest 76,000? We literally cannot forget the 4 hour wick high is like just very easily on March 16th. That rejected 76K. And in one 4 hour candle took you down to 74,000.
Yeah.
So we're now in a bad spot for bulls. This was like, that was my big criteria. And you know, the 4 hour losing the EMA 100 and 76K is just implications for a bad daily. And so I don't see any reasoning on holding longs if our whole basis was a 4 hour EMA 100 retest, which now hasn't been invalidated. Yes, you got a almost 3% bounce off of there, but it just didn't hold. And sometimes that's just how it goes with trading markets. The criteria, though, has to be always met. And the long criteria is not being met anymore. With after this last 4 hour, and also
you had a beautiful
too, is looking very concerning.
I'd say on the 4 hour, you had a beautiful silver cross to the upside that was not fucked with from April 6th. So basically 25 days ago. And right now you're about to silver cross to the downside. Again, Solana already did it. So your 9 is at 76,500, 76,600. That could be the opportunity to unload the position right now on the long, and could be a great opportunity to reshort right there.
Because even the 8 hour too it literally is putting in bearish retest. You're at an 8 hour sell. Next target for me is 74.1.
Yeah.
So
yeah, right here.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, I'm going to cancel the Academy long. I'll post a Discord short, and once the daily EMA 100 is actually lost for us, that's when the ETA can short. I think the 4-hour and 8-hour can be more a Discord short. It's more aggressive, and even our long right now is not red, so you can just cover it if you didn't close, let's say, on that move up, which is something I'm going to do now. Because again, we don't need to be right. It's just the trigger was long and now it's invalidated. If, let's say, today we get back above 76K on a 4-hour, EMA 100 reclaim, that signals chop. And we're just most likely chop.
Yeah, rather than anything else. I pay attention to this silver cross in the next 4 hours for the next close. Because if it does play out, and also seems like volatility in the 4-hour does want to support the move to the downside. I'll keep an eye on this one. But on the 8-hour, it's already playing to the upside with a downside move. So I would stick to that. All righty. I'll finish this in 2 seconds now so I can pass it on to you guys. I'm sorry. I keep saying that, but this was interesting.
No, but this is good stuff, honestly, because it's better they hear it now than just me posting something on Discord.
Yeah,
everything we're doing is very logical, and it's funny you bouncing from even taking out yesterday's low, but now things are shifting to bearish, more bear territory, and it's very likely now you take out yesterday's low and actually start breaking down. Now again, could change into tonight, maybe chop city then ensues, but I'd rather not need to be right and just cover the trade if it's slightly green or at break even now.
Hey, motherfucking man, let's do this. Okay. Acá pueden ver, estoy viendo la de 8 horas y aquí es donde me voy a quedar. 1, ya tenemos nuestra volatilidad expandiendo con este movimiento a la baja. Eso quiere decir que trae más fuerza a la baja que a la alza. 2, segunda cosa a notar, y esto es lo que quiero que hagan cuando estás analizando algo. Puede que el cierre de esta vela sea más alto que este, ¿ok? El bajo, el mínimo. Pero el cierre de la vela como tal es más bajo que las últimas, ¿ok? Es lo que voy a poner atención siguiente. Siguiente, tengo una vela envolvente bajista justamente acá que se come todas estas velas. Tío, instantánea confirmación en la que siguió, ¿ok? Pero ¿qué fue lo que hizo al principio? Abrió, subió y después bajó y te confirmó la vela, el movimiento bajista. Tienes otra vela bajista, estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja en la de 4 horas y tienes el promedio del 9 por debajo del 21, lo que señala debilidad. Y el 9 está a punto de cruzar el 34 a la baja y estás perdiendo el 34. Tu SFP parece ser este. Esto debería darte acá un rechazo para continuar cayendo y siguiente nivel van a ser los 74. Alex les mandó el update del trade que estaba él platicando de. Yo me quedé tal cual por esto. Simplemente paciencia paga, cabrones. Paciencia paga. Voy a la de 4 horas. Tienes el cierre oficial debajo del promedio del 100, es por nada. Tienes que poner muchísima atención a esto. Esta es una gatada, ¿no? Porque lo tienes por nada. La gente que lo ve y que es alcista y que ya tiene el pre-bias de ser alcista dijo, güey, esto va para arriba, sin lugar a dudas. Yo no. Yo lo único que estoy viendo en esta tabla de 4 horas, perdón, mi volatilidad está acá, es lo siguiente. Estoy a punto de tener un cruce plateado acá, a la baja. Ese cruce plateado a la baja, el último que tuve a la alza ocurrió aquí atrás, acá, el 6 de abril, hace 25 días. Entonces, aguantó bastante bien el cruce plateado a la alza, qué chingón, y ahora se va a dar a la baja. ¿Qué pasa en el siguiente cierre de 4 horas? Si el siguiente cierre de 4 horas se da como pensamos, deberías de venir acá a los 76, más o menos donde está el promedio del 976,600, pegar, rechazar y caer. Es lo que yo estaría esperando. Y voy a tener mis ojos bien peladitos en esta volatilidad en la de 4 horas para ver exactamente qué es lo que me está dando. Pero la de 8 horas ya está expandiendo. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando? Sencillo. Estás esperando a ver cómo cierra esta vela. Si esta vela llega acá, puedes abrir un corto. El pedo de este corto, y es lo que les estaba diciendo cuando empecé, es que ya tienes tu invalidación bastante arriba. Entonces, yo personalmente ya tengo mi corto, estoy jugando el mismo corto de antes, me salí de los demás, ¿no? Y también de mis longs, y es la única operación que traigo ahorita. Estoy esperando, yo no quiero jugar el día de hoy extra, no le quiero agregar con todas las pendejadas que pueden hacer. Este movimiento al alza puede que no se dé y simplemente caiga. La siguiente zona de interés para todos ustedes, vean el gráfico de 8 horas para no hacerla tanto de pedo, es acá. Tu promedio del 100 y el 200, en la zona de los 74 planos, más o menos promedio. Tienes el el 100 en los 74,100 y el 200 en los 73,700. Aquí es donde esperarías que puedas tener un rebote, regresar al 55 para rechazar e ir a comer mierda. Si es que va a ser bajista, una vez más, esto, el día de hoy, ellos tienen permiso a hacer lo que sea. Todas las tablas te enseñan, y es por eso que les digo, la manera más fácil de engañar a todo el mundo es con las noticias. No entiendo nada. El petróleo me dijeron que va a ser bajista porque ya subió. El petróleo va a bajar porque vi mi tabla en Yahoo Finance que solamente me pone todo con arcoíris, ¿no? Pero cuando volteas a ver el petróleo, cabrón, en la trimestral, y volteas a ver volatilidad, este setup de volatilidad tan bajo del 27% no lo habías visto desde 1965. O sea, yo creo que ni mis papás habían nacido en ese entonces, no tengo ni puta idea, ¿eh? No crean que sé lo que estoy hablando. Pero no lo habías visto en 80 años en el petróleo. Pero te están diciendo que el petróleo va a bajar y se va a regresar para abajo, ¿no? No puedo creer que me falló por $1 esto. Felicidades a todos los que sí entraron, cabrones. Ya vi que tú sí entraste, Ramón. Eres un pinche crack. Crack. Y una vez más, ¿qué pasa cuando el petróleo sube? 6 meses después, damas y caballeros, 6 meses después, el dólar lo acompaña con la misma fuerza. Una vez más, no estoy adivinando, esto es lo que pasa cada que estas cosas pasan, ¿ok? Y simplemente me voy a quedar con eso yo. Ustedes están jugándole alberga en Bitcoin ahorita en este entorno, perfecto. Tienen que saber, mañana la mensual arriba o abajo de 76 es lo que dicta a dónde vamos. El día de hoy es un día donde va a haber demasiado juego pendejo, pero ¿qué estás viendo? Una vez más, acercándote en la de 8 horas y es donde me voy a quedar. Tu volatilidad con esta expansión a la baja, tienes esta vela envolvente bajista. Una vez que cierres por debajo de los 75,700, que es el mínimo de esta vela, una de 8 horas, tío, esto se va a derretir al promedio del 100 como mínimo, ¿ok? Y puede que tu oportunidad esté en el 55 de vuelta o puede que simplemente ya se derrita y a la verga. Y ahorita la narrativa general es hacerte creer que nunca van a bajar los intereses. Y si nunca van a bajar los intereses, ¿cómo va a llegar dinero gratis a Bitcoin de acuerdo a lo que te han enseñado últimamente cómo funciona la economía? No se puede, ¿no? Es justo eso. Entonces yo me imaginaría que ese juego pendejo lo van a seguir jugando. Simplemente para mí es cosa de esperarme, ver cómo cierra mañana, ver lo que pasa. Ya yo estoy literalmente en mi corto aquí arriba que les compartí. Me da absolutamente igual cómo esté jugando esto. Disculpen, no sé por qué me metí a esa pinche tabla. Y lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? Entonces, una cosa más. Esta zona en donde estás ahorita es esta zona de rechazo, donde subiste el 17 de marzo hasta los 75 y después te rechazó este punto. Subiste acá. Si esto es un SFP, tienes que entender esto. Si esto es un SFP, lo voy a hacer en la de 12 horas para que se vea más limpio, pues tienes que llevarte este mínimo del que viene de acá. Ok, y ese está en los 64. Entonces yo voy a holdear con cojones este corto si llega a confirmarme que vamos para abajo y que esto simplemente fue un SFP. Y ya, es lo único que tengo para ustedes. La tabla de 12 horas también tiene volatilidad a punto de expandir con este movimiento a la baja. A huevo. Güey, quienes estamos en corto, esto empieza a darnos luz, pero también no nos podemos emocionar todavía. Hay mucho camino por recorrer, hay muchas mamadas y muchas gatadas que pueden jugar, pero pues por eso apostamos con poco apalancamiento a este movimiento. Vamos a seguirlo y ver cómo nos va, damas y caballeros. Sin más ni más, los dejo con Alex para que nos dé, vamos a ver qué. What do you got, Alex?
Let me flip it over. It's Domino's, DPZ.
Get out of here. It's Domino's Pizza?
And actually, shockingly, looks terrible. Like, I didn't think it looked this bad. Like, let me zoom out. Look at that monthly EMA 100 loss for the first time ever. Terrible.
What?
And I don't know why, honestly. I didn't think it was that bad. Maybe Pizza Hut's killing it. Does Pizza Hut have a stock? No. All right,
No.
Just, yeah. So, like, you can just see, like, the question was more long-term investing, which is okay. I can see why you're wondering that, specifically when you're, really testing, like, 2023 lows, 2021 lows. But for me, I mean, something, massively has invalidated on this chart, which is that monthly EMA 100. This chart's so weak too. If you throw the monthly 5 on, you can just see that is where we rejected. That was at $374. You got a loss of support. You broke down ever so slightly, overshooting the EMA 100, getting the bearish retest. This is fully in bear territory. Technically speaking, the next objective would be towards the monthly SMA 200 at $226. Now, we've never even tested this. It just started to populate in 2021. You're looking to invest in dominoes. In all honesty, this would be the best spot. You throw on the HBDR, you can see, okay, perhaps the meme line here, if we look at May, June low of 2023, perhaps it, will hold around the $300 psychological number. But per the HBDR, you can see, I mean, you are losing the 78.6%. Next move is the 88.3. That is at essentially 306. So very near that $300 area. But if you don't hold this, look at the next big drop down right into the monthly SMA 200, which is technically the target here per the EMAs, SMAs, and that is at the 95%. More likely than a great bounce will occur here. So, right, to answer the where should you invest, always the extremity. And this is telling you the monthly SMA 200 is most likely the extremity. Confluence with a monthly volatility setup. Really, for some reason, Domino's is not looking good. It's in a massive bear market.
Dude, you have volatility setups on all time frames to the downside, and the quarterly is like about to give you the biggest one on all of its history too. It's the only one missing to really trigger. All of the other ones are ready.
And even this quarterly, I mean, saying more likely to move down to the 290s.
It's kind of funny how this thing never even had like a COVID dump, and now it's bearish.
Nuts.
Yeah, actually, that's a good
People
point.
still need to eat during COVID.
That's a good point.
Well, back then they got free money. Now the free money is gone, dude. So people are eating their children or their Bitcoin because it's outside of the system.
I'm making myself some ledger soup.
Yeah, I mean, so it just looks bad. And I mean, even here, the next objective would be testing these lows. So it just seems likely 300 next up. And that's, if you're going to be investing in this, you could, maybe nibble at 300, but your argument would be that we're just in a range. And volatility is saying we're not, we're breaking down. Like you could be betting on this, similar to price action here and here, was just a range a little bit. But notice here, monthly volatility wasn't giving you a setup. Here, it did give you a setup once you hit the lows. That was at, 320? And then it fired off to the upside. But you can see we're holding above the monthly 34. So it was giving a volatility setup. You did hold the extremity low, and you moved up. Quite the opposite's occurring here. And that's why, again, just look for the monthly SMA 200. It's 95%. We can keep looking here quarterly, as Alejandro mentioned. Insane. Can't believe we're potentially going to confirm that in 2 months, a volatility expansion. Even if we don't confirm it, will just mean we're contracting more, leaving that, looming essentially a massive volatility setup, the biggest one the quarterly's ever experienced. Viewing the HBDR, you can see you are in a quarterly breakdown. Yeah, next target is not right into that $300, specifically 293. But again, what we're noticing is on all these time frames per the HBDR, once you lose like $300, you do just aggressively drop down to like 200s. And that is what I did see just per the meme lines. Once you lose this region, there's really nothing but air until like 220. So we kind of are seeing that as well. Let's look at the bi-monthly here. And nothing actually. You can see this bi-monthly is actually closing going into May. And you are just getting into a fresh bi-monthly sell trigger. Now, you very well could get a bounce here, but this most likely results into just a bearish retest. If you get that at all, the target is still right into the EMA 100 on the bi-monthly. And look at this. In one day, it could actually confirm a bi-monthly volatility setup firing off. This is the biggest volatility setup you've had in this chart's history. So no matter how you look at it, it's not really looking the best. Your best scenario is you bounce from 300s, but then even a bounce all the way up to the 390s could just be a bearish retest. You are in lower low posturing here, and so lower high could definitely, could be the outcome the next 2 months. But again, back to your question, where should I invest in? Weekly saying this is in a no investment zone, right? As long as you're under that bi-weekly SMA 200, you really cannot be bullish on this chart or even be looking for upside. So you don't want to be the person buying the wrong dip. And so again, that's why I still stand on, I don't think it's worth playing the weeklies, dailies, anything, less than a monthly here. And the monthly and bi-monthly are saying 220 to 240 is more likely. You'll use $300 psychological number as kind of your big zone here. If you do get multi-month consolidation on 300, that could be the argument on maybe moving up to 380s again. But really, it's not really until you get back above, at this current point, like $423, where this chart can actually start busting up towards the 500, 540. And remember, it's going to start with the monthly getting back above the EMA 100. As long as you're under it, this is going to be massively bearish and more likely to move down to the monthly SMA 200 with, sadly, even volatility confirming that. And even the HBDR is showing pretty massive ranges to the downside. Yeah, I mean, fresh breakdown on the bi-weekly. Just look at the next drop down here, 279. Why you want to be watching, and investing in the right spot? What I'm basically saying is the ranges are telling me like you can easily move down 15 to 10% from here. So you want to be buying the right dip. And for me, I would rather just wait on the monthly SMA 200 because at least I know if we end up coming down all the way, lose 300, reject, and I start nibbling here, if we start losing that, I'll just cut the trade. Everything has an invalidation, even investing, and I need to be buying a dead chart. So that at least leaves me with, we at least need like 30 to 32% more down, then I could start investing in this chart. And I'm basically playing 2019 low. And that low is what took you to the all-time high. So as long as that holds in confluence with monthly SMA 200, that seems like a very logical place to be investing. Not here, not freshly on a breakdown and not freshly on a macro expansion volatility to the downside. And again, if you're not going to wait for the monthly SMA 200, then you have to wait at minimum for a monthly EMA 100, which at current market price means you have to get a 8% bounce and it needs to close above. You need to hold that for 2 to 3 months. That's when you can actually start maybe nibbling on some investments here. Or maybe a shot back to around 420s, like 430s. But yeah, 220 seems like the better spot. You're looking just solely on investing this chart because that is what just the setups are giving me. Move back to the monthly SMA 200. You never hit that before. You ideally will get some big reaction there, and that's very near, 2019 lows essentially. And that's the same lows that took you to the all-time high. So
and by the way, you look at this chart, you're like, dude, something's got to be fucked, right? Because this is a quarterly Pizza Hut chart. Like, how can it be that no one can afford to buy Pizza Hut? But I'm sure people are justifying like, no, because we're Bitcoiners now, we eat healthy and we take the sun, right? But you're looking at this chart and remember your question, which was, how the fuck are people bearish on oil, right? Like, how is that possible when you look at a chart and that setup? Those same people are looking at this. This is the only chart that they put on Yahoo Finance on the top part, the NASDAQ. And they're like, dude, the stock market is up because they don't know how to read a chart. These economists. I don't know why. It's crazy to me. But that's why they're bullish. That's what they're telling everyone, that this is all bullish. Because these people are looking at that and saying, dude, look how bullish it is. Now, Oklo, how down is it? Let's see. Only 67%. Circle. And by the way, Circle is going to go back to my entry and below. 60, because I sold 69%. Coinbase is sold, like I already made money on these two, and people would have wished to sold when I did. Coinbase is down only 60%. Tesla is down, and it's a Mag 7 stock, right? 25%.
That's that current
Well,
market.
Ravian.
That's crazy.
Ravian and Lucid, I'm not going to count. Let's see. Jack in the Box. He's down. Again, food that you can buy anywhere. 90%. Not bad. I'm not going to count the Enovix because this is a disaster. Roblox. Some shit that kids buy. It's only down 63%. Palantir. 35%. Well, Nike, again, whoever is buying this long term, it's the new BlackBerry. You're down 75%. Humana, health insurance, medical. It's down 60% with a down of 70% and still going to trend down. But dude, listen, the markets are high. They're up. It's bullish because the one chart that they showed me on Yahoo Finance for kids is bullish. That's why oil is bearish, my friend. That's why.
The top 7 stocks have delivered, I think, 50-something% of the total S&P returns.
And even those, dude, you look at Apple is up, right? But Meta's down. Disney's down. Nvidia's up, but like double top kind of deal, maybe. Amazon's up. Microsoft's down. And Google's up. Like, they're not all up. You know? It's like 3 stocks that are up.
Yeah. It's like 400, 3 stocks are the S&P 500 and 497 hedges against those 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is why it's so easy to get these retards that repeat all the news. They show them their charts for kids, you know, and then on Yahoo Finance, they're like, dude, the market's at an all-time high. But then you talk to people on the street and they're like, man, I don't know what I'm doing wrong with my portfolio. Everything is down. Well, yeah, because everything is down, you fucking retard.
This is why
so
that makes Domino's Pizza then is just no different than something like that. It's just going down, and only a few stocks are holding up. But how is Chipotle? Oh, down.
That's going to be next. But yeah, dude, like, and look at the place to buy. It's right here. So you don't even have to analyze it, but we'll do it afterwards. But everything is down. Like the market, it's an all-time high. Anyone that says that, you either need to slap in the face or realize how big of a retard that person is. Like, you know, when you're a kid, they give you floaties and they put them on your arms and you're floating like a retard in the pool and you look completely stupid. Those people need floaties for real life, for their economic plans, for their finance plans. They need floaties because if they told you that this is an all-time high market, they need floaties.
Yeah. All-time high market. That sounds about right.
Unbelievable. Pero bueno, estábamos diciendo, ¿no? Vieron todas las acciones, todo lo abajo que están, pero los mercados están en altos históricos. Es la misma gente que dijo que el petróleo era bajista, ¿no? Con el setup de volatilidad más potente que hemos visto desde el 1965. ¿Por qué? Porque en Yahoo Finance te enseñan tus tablas para niños con retraso mental. O no. Vamos a ser más sencillo. ¿Ves cuando vas a jugar boliche y que te ponen las cosas para el canal, para que cuando tires la bola no se vaya al canal? O cuando estás chiquito y que vas a la alberca y que te ponen los flotis, ¿no? Las chingaderas esas en los brazos que te hacen parecer como idiota cuando estás chiquito flotando en una alberca. Esa gente que te dice que la bolsa está en altos históricos ahorita necesita flotis económicos, ¿ok? Para que los veas. O un zape o flotis económicos. Todo, hasta Domino's Pizza, Chipotle está en la mierda. Domino's Pizza está bajo 41%. Ustedes en el chat me preguntaron, Ale, todos los pacos están diciendo que estamos en una recesión o que vamos a una recesión. Tíos, ¿qué tan tarde van cuando toda la bolsa está bajo 60, 80, 90%? ¿Qué tan tarde van? ¿Qué tan tarde van? ¿Pueden entender lo que les digo o no? No, voltea y pon a toda la gente con los flotis a pensar que el mercado está en altos históricos porque un índice o dos están en altos históricos. Y todos estamos en altos históricos. Después de decirle retrasados mentales a todos, this is my fault. I'm sorry, boys. 1 second. Getting back to it. After I called everyone a retard, I went and did a retarded thing. So there's karma right there. Well, karma doesn't work like that, but let's call it that. That's what I get. That's how I'll call that. Okay. Después de decirle a todo el mundo un retrasado mental, ahí voy y hago una cosa de retrasado mental. Felicidades, Alejandro, pero es lo que me merezco. Vientos. Domino's Pizza está abajo 40%. ¿Dónde debo de invertir? Esta es una gran zona, tío. Nunca en la puta vida Domino's Pizza ha estado debajo del promedio del 34, ¿no? En la trimestral. Y es justamente lo que estás viendo acá. Tiene cara de que algo va a parar. Si volteas a ver tu tabla trimestral y volteas a ver volatilidad, está a punto de darte un setup aquí, el más grande de toda la puta historia en esta tabla. Pero, ¿eso es todo? No. Si vienes a la mensual tiene un setup de volatilidad a la baja, el más grande que ha tenido en toda la historia, tal vez. Es más, tenemos que ver eso. Es el más grande que ha tenido en toda la historia. ¿Qué tienes aquí abajo? El S&P 200. Personalmente, si le voy a meter esta chingadera, lo haría hasta ahí. Aquí, básicamente, y puedes poner una línea meme acá, en los 250. De los 250, ¿cuál sería el siguiente nivel? Básicamente este acá de los 211. Depende de qué tan impaciente seas o no. Vamos a ver qué tanto es que baje desde el tope ahí. 55%, tío. Estas mamadas pueden bajar 80, 90% en este tipo de ambiente. Se los digo una vez más. Todo el mundo me está diciendo en el chat, güey, ya todos los pacos están hablando de recesión. Ahora, no le puedes llevar la contraria a todo. Estos idiotas vienen un año tarde a este tema. ¿Me entienden? No es que estén llegando y sean sofisticados. Ya todo está en la mierda. Ya ahorita que te está volteando a decir tu paco favorito que la economía está de la verga, pues tío, ya me comí todas las bajadas y me sigues diciendo que el mercado está en altos históricos, ¿no? Y eso es porque nadie aprende a ver simplemente con sus ojos y a sentir lo que está pasando. En vez, me tienen que decir qué es lo que tengo que decir y por ende la van a cagar todos ellos y todos ustedes escuchándolos a ellos. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿dónde está tu oportunidad a largo plazo para inversión en esto? Puedes dividirla en 3, ¿no? Puedes decir, güey, ¿qué pedo si esto aguanta aquí? Personalmente, yo no compraría esto, igual que tampoco Jack in the Box, que fue un chiste. Pero, ¿quieres invertir en esta mamada? Yo diría 2.90, 2.50 y 2.11. Y puedes eliminar esta que yo creo con el setup de volatilidad mensual que tienes del punto más bajo, setup de volatilidad más cabrón que has tenido en no sé cuánto tiempo, ya rompiendo el promedio del 200, que nunca lo habías hecho en la historia de Domino's Pizza, tío. Nunca. También en la semanal tienes la misma cosa con un setup de volatilidad hasta la diaria. O sea, no te falta en una sola de estas cosas un setup de volatilidad. Voltea a ver la mensual. Es más, no voy a quedar en la mensual, voy a irme a la de 2 meses. Y en la de 2 meses también tengo mi promedio del 100 ahí. Y vamos a ver esto porque cierra hoy. Cerrando hoy esto, va a darle chance a estas bandas de bajar. 88%, 95% está acá en los 208. Yo creo que eso, justamente el plan tal cual como te lo estoy dando. También la de 2 meses está a punto de dar un setup de volatilidad del punto más bajo en toda la historia de esta tabla. Pero bueno, la bolsa está en altos históricos. Con sus tablas de los Teletubbies en Yahoo Finance, pendejos. Yo ni siquiera entraría aquí. A la verga. 250, 211 y pues si te da algo más abajo, que sería más o menos los 167, vale. ¿Puede bajar más de eso? Por supuesto. No sé qué, ahora sí, sé qué está pasando. Tenemos el problema de deflación gigantesco. Estas madres no las conozco, no sé cómo les vaya a ir, sobre todo en un cambio de paradigma tan grande como con la IA y cómo están cambiando todas las tiendas y el cómo gasta todo el mundo y etcétera. Y una vez más, crean productos, necesitan empleados, tiene que haber un proceso deflacionario gigante en lo que cambian y ponen robots a que hagan todas las pizzas, etcétera. No tengo ni puta idea. Esta empresa vale 11,000 millones de dólares. No mames, debería de valer máximo 1,000 millones de dólares. Entonces, a mi gusto, ¿no? Vamos a ver cómo le va. Vamos a ver cómo le va, pero pues ahí lo tienen, Domino's Pizza. Farhano, we're ready for yours. I'm sorry. I was a little carried away.
FRPT. which is fresh pet. I've never heard of this before.
It's supposed to be fresh food for your pet. But how about this? You fucking cook that food.
Yeah, you take your lazy ass into the kitchen and you cook some food. Cook some real food.
Motherfuckers. That's what I do. That's what we do for Vinny the Pitbull. He eats better than I do.
And all our kitties as well.
Yeah, good. That's the way it's supposed to be. This shit's fucking going down. Wow.
Okay, can you stop jumping on me, please? All right, we'll start with the monthly on this. So on the monthly, we do have momentum starting to flip up, but it's still in the zero area, so it's not necessarily positive or negative here, with volatility at basically 0%. And you have the monthly jewel now approaching the bearish control zone on a buy signal. Let's go back to the price. And the price, you are currently getting a slight rejection from this 100 EMA, and I believe you're back below the median as well. Yeah, the median's at about $66. So as long as you're closing below that median, it is more likely this is going to be your next lower high in a series of lower highs. At that point, you probably get into the bearish retest somewhere around this cluster of EMAs, and then from there, you're probably going to come down to this, bottom 38.2% at a minimum for a little bounce at around $54. And then from there, I'd expect the loss of the 38.2% target, which is at 78.6, and that'd be at around $30, which is more than 50% down from where we are now. Okay, let me zoom out. And we currently do have a silver cross to the downside, which we are rejecting on the monthly and getting some fall from that silver cross. I believe, yeah, we also put in a massive shooting star dildo here. Bearish engulfing dildo, my bad. Two-week is also starting to flip down. It tried to flip up at the edge of the bearish control zone. The fact that it failed here, didn't even make it to the moving average, makes it more likely that on this next attempt, it is going to break into the bearish control zone with volatility expanding also. Plus, you've lost the 38.2%, and as of now, you are still below that area. Not only that, but you're below the 5 and the 9 EMA, which as long as you close like this, you are probabilistically going to come to this bottom 78.6%, which is right now at around $48.50, somewhere around $50, somewhere in that zone. And that is going to be brushing up against your current lows over here. So it does make sense to get a little bounce over here, make everyone think this is going to be a higher low from this low, come back for a bearish retest, and then smash through it because the high time frames are going to shit. Okay, off the keyboard. Okay, weekly is now starting to flip back up with volatility going into contraction. Weekly jewel is losing the sell signal also right at the edge of the bearish control zone, so it didn't make it into the bearish control zone yet. Not going to be as powerful as of a signal as this one here, but it should be pretty respectable considering it's well below the bullish control zone. And let's see what else there is here. Nothing quite. And it also goes along with the loss of that 38.2%. You have hit the 78.6, which was your target from losing that. And as of now, as long as you are below your 38.2, which is around $73, you're more likely to come back to the 78.6 again, which is currently at around $60. All right. 5-day, same exact look as a weekly, basically. Same momentum, same HPDR levels. 2 days are currently flipped down right at the reset zone with volatility at 0%, plus the 2-day jewels losing the buy signal, flipping back around, and you do have a bearish cross here with the pink crossing below the yellow. It goes along with price getting a rejection from the median, plus you're basically getting a silver cross to the downside. Yeah, you do have ever so slightly cross because the 21 is slightly below the 55. They're actually at the same exact number. So on this next close, as long as you're closing below $66 and about 90 cents, 89 cents, this is going to silver cross. And we're about $1 below there. And once you do get that cross, you likely get a nice little dump scheme, somewhere around $60. You came very close to silver crossing over here. Then you got a little rally, and now you're crossing. Daily, it's also starting to flip back up with volatility contracting. We are approaching the bottom 38.2%, which is going to be resistance as long as we are below it, and that is at around $66. Push you into that same 66 area again. As long as you're closing below that area, you are more likely to come down. Four hours also currently flipped up, but it's close to flipping down with volatility almost at 0%, and 4 hours giving you a buy signal. So 4 hour does lean into somewhat higher from here, tagging somewhere around this 38.2% as long as you close over the median at 65.62, which we're slightly over, and that would bring us into that $67 territory. And this would make it possible to then close over that 66 zone and validate the previous bearish setups. Let's go to the RSI. Alrighty, we'll start with we got a 6-month RSI here. We got a local top on the 6-month. We are hitting the target, which is the neutral zone. That's at around. Actually, we're not even close. It's at $45. Monthly currently has a fresh drive of bearish divergence. It's very weak that it's putting in bearish divergence in the bearish control zone. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing below $84.45. And your next target is going to be the simple moving average, which is at about $51, $52. 2-week has hidden bearish divergence, will be active as long as you're closing below 84.45. Next target is the simple moving average in the neutral zone. That's at about $52. Weekly currently has bullish divergence. You have hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next target is going to be the neutral zone again. That was at about 71.50 if you can hit it. And if you get invalidated here, you are likely to come down to somewhere around $52. So same number. 5-day, same thing, same target. If you invalidate, $52. 3 days got bearish divergence, although you basically already hit the easy target, which is the bearish control zone. Critical zone is going to update in about 3 hours. Right now it's at $42. I'd like to see it at 52 to line up with the other ones. And 2 days about to invalidate the bearish divergence. This will invalidate with any close up of $69.11. Nice number. If you do invalidate it, brings you up to about $70. If you don't invalidate it, you're likely to come down to somewhere around 55. It lines up with 52. And daily's got active hidden bullish divergence, although it's not looking the best, not the strongest. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 63.80, and you should see it move into somewhere around the neutral zone from there, which lines up with around $68, somewhere around $66 to $68. Quarterly is flipped strongly to the downside, and this is going to remain down as long as you're closing below about $110. Let's see what else. And you're rejecting the bullish control zone. So for more of a short-term outlook, this would be kind of bouncy, but more medium to long term, I do think we're eventually going to be sweeping these lows, and probably hopefully not sweeping these lows. But if you would take a traditional market fuckery, you would probably sweep these lows. The only reason that I'm leaning against slightly sweeping these lows is because we didn't sweep these highs. If you would have swept the highs, then I would have been like, yeah, we're most likely going to sweep these lows. But the fact that you didn't sweep these highs makes it a little less likely. But still, I do think we will sweep at the very least these lows. And that goes along with monthly momentum now breaking down, but to enter into the bearish control zone. Monthly is currently flipped up with volatility contracting, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over about $50. 2-week, however, is down with the derp of death, and it's going to be down below 82.30. Weekly is now freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over about 56.84. 5 days also flipped up as long as you're closing over 57.35. 2 days also up as long as you're closing over $63. And you're breaking into the bullish control zone on the 2 day. Dailies, however, is down with volatility almost back at extreme lows, almost 0%. And it's going to be down as long as you're closing below about $68.30. And 4 hours now freshly flipped back up with the derp of life and volatility at about 0%. And you're going to remain up as long as you're closing over about $64.84. Just want to see 4 hour take out this previous high at around $67.55. And then I would be expecting to head up from there to retest somewhere into that $70-ish zone. But if you take out this low at around $63.30, you are likely to come back down to revisit this $50 area, low $50. So on the high time frames, it does look still leaning kind of bearish to me. I do think most of the move has been played out with a slight lower high here, and then we haven't quite made a lower low just yet. I do think we're going to test these lows somewhere around this previous low, but the fact that we didn't take out these previous highs makes me think it's a little less likely we're going to sweep these lows. Not guaranteed that we won't. Still good chance that we could sweep these lows, but the confirmation is going to be getting a quarterly close below about $46.76. Until then, I'm just looking to retest these lows until you get that confirmation. On the low time frames, you are getting momentum flipping up slightly, so that is making you're going to test somewhere around that $67 to $70 zone. And if you can close over about $68.50, let's say $69 for the culture, nice number on a daily basis, then that can send us up to or erase that move into the lower 50s and send us up to get a higher bearish retest somewhere into the $70 to $80 zone. But what I'm leaning more towards is getting that rejection around that high 60s to low 70s, and then getting your hidden bearish divergences confirmed, and then you get a sweep of these lows at around $46. First, I'm looking for a bounce in the low 50s, somewhere around like $50 to $54. That bounce to eventually fail, then we see what the reaction is once we sweep these lows around $46. If we can put in a local bottom, put in some high time frame bullish divergence, then maybe we can sweep these highs and take it to new all-time highs. But until then, we are just kind of guessing.
Yes, we are. I have these. So on the bi-monthly on this shit, this is a bearish engulfing candle for the last one.
Yeah.
So it kind of like this is how he topped two with a bearish engulfing right here. It seems to be the flavor of this bullshit. What I would say is probably is just playing the lower high and just like don't worry about it, so you can average way worse. And still, if I was going to buy some myself, I'd go 37.82, which matches this bottom with this right here. And if it goes down to this level, $20. Like, that'd be great if it does that. Now, could this go to zero? I have no fucking idea. This company is worth more than double what Lucid is worth today.
Yeah, I've never even heard of this company. I've heard of Lucid.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know, but alrighty. Would you say that that's what would you do in this case if you wanted to invest in this?
I just hold off here and do nothing, wait for lower prices.
Yeah, same. Too risky. Thank you. Yeah, you're doing CMG for which is Chipotle for a day trade, señor. Thank you. Next. Ok. Lo primero que tenemos que ver es que esta deliciosa empresa está en una clara tendencia bajista. Tienes el primer alto acá en el 2021 y ha hecho un alto más bajo en el 2025. Lo interesante de esta empresa, y así es como yo lo haría, vea esto, perfecto, canalito. Perfecto el rechazo acá, perfecto acá. Eso quiere decir que vas a venir bastante abajo. Esta empresa, para que tengan una idea de lo que les estoy hablando, se llama Freshpet, ¿no? En Estados Unidos. Esta empresa vale casi el doble de lo que vale Lucid ahorita. No tengo ni puta idea cómo les vaya financieramente, etcétera, pero solamente un dato interesante. ¿Quieres comprar esto? Lo ideal, para que sepas, ¿no? Lo ideal es no buscar estos puntos y decir, aquí es donde voy a comprar, porque una vez más, estás entrando en un punto muy diferente de todo. Solamente las empresas que van para adelante es donde yo me meto, ¿ok? Y sí, ¿quién no le quiere dar bien de comer a su perro? Pero darle bien de comer a tu perro es prepararle tú la comida como tú te preparas tu comida en los mismos trastes que tú, porque deberías de comer la misma comida que come tu perro, que es como nosotros le damos de comer a Tata, la ardilla, y a Vinny, el pitbull, ¿no? A Vinny, a mi hijo Vinny. Entonces, y de la comida de Vinny, yo a veces le doy 2, 3, no le digan a Belén que se emputa, pero pues come papa dulce con bison, con ground beef de bison, ¿no? Digo, con ground bison, bisonte, y ¿qué más? Le ponemos zanahorias, ¿no? Y sus suplementillos por ahí naturales. Pero la comida de Vinny me la puedo comer yo. Ahora, ¿por qué te digo esto? Porque no sé cómo funciona esta empresa, pero una empresa con IA que tenga capacidad de producir, cualquiera puede quitarle la chamba a esto. Y esto es a lo que voy, donde las empresas grandes van a robarse el territorio de todo. Entonces, no te quiero espantar de tu propia inversión, no tengo ni puta idea. La idea acá es, si aguanta por arriba de 69, debería de poder correr a esta zona. Y lo que querrías ver es que se llevara este máximo, ¿no? Es lo que estarías buscando. Pero la realidad es que muy probablemente en los 69 te vaya a dar ese rechazo, vayas para abajo, te lleves estos mínimos, los toques, vengas acá y después vuelvas y continúes cayendo. ¿Hasta dónde? No tengo idea. Una vez más, esta empresa vale casi el doble de lo que vale Lucy del día de hoy, que es brutal, ¿no? Bien por ellos. Pero no sé a dónde vaya esto. Entonces, programar tus entradas. Si vas a programar entradas nada más porque sí, técnicamente hablando, te voy a dar esto. Resistencia, SFP, pero una vez que lo tomaste de vuelta, alto histórico, ¿ok? Este nivel es muy importante en los 37. Yo no entraría aquí en los 50. O sea, ni de mamada. Pero si eres alcista en esta madre y de verdad crees en la empresa, puedes dividirla en 3, 52, 37 y 20. Una vez más, yo ni siquiera me molestaría aquí. O sea, pero ni de chiste. Pero cada quien puede hacer de su vida un papalote y volarlo donde quiera. ¿Por qué el 2045 rechazo, SFP mínimo y una vez rechazo y una vez que rompo y tengo el breakout, voy hasta acá? ¿Qué nos haría decir que estamos mal? Cierres por encima de 82. De 83. Eso quiere decir que ya se te fue el tren. Pero ya se te fue el tren en este ámbito, ¿cómo se dice? Económico, ¿no? Tal vez en los charts de los Teletubbies, pero no en la vida real. Así que, y tienen earnings en 7 días, para que sepas, van a dar sus reportes de ingresos, brother. No, es que en la universidad me enseñaron los reportes de ingresos, son brutales. Sí, brutales. Cuando un grupo de gente dice, pues vamos, nos va a ir de la verga, pero les fue mejor, vamos a romper buenos reportes de ingresos, o sea. En fin, es lo que tienes acá. Alex, let's go with yours. I'm sorry, I can't stop making terrible jokes today. My God, please get me out of here.
Come for the charts, stay for the jokes. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's see here. So RTX, we'll look for a short-term trade on this. You know, for me, it's lined up nicely, actually, when you're viewing like the daily confluence with the weekly. We can keep looking at more, but the weekly and daily will be the easy perspective. You are in a weekly sell trigger. Last week, you got a massive girthy green, red dodo, not green, red. And this ultimately put you in a sell. This week, you're just kind of in the middle of everything. Is it going to go to the 100? Are we going to go to the 34? We often know with lower low breaks, often lower highs will be formed. And this is why I like using that 34. This can be a very easy perspective, which is a spot that's been holding as support the entire time going up should act as resistance. Now, we don't know if this will be resistance until we actually test it. This is why you're going to be waiting patiently for that weekly EMA 34 to get tested. If tested, you're going to be shorting this zone. This will be more likely to be a short, and you'll simply be targeting right into 153 to 160. Now, going back to the daily, you will see dailies giving you confluence of perhaps a bounce here also. Notice the weekly 34 is a little higher, around 180s, but you do notice the daily EMA 9 is actually right into that zone, which was also the weekly 34. Now, I'm sure we have a silver cross to the downside. Oh, yeah, we do on the daily. And so there's your daily silver cross retest, the first one since the daily got a silver cross to the downside. Why did I mention the daily SMA 200? Well, notice here you lost it. Have you retested it? No. So we know at minimum, this most likely does provide a bounce. That bounce most likely tests daily SMA 200. Perhaps we go a little higher and test that silver cross EMA 9. But right, if you're going to play the weekly 34, which will give you the TP towards the weekly EMA 100, sitting around 160s or 150s better, then you can just simply start scaling shorts at SMA 200, daily EMA 9, and just cut the trade if you start getting back above the daily SMA 200. Because if you get back above the daily SMA 200, that'll be a good indication that maybe we are producing some kind of deviation bottom, essentially.
Look at your HPDR on the daily.
Check that out too. Does the bottom 38.2% line up around here? Let's see.
Oh no, you'll see.
Or something. Let's see. Let's just see. supposed to load up a little faster.
Just give it 50 hours. Super chill.
Okay. Need some elevator music here. I'll try to click and there we go. Maybe something happened. There we go. Oh, so I do see what you're saying here, and you are literally at the extremes on this chart. Highly doubt it's going to go to the 100% from here. So then that's saying statistically more likely for a bounce. Probably comes after today's close. These ranges will shift. So that kind of can help you gauge a lower time frame trade, in my opinion. And that can be very helpful. I didn't even look at the 2-day. Look at the 2-day. EMA 100, very near the EMA 5. So no matter how you look at it, RTX looks like it's going to bounce. I would not be scaling shorts here. This is where aggressive shorts most likely get ran over. I would be using daily SMA 200, daily silver cross to the downside in confluence with the weekly sell trigger. If you get anywhere into that 180 zone, you should be looking for a massive rejection, and that rejection should take you down towards that 153 to 160. I'm curious to see what this looks like as well, even on the weekly here at the extremes here. So even if it goes down a little bit more, 167 most likely provides a bounce, 95% on the weekly. So again, you should be looking for some kind of bounce first that leads to an easy short. Now, I'm not saying you should be longing this at all. I think that's the harder trade. You very easily could take out the low of last week and then still bounce. Much rather just wait for the short. And so again, in summary, RTX is extremely weak, and it looks like it's on the verge of a major breakdown. You're now just simply watching essentially for volatility to start contracting. Maybe you get a mean reversion bounce, and you do start actually testing the silver cross to the downside, which will line up very nicely with our weekly EMA 34 retest, which is essentially the sell trigger. Something like this you get will be a good short, and you will be targeting around 160s to 153. And as long as you're staying under the daily SMA 200, you have to be looking at this as bearish. And more likely the outcome is just going to be a mean reversion bounce, which does shed off volatility, but then that most likely just gives you another shot at going lower. And for me, lower is around 153 to 160. So that's all I have on RTX. Daily SMA 200 will really help you if you are trying to trade this. And so you're not long in this and you're not short in this. You're simply just waiting a little higher. Let's measure this mean reversion here. To the daily SMA 200, that's 3%. To our Glock 3000 short zone, it's about 4.69%. So would just be having patience on this chart, and most likely it will pay.
Yeah, and a good example is just what you did. That measurement right here, because you go from here to the SMA 200 3% to the 5%, and the thing is, that's great, right? On a 10x, that's going to give you 30% or 50% on the best scenario. But dude, you fucking short here, this shit's going to continue to break down. Like your upside on a short, if you're patient, and let's say you catch it at the 9, which it's 7%, like at a minimum with the 10x is 70%. And I think this is going to continue to go down. Just simply looking at the 2-month, the 2-month has an engulfing bearish candle.
Oh yeah.
So, and also you said 160, that's your EMA 9 on the 2-month. You haven't lost the 5 alone.
And that basically close, and in a day you get the rally up. That's 175. Maybe it goes up to 180s, then you reject towards the bi-monthly 9.
And here you have the EMA 5 right at the 180 mark too, to give you a little bit more confluence there. So yeah, absolutely.
Seems like a solid short trade, honestly. If you're looking for like a trade on this, I think just better to wait, short it, and target that 150 zone.
Absolutely. And that's your EMA 9 on the quarterly, which, by the way, topping candle, and instantly you have confirmation unless you close above 181, which doesn't seem like it'll be the case. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's actually pretty damn good. Thank you, sir. Lo pongo en la de 2 meses rápido para que veas. Ya acá en el tope, para que todo el mundo vea la acción, esta madre ha sido súper alcista. pero definitivamente estás encontrando ya el lugar de tope. Esto va a cerrar básicamente el viernes. Y esta tabla, puedes ver acá, tienes en la de 2 meses una vela envolvente bajista de tope, que también tiene cara de vela de indecisión, que es idéntica a esta. ¿Qué es lo interesante de eso? Normalmente estas velas aquí a tope definitivamente tienen un poder mucho más fuerte que una vela topera. Lo ves en la trimestral, tienes una vela topera de libro y además tienes instantánea confirmación a menos de que cierres por encima de 182, que es la parte baja de esta vela. Bajista, ¿qué tienes aquí abajo? Tu promedio del 9. Acá estás justamente apoyándote el promedio del 5, que probablemente lo pierdas, así que como mínimo deberías de tener un movimiento a los 150. Cuando te acercas más y lo estás viendo en la diaria, por ejemplo, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Cuál es la regla de cruce plateado a la baja? Cuando vas a ir al promedio del 9 haces corto. Pero Alejandro, ¿por qué no hago un long en vez de un corto? Porque estás limitado en tus gains y tienes aparte más probabilidad. Acuérdate, siempre quieres seguir la tendencia. La tendencia es corto, porque vas para abajo. Estás haciendo altos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos, bajos más bajos. Pero aquí el movimiento está ya cansado. Cuando pongo el HPDR, y para esto uso el HPDR, básicamente, en la diaria, te das cuenta que ya estás en el 97.5%. O sea, para que baje más, solamente tienes menos de 2% de probabilidades. Puede bajar más, pero tiene menos de 2% de probabilidades. Cuando lo pones en la semanal también, puedes ver que ya estás en la zona del 88.3%. Esta vela rechazó el 95% y ahora deberías de mínimo venir a subir tantito para encontrar un poco ese relief rally, ¿no? Pero simplemente puesto a corta temporalidad, entendiendo, ¿qué vergas fue eso? Entendiendo que estás en una tendencia bajista, estás debajo del promedio del S&P 200, etcétera, tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. En vez de meterte de aquí a acá, que sería una ganancia de 3%, o hasta el promedio del 9, una ganancia de 5%, y si la multiplicas por un 10X, ¿no? Con un tope de 50%, si haces un corto de acá a 167, es un 7% y cacho. Entonces, eso es un 70% de ganancias. Y si te quieres ver verga, hasta los 150 y cacho, que es lo que nos pone en altas temporalidades el siguiente objetivo a la baja, ahí pues te sacas la lotería, mi estimado. Entonces, la cosa sería, yo creo, si vas a entrar en corto en el S&P 200 o el promedio del 9 diario, esperarlo, esa zona de los 180, 178 y pues esperar a que haga lo que tiene que pasar, ¿no? De ahí para abajo, en vez de apostar para arriba. Y es así como apostaríamos nosotros en RTX, siguiendo la tendencia. Y la tendencia grande, ya no la chica. All righty, Mr. Farjano, we're ready for Chipotle's short time trade. Remember that.
Chipotle away.
CMG.
All right, let's get to the HPDR. Our favorite colorful chart.
Damn, volatility set up to the downside on the daily too. Shit's fucking cooked on like Chipotle's food. Get it? I'm sorry.
I actually quite like Chipotle.
It's delicious. It just makes you shed blood.
So like I ate it when I went back to the States for just that one day, and I was shocked. It's so salty. I was like,
oh yeah,
like almost over half a year, and it was just shocking how salty it was.
Do you eat a lot at home?
Oh yeah, I only eat at home really.
That's mostly what it's doing it. Like what does it for you, by the way? To me too, anything I go outside and eat now, it's just like someone threw like a fist full of salt into it. It's terrible because
that's usually what restaurants do is they stuff it with butter and salt to make it taste good.
Yeah, and it's not even good butter, which is the terrible thing, and not good salt either. That's the problem. That's why it tastes like shit. Because I bet you eat salt, right, Alex?
Oh yeah,
same.
Celtic salt.
Mm-hmm.
And I've noticed that at Chipotle, which is supposed to be Mexican food, their meat tastes more like Venezuelan meat than it does Mexican seasoning. Like the barbacoa is exactly the same thing as the Venezuelan meat that I eat here.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's why you don't take Chipotle to Mexico, dude, because people are going to be like, what? You're going to give me a fucking bowl of food that doesn't even taste good for 80 million pesos rather than a taco from the, the corner taco that eats like 2 pesos instead. No, makes no sense.
Just advertise it as the right thing. Don't say it's Mexican food.
Yeah, crazy.
Because it's good. Well, on the monthly, we got momentum starting to flip back up. about to retest the bearish control zone after being in the bearish control zone since about March of 2025. And since you've entered into the bearish control zone, you had a nice move down to tap the 95% of the HPDR, and you are getting a little bounce now, and these ranges have had time to step down. You're about 2, maybe 3 maximum closes away from confirming a silver cross to the downside, and whenever you do get that, probably get a nasty little dump ski along with price, along with that cross. Let's see the last time you've had that. Go all the way back. There you go. You had a cross right over here. You rallied into the cross, and then you had some massive dumping action of, let's see how much. 45% to the downside. Let's go up to, and then this was in about, when did they really start blowing up? Right around 2016, 2018. I remember. They used to give free Chipotle burritos away at GameStop before they got really popular. 2 week still currently flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility expanding, and the jewels now entering into the bearish control zone with a continuation on the sell signal. Plus, you're close to hitting you're still in a bearish cross. Actually, the pink is still below the yellow. And you are now starting to put in a massive topping candle here. And once you start to close below this 200 SMA, you're probably going to start dumping again towards the 95%, which is currently at around just below $30 at like $27. So I give you a range between somewhere around 27 to $25, where you're likely going to be looking for your next bounce. And that bounce probably does fail. I'd be looking for eventually for this thing to drop below $20. Weekly is approaching somewhere around that $30-ish zone, psychological number, and it does make sense to bounce there. Likely that bounce will fail though, and you are now putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence because you have taken out this previous high on momentum, where price is still making a lower high, and that will confirm with any close below $33.61, which we are below at the moment. And on that unconfirmation of that, we'll get a target somewhere around $28 to $27. 5 days currently also flipped up, but 5 days also putting in possibility for hidden bearish divergence now, and that will confirm with any. Actually, 5 day already confirmed it. Never mind. And your target from that confirmation is now somewhere around $29, slightly below $30, and you've lost your 38.2% as well. And your target from there is the same level, about $28. Now you got 2 setups targeting that to the downside. 2 days now entering into the bearish control zone of momentum with volatility freshly expanding. You get a fresh sell signal here too. Not looking good. Plus you've lost to 38.2%. Like you're going to bring you around $30 for a little bit of a bounce, and somewhere around 28 to 27. Daily is also flipped down. Let's zoom in here. Daily is already lost at 78.6. Now you're likely going to make your way somewhere around this zone here, right around $30 for the psychological number. 4 hours starting to flip up. You do have a fresh silver cross at the downside with volatility contracting. If you do see a move up from here, maybe you can tag somewhere around $33 or $33 to $34 for this 9 EMA, although it's kind of looking unlikely at the moment, especially since you're below the 5. But if you do see a move up somewhere around $33 to $34, likely is going to be your lower high if you can even tap that zone. The 9 EMA right now is lining up basically perfectly with this previous major wick low. And if you were to test that, that'd also be right around the bottom 38.2%. And then you're probably going to continue dumping towards like $30 for a little bounce, and then like 27, 28, same before. And like I said before, I do think it's going to drop below $20, but I'm probably going to get a nice little bounce around 27, 28. Now let's look at RSI. And when they first started getting popular, then they made that South Park episode in 2018 or 2019.
So good. So fucking good.
Hilarious.
Damn, fucking US oil still going up like a motherfucker. Fuck.
Crazy.
Dude, the dollar's going to blow the fuck up if we're seeing oil this strong. I can't imagine what the dollar's going to do. But the good news is, hang on, the good news is the petrodollar is over. No one wants to buy oil in dollars anymore. They're buying it in yuan. Remember the retards too. Remember, Bitcoiners are in great shape, really good looking. They eat only good food, and they really get they get a lot of sunlight, which is great. And the same Bitcoiners were like, that's it. The Strait of Hormuz is closed, boys, and the only way these ships are passing is with Bitcoin. The moment they opened it up, the price of Bitcoin went up. Retards, they told you the opposite. You fucking morons. Jesus. Sorry. Go ahead.
I've heard that a lot, actually, with the whole... But
yuan,
bro, are you factoring in the fact that they're trading in yuan now?
How stupid are these people? By the way, you're supposed to be running away from the dollar because the dollar is losing value. When the Chinese yuan loses value mathematically on purpose every month. The stupidity can't get any higher in this world. I'm sorry. These people that leave their house, I'm still amazed that they get back home at night. Still amazed. I don't think they're real people.
And then they get all that shock when you say, no, I don't think the yuan is going to do anything to the dollar.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
So on the quarterly starting with the RSI on Chipotle, you do have multiple drives of bearish divergence here, although they are a little far back, so it's arguable that they have played out. You haven't hit the ultimate targets, though. You've hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone. Next level is going to be the bearish control zone, which we're going to have to get several updates before we can even say what number that it's going to be, because right now it says it's impossible. But if I were to go out on a limb, I'd say somewhere around this 55 EMA, because this is the zone we had our major bottoming in during COVID. Right around this $26-ish, $25 zone. I do think we're going to sweep this previous low right around, which is $23. So maybe somewhere into the low 20s in that area, just below $20, $19. Maybe we have a range between $17 and $20, somewhere in that region. Maybe I draw a box there. Where's my magical boxes? There we go. Somewhere in this region, I do think we're probably going to bottom, and then maybe, hopefully, this local bottom will turn into a macro bottom, put in some long-term bullish divergences, because currently you are forming hidden bullish divergence because you are taking out all of these previous lows on momentum, while price is still making a higher low on closing basis, and then eventually, once that confirms, it will be easier to confirm it down in this region here, as long as you don't close below this low here, and then you can send it up to current all-time highs on confirmation of quarterly hidden bullish divergence. That's a lot of series of ifs that have to happen. And monthly currently has active bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 38.87. You are hitting, or you're close to hitting the simple moving average, which is resistance at around $34. And from there, if the bearish divergence continues to play out, your next target is 1330. But this will update. Nothing there. Weekly currently has active fresh drive hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 35.83, and your next target is somewhere around $18. Lines up with the sub $20 target right around my box. 5-day, same look as the weekly, hidden bearish divergence, targeting somewhere around $20. 3-day local top, targeting $17. 2-day hidden bearish divergence, targeting 19. Daily hidden bearish divergence also targeting about 26. And 4-hour bearish divergence, although you're already in the critical zone. Now let's look at momentum. Alrighty. 6 months starting to flip down. It's going to remain down as long as you're closing below $68, although you're still within the bullish control zone. So once we approach the edge of the bullish control zone, we want to see what the pivot is at that point. And right now you are currently putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence. Monthly is currently also flipped down, about entering the bearish control zone now. And you're going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 55.27. Monthly currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 32.39. 2-week freshly flipped down, rejecting getting out of the bearish control zone, going to be down as long as you're closing below 35.52. Weekly is up with volatility contracting. Something used like it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing over about $31, but likely going to put in a lower high. And at this point, the lower high is kind of arguable that it's in. And this is going to confirm a local top if you close below 33.61, which will also give you bearish divergence and then continue going down. 5-day also currently flipped up as long as you're closing over 31.35 with the same idea. You're putting in that bearish divergence, which is 5 days actually already confirmed it. The weekly is the one that's working on confirming it. 2 days freshly flipped down with a derp of death, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 35.74. And daily it's also flipped down as long as you're closing below 35.65. And 4 hours freshly flipped down with volatility expanding as long as you're closing below 33.25. So on the long on the higher time
Short-term trade.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot that. I keep forgetting this. So on the short terms, yeah, it's so much easier too on the short term.
I know.
So on the short terms, you're likely going to be approaching somewhere around $30 for that psychological figure for that bounce, and then I would expect that bounce to fail, leading you into somewhere around $27. That again, I do expect to get a bigger bounce, and then eventually that will be lower. But in the short-term time frame, somewhere around $30, like 27 would be what I'm looking at right now, and the invalidation will be getting a daily close back over about $37.
So you would go long on. Well, you're in a downtrend, so probably not. You have a. So what would you do exactly?
I'd prefer to see if I can get somewhere around 34, 35 for a short, and then that like 26, 27.
Okay, not too lost. Perfect. All right, excellent. That makes sense. Thank you, sir. Excelente, as they would say in my country. That's the United States, obviously. That's we speak a lot of Spanish here.
Hola, compadre.
Hola. All righty, I'll pass on the message right now and we'll go. Ok, vamos rapidísimo. A ver, Chipotle, estás en una tendencia bajista, ¿no? Perfectamente buena. Estás llegando a mi zona de compra, la primera que sugerí hace no sé cuánto tiempo. Una vez más, les digo esto de corazón, no tengo ni puta idea dónde vaya todo esto. Pero si no es la caída grande de la gran recesión, depresión, etcétera, los 26 empiezan a ser una buena zona para comprar. Recordemos que en el 2025 cayó esta chingadera 57% y ahora esto es básicamente lo que había hecho ya. En el 2022 había solamente caído un 40%. Entonces ya estás en una zona donde interesante, ¿no? ¿Dónde comprarías si quieres a largo plazo? En el 2015 cayó 67% para tenerlo en mente, 67%. Te pone en los $22. Entonces, la zona de los 26 y los 20 son bastante realistas. El 2008 cayó 75%, que es lo que yo creo va a pasar en esta caída, porque son, una vez más, son ciclos de 16 años rompiéndose. El de 100 es el que no sé si estemos ahí, porque una vez más, el de 100 va a dejarnos como pendejos a todos, ¿ok? No importa lo que compres, a qué buen precio, va a bajar mucho más si es que llegamos a ese. Lo que yo esperaría es que tuviéramos mínimo un rebote de 1 año, 2 años para después irnos bien a la mierda. Pero si quieres hacer un trading chipotle, bastante sencillo. Tienes la semanal, tienes cruce plateado a la baja. Estás básicamente engañando a todo el mundo que está haciendo un bajo más alto, ¿no? Pero hiciste un alto más bajo y luego un alto más bajo. Si regresas al promedio del 9 en los 34 o los 35 y puedes dividir tu entrada entre 34 y 35, ¿no? Aquí, ahí es donde entrarías en corto. Si no, básicamente vas a tener que esperarte a ¿qué? ¿Un retesteo de qué zona? No, es que no hay de otra, tío. Y aparte tienes setups de volatilidad a la baja con todo. Es lo que nosotros haríamos. Y que nos invalidaría cualquier cierre por encima de 41, pues diría que efectivamente este fue un bajo más alto y está haciendo un alto más alto y pues eso cambiará la tendencia. Pero no hay nada que lo sugiera hasta ahorita. Lo único que está jugando es alberga para que, una vez más, esto te lo van a hacer todos los gráficos para que vengas y promedies de la verga y creas que ya se te fue el tren del dinero, pero no se ha ido a ningún lado. Aquí sigue, esperando esos 180,000 legendarios de Bitcoin todavía, el tren del dinero, aún recuerdo. Vale, Alex, we're ready for yours, which is...
Let's go, RVMD.
RVMD.
You know, with these that go up only, it's a little more harder to find lower time frame trades, in my opinion, like a medium-term trade. But for me, I do see something interesting. And we are getting a monthly and bi-monthly close. We do see you are really closing above the previous bi-monthly wick high. That often signals continuation when you close above, previous high. And so very simply, you would just be watching for consolidation above that previous high. That doesn't mean it's going to do this, but rather it could mean for the next 2 months, you're going to consolidate here for a little bit. As long as you're holding above that high at $124.50, you are going to be more bullish, and this will actually make a new high. You'll just be targeting right into 155 and just simply targeting a new high. Now, what would that look like on like a weekly? Most likely just a weekly EMA 9 retest. Weekly is already in silver cross, so no need to complicate things. Above this local top wick high, you should be looking for RVMD to keep moving up, maybe reach 150s and possibly make a new high. Now, you will notice you are in the extreme zones on the HBDR. I view it on like a weekly. And so this is why I'd want to actually see a little bit of consolidation around that high that we was talking about. Now it's going to bother me. The high of 124.50. Because, right, you can't really be expecting a new all-time high when you're pressing the 97.5% on the weekly HBDR. So rather, you should be just looking for that consolidation. Logically, if you consolidate on that bi-monthly wick high, again, like this will logically step the ranges down, and you will actually potentially, have another easy trade in the next 4 weeks. But that's just assuming you hold above specifically that weekly EMA 9. Luckily for us, we have that weekly 5 moving up, past that 124. So again, it's not the craziest thing to be watching for a little pullback. Let me measure that out here. You're talking about 11% move before it's all said and done. As long as that weekly 9 holds, though, you should see more upside, and this should keep making a new all-time high. Anything else? Let me see. 5-day throwback there. Got the breakout. So this could just be another 5-day higher low. So, really, I know it's a big buffer, but as long as you're not taking out this last 5-day green dildo at $95, this is going to ideally move up. Now, I'm using 124 as our basing point. That's the spot where as a bull, as long as you're holding above that, you are going to move up. Now, it's not really until you start losing that where, yes, the long idea really starts diminishing. You're perhaps going to be in this range, and you are going to be looking for a little bit lower, right? But that logically would just work out anyways on a 5-day. Lose the 9, you'll go to the 21, and that's right around 106. So going back to the weekly here, right? Ideally, in the next 1-2 weeks, the 9 will be more closer to 124. And if you start really losing this 124 region, even on a daily candle closure, most likely we'll start putting this into a daily sell, assuming the 34 moves more up. And then again, that's when you can just start really playing the ranges. But I do see the easy trade being just a 124 consolidation throwback and higher low spot before moving up. So for RVMD, that is kind of what I'm watching. This will play very nicely into May, which will really, bleed into the bi-monthly, giving you that throwback and potentially giving you that, nice SR of what was resistance flipped into support. We just need to see the throwback. And like I mentioned, current market price, that means minimum you should see about 11% move down before going up, assuming you hold above 124. If you lose 124, then I don't think it's an easy trade, and you should just wait for the monthly on this.
Yeah. Yep. Couldn't agree more. Anything that just fucking goes up like this, it's like you said, really hard to gauge.
Yeah. You also have a major gap I could have talked about. We could have said 100 is the better spot to trade, but the bi-monthly closing still signaling continuation above the previous wick high. That's just to the book. So I have to play that as the easier trade, 11% pullback. Now, again, that doesn't mean we're just going to spring off 124, but maybe consolidate for the next month or two.
Yeah.
Cause the ranges to move.
Well said, senor. Mr. Farhano, we're going to go next with Microsoft for a short-term trade, sir. Let's see how that goes.
I got something Microsoft for you. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Hey, listen. I understand. If anyone understands right now, it's me. Ok, estamos hablando de esta mamada de RVM para invertir. Estás en altos históricos. ¿Qué es lo peor que puedes hacer? Querer invertir en algo en altos históricos. Así que tienes que tener eso como precaución. Si esta chingadera llega a caer y va a ajustar, ¿eh? ¿Por qué va a ajustar? Porque cuando volteas y ves esto, después de esos movimientos que ha dado, en el HPDR puedes ver de dónde vienes. Ya te rechazó el 88 y vienes para abajo. En realidad, vienes en una movida para abajo y debería de aguantarte los 115. Si no aguantan, vas a la media de acá, los 102. No aguanta, empiezas a ver los 89. Pero eso destruiría todo lo que es lo positivo que tienes en la tabla y empezarías a cambiar la tendencia. Para mí, en la de 2 semanas, si llegas a cerrar, y yo estaría solamente viendo la de 2 semanas, llegas a cerrar debajo de esta vela, es una vela topera. Y eso te diría que vas para abajo, a buenos diferentes niveles. Pues, y depende acá de cómo vaya a ajustar esta chingadera, ¿no? Y eso es lo que no sabemos nosotros. Por ahora, para invertir a largo, mediano plazo, lo único que tiene sentido es esperar a retesteos importantes de promedios del 9, del 5, sobre todo en la semanal. Esto te va a dar esa zona. Ahora tienes un gap de aquí a acá abajo, ¿no? Ese gap lo puede venir a llenar sí o no. ¿Quién sabe? Y acá tienes otro gap, de acá a acá. Así que esta mamada parece ser como una trampa, pero por ahora sigue siendo alcista. Lo que esperarías es no meterte en los 140, sino entrar en esta zona de los 120, que es donde está el promedio del 5 y el 9 semanal, para después continuar para arriba. Te llegas a llevar esto 113 para abajo y se va a empezar a volver confuso. Podrías entrar una vez más en los 102 a los 77, pero si tu vela de 2 semanas acá topera, tienes un cierre abajo de 126, esto va a darse la vuelta. No todo nada más sube para siempre, ¿no? También tuviste este ajuste de acá, que fue el del 2024, y cayó 50%. Entonces, en mi opinión, lo peor que puedes hacer es meterte aquí en FOMO, entrar en esta chingadera en los 120 y esperar que suba más. Pero si sabes algo que nosotros no, que puede cancelar esta vela topera cualquier cierre arriba de 155. Y una vez más, la oportunidad de las semanales donde aparece justamente acá en los 119, pero tienes todo en extremos, mi estimado. Así que dependerá de ti, de qué es lo que quieras hacer. Y esta en los 58 sería tu siguiente zona para abajo, que sería la siguiente media. Ah, perfecta, justo con esto. Listo. Los 56. Aquí tienes todos. Estos son 56, 79, 101, 120. 120 es la primera. Pero una vez más, te llevas estos mínimos de acá en la semanal y quién sabe, tío. Porque si cierras la de 2 semanas por debajo de los 126, se va a ir al culo todo esto. Está en una posición interesantemente mala para invertir en este momento. Así que yo no lo estaría viendo para eso ahorita. Habían pedido que hagamos esto. No se lo voy a dar a Farhan y Alex porque cualquier idiota puede hacer esto. No, entiendo perfectamente lo emocionados que están porque esto está en bajos históricos. Ahí te va. Lo que quieres hacer para un trade a corto plazo es nada y lo que quieres hacer para invertir en esto es nada. ¿Ok? Es la chingadera esta de World Liberty Financial US Dollar. ¿Por qué? Porque no existe nada que te diga que está cambiando nada. 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 Esto va a continuar para abajo. Esto es lo de Trump, lo de World Liberty Financial, bla, bla, bla. ¿Cómo va Trump? ¿No? Me imagino que altos históricos. Ah, no, nuevos mínimos. No, una vez más, cabrones, van a invertir en mamadas que estén así, tienen que entender cuál es el mínimo que puede aguantar. Y aún así pueden, sobre todo en altcoins, ¿no? ¿Cuándo inviertes en altcoins? Cuando impriman dinero. No cuando te digan que están imprimiendo dinero. ¿Cuánto tiempo llevan diciendo que la Reserva Federal compró no sé cuánta deuda de su deuda? ¿Cuánto tiempo? Dejen de seguir mamadas. Esto no vale la pena. Lo siento, no vale la pena. Si sí, pues güey, cómpralo de una vez. Está aquí en bajo histórico, ¿no? Si crees que lo que te estoy diciendo es mentira, tú entiendes este mundo perfectamente mejor que yo ya estoy viejo y simplemente no entiendo cómo esto puede valer. Quiero que entiendan que esta mamada que no tiene nada vale literalmente solamente 3 veces menos que el Lucid. Que no tiene nada. ¿Ok? Y no va a ser el nuevo sistema financiero del mundo. Así que con eso los dejo. Vámonos a Microsoft para que Farhan lo pueda acabar. Trade. Yes, sir. Microsoft.
All right, on a daily, I'm gonna start. I'll limit it to a 2-day because that should lead into a little idea. So you are getting quite high up in the extremes on the 2-day with momentum starting to flip down. Now let's go into the daily. Daily, it's also flipping down. Daily is approaching the reset zone of momentum with volatility now approaching extreme lows at 12%. And you currently have got a sell signal currently playing out from the critical zone. But on the opposite hand, if you notice, you are forming a silver cross now, a fresh silver cross coming up. So that is leaning more medium term bullish. But in the short term, I do expect a move down, and that is because we have lost 38.2%, and we are resting at the median right now. So by making your way back into this top 38.2%, you would have a 61.8% chance of coming down to this bottom 38.2%. But once this becomes actionable, is whenever you lose the median, which is at around $423. And since it's only $3 higher than the median, I don't really think it really makes that big of a difference between that area. And I could see that a little bit lower to tag somewhere around like the actual cross itself. But this, if you wanted to enter in on this, I would wait a little bit from here. I would not along this. I would wait for the daily close to see if you hold the median or not. And if you do hold the median, then I would wait for another retest of that median and then ride that median into this top 38.2%, which is not that big of a move. But in this zone, currently this area is going to be resistance until proven otherwise, because you've tested it 3 times now. And I would rather bet on the side that it's going to reject versus betting on the breakout, because breakouts happen so more rejections and consolidation happens way more often than breakouts and breakdowns. And if you go down to momentum, what else is there here? And at that point, you will be forming hidden bullish divergence because you're already very close to taking out this low momentum. Lower. 4 hours also starting to flip down, losing the bullish control zone. Volatility is almost at extreme lows, and you are starting to lose the buy signal here. Also leaning towards lower from here. And especially since you've lost 38.2%, put in kind of a shitty looking candle, would expect a little bit lower, maybe 419, 420. But if there's a chance that you could hold 420 and try again for this zone here, I'm just leaning towards lower from there. And I don't think this median is going to hold. I'm thinking you're probably going to go towards somewhere around 415 to like 405. Lines up with the psychological 400 number. Let's go a little lower. All right. Also, you got a fresh sell signal here. Let's go with the RSI. Daily's got fresh, you freshly invalidating the bearish divergence. This was going to be invalidated as long as you're closing over 415. And from here, you should get a test of the simple moving average, which is currently at around 444. But the confirmation will make it actionable is if you get a close over 430. And as of now, you are getting a sell signal with volatility contracting. And you're starting to lose this simple moving average, which would give you a support of the bullish control zone. Oh, what do you know? 404 lands right up to 405. Beautiful. 12 hour also about 404. Four hours got bearish divergence, and that would take you to about $400. Lands right up at 404 to 405. Okay, a little lower. Also got hidden bearish divergence here that would target about 410. Let's check the momentum. Daily momentum is freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence and is going to remain up as long as you're closing over 431. But volatility is contracting and you are in the critical zone. You're still holding over the 9 on the silver cross. 12 hours also flipped up as long as you're closing over 431. You got about 2.5 hours left to go, so this is very close to flipping back down. Also, the daily is close to flipping back down, and if these do flip down, that's where you get your test of the actual cross itself, closer to that $400 number. 4 hours currently freshly flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over about 425. And 2 hours down with volatility at extreme lows. going to remain down below 428 and one more lower. And this is also remaining down as long as you're closing below about 429.60. So you are likely to come down and test somewhere around that low 405 to like right around $400 flat for that psychological zone, based on the multiple things. And that would also, you got bearish divergences, you got momentum lining up with that in the low time frames. Plus, you got a daily fresh silver cross to the upside. And if you were to come to test the cross itself, which would also sweep this previous low, but usually you get these situations where you make a lower high and then you come down. You have this low here that a lot of people put their stop losses at. You sweep this low, come down to the actual cross itself, bounce from here, and then send it up towards somewhere to retest these current highs and fill this gap here somewhere around like $470-ish. But to wrap it up on the short term, I do think we'll head a little lower to tag somewhere between $400 to like $410, somewhere in that range. And then as long as $400 is holding on a daily closing basis, I do think we'll bounce from there and that daily silver cross will play out.
Very nice, senor. That's basically it. Is there anything you boys like to add before we run out? Wait, oh, my camera's off.
For Bitcoin, I would say if I look at that $74,000 area, somewhere around 74.5 to possibly high 73s, and as long as we're not losing 73,000, then I'm still leaning towards that bull moon to play out Friday, Saturday into the 80s.
Yeah, Alex.
Now that we've lost that 76K on the 4-hour, we need to be paying attention, specifically that 4-hour EMI 100. I do believe that will guide us up or down and dictate kind of where this daily will close. Remember, once you lose that daily EMI 100, that's where I'll post an Academy short. So far, we have a Discord short running. And yeah, just now watching those spots. Like I said, if we were playing that 4-hour EMI 100 today, okay, Chop City's on. But until then, we're more likely to go down.
What a piece of shit, Chop City bullshit. Why can the president just give me a 10 Bitcoiner that eats really well and that eats really smart and reads books a move up or down? Just anything. Jesus Christ. Either way, well, thank you, boys. I appreciate you. Enjoy your day. Thank you very much for everything, and I'll see you later.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes and hasta luego, cabrones.
Yeah, see you boys later.
Hasta luego, cabrones.
Gracias. Adiós. All right. Bueno. Microsoft. ¿Qué vamos a hacer con Microsoft? Microsoft está haciendo una tendencia bajista, tío. Pero tienes un cruce plateado para cambiar un poco de posición, algo como lo que hizo Bitcoin, pero tienes que entender que la semanal es la que dicta todo. Y la semanal tiene un cruce plateado a la baja, ¿no? Estás por encima del 9 y todo esto, pero no has podido reventar el 100. Para mí, esto es un techo, pero por ahora, en la diaria, quieres hacer un trade. Lo que nosotros esperaríamos simplemente de ver esto es un retorno y de ver dónde está el momentum alineado a esta zona de los 407 y rebotar a la alza. Y yo probablemente me desharía de él aquí en los 441 en el S&P 200, que no lo he retesteado desde el 26 de enero. O podrías caer todavía hasta la zona de los 400 planos y rebotar. Esa sería la idea. No te quieres meter aquí en el corto porque esto puede definitivamente aguantar, porque cuando tienes un cruce plateado, y ustedes lo saben bien acá, el objetivo es el promedio del 9. Entonces, el pedo es, si empiezas a caer por acá, ¿no? A esta zona, se empieza a comprometer un poco todo eso, pero simplemente porque Momentum sigue apuntando para abajo en cortas temporalidades, esperarías ese rebote una vez más, el retesteo del corte del cruce plateado en los 408 hasta los 404, el promedio del 34, y ahí es donde deberías de encontrar tu bajo para continuar haciendo como que va a ser ya un alto histórico, o tal vez lo haga. Tal vez lo haga, pero una vez más, en la semanal, 2 semanas, sobre todo la de 2 semanas, ¿no? Estás a punto de tener un cruce plateado a la baja si esto no sube de 435, 437, y eso me diría a mí que simplemente estás haciendo un alto más bajo para continuar la tendencia en la que estás, que son bajos más bajos con altos más bajos. Vamos a ver si sí o si no, pero tu trade diario está ahí, güey. En los 407 a 404 para rebotar a la alza y poder vender en 440 en contra del S&P 200 o donde se encuentra el S&P 200 diario cuando lo tengas ahí. Bien. Lucid, pues, en su reporte de ingresos, entremos en los bajos 5. La cosa es, ya no el valor de Lucid en este momento ya no tiene sentido a la baja. O sea, ya esto no tiene nada de sentido cuando volteo a ver a Lucid a este punto. ¿Por qué? Porque, güey, vale menos que todas las empresas que hemos visto hoy que no hacen nada comparado con ellos. Solamente el valor de marca, tienen que entender eso. El que la gente más rica de donde vivo compre estas mamadas, vale un chingo. Y estoy repitiéndoles lo mismito que les dije de Rivian, pero Rivian valía casi 8 veces más que Lucid cuando compramos el fondo de Rivian. Entonces, normalmente, y cuando estás viendo que van a tener earnings, o nos vamos a ir al megapito, o están literalmente aquí acumulando todo para arriba. Y ahí, como ustedes lo vean, a mí me da igual, yo sigo con mi plan para adelante. Hola, amigos, soy su Bitcoiner favorito, que me voy a comprar. Oigan, vean Belén me tuvo que comprar una nueva playera de Paco, porque la otra se encogió cabrón. Entonces ya me compré una grande, esta también se va a encoger, pero no tanto. Pero sí, efectivamente, soy su Bitcoiner. Voy a comprar el Bitcoiner taneado, bien alimentado, relajado, que no necesita el gobierno. Pero por favor, compren los ETFs, se los ruego. Es que si no los compran, no va a subir. Estoy leyendo todo lo que están poniendo aquí en el chat. Ayer en la clase, mediodía, referente a la pregunta de estoy fuera, vendí cuando subió un poco, únicamente estoy en Lucid, algunos en ETH compramos en 1750, bien hecho. Sí, continúo diciendo que paciencia. Ramón Hood, como buen degenerado, tío, buen corto, cabrón. Estás en llamas, Ramón. El de Tesla no ha bajado tanto, ¿eh? Ahí se está quedando, pinche Tesla, agarrando a todo el mundo, haciéndolos entrar mal, preparándolos para, güey, ya nos vamos a la autonomía del mundo. No mames, no importa que los márgenes se vayan a la verga y que a nadie le alcanza para comprar un coche. Salo, ¿por qué Sam Altman y Elon Musk están peleando mucho estos días? ¿Quieren llamar la atención? Están trayendo mucha atención al sector de la inteligencia artificial, nada más es lo que están buscando hacer por alguna razón. En realidad lo que te venden de que la IA te va a hacer más productivo y la verga, lo único que está haciendo es volviéndote más estresado, haciéndote trabajar más en ella. Y es simplemente la tendencia que existió cuando Gary Vee, Tai López y toda esta bola de pendejos salieron a decirte que tienes que trabajar todos los días sin descansar, que ese es tu objetivo de vida, que si no tienes un Lamborghini ahorita eres un pinche perdedor de mierda. Eso hizo que la gente renunciara de trabajos bastante placenteros, donde tenían que chambear solo 8 horas, no contestar el teléfono, relajarse después, ir con su familia, sabían cuánto iban a ganar al año, etcétera, para poder abrir su propio negocio, porque a todos ustedes los convencieron de que abrir su propio negocio es la cosa más verga, y ahora están todos estresados, muriéndose de cáncer por el estrés, el cortisol, etcétera, y de ahí ahora te están diciendo que la IA te va a ayudar a ser independiente y vas a ser más productivo, pero me meto a todos los Discords y veo a toda la gente que está clavada en Discords creando cosas en IA. Están todo el puto día en la computadora trabajando con Claude, esperando a que Claude acabe y que haga esto y que haga el otro y la verga. Y eso es como la versión más acelerada de eso. Entonces, buscan con la IA que te estreses aún más, que te dé más cáncer y todas esas cosas buenísimas. Así que disfrútenlo los que caigan en ello. En un principio, Alejandro, cuando decía que Tesla nos daría entrada a buen precio, pero a pesar de los días me convenzo de que sí nos dará el precio de entrada bien. Entraste corto en Coin, buen corto el de Coinbase, Güey, güey, ¿cómo vas a vender? Coinbase está muy fuerte. Pito, Circle, se los digo, cabrones. Todo va a regresar más barato de donde yo entré al principio y voy a volver a comprar más barato y ya me llevé mi lana. Estoy contento, estoy muy contento, no voy a mentirle. Todo jugando de acuerdo al plan, en lo que seguimos viendo estos economistas con sus flotis que no pueden leer una puta tabla, ¿no? Así que contento. Se está derritiendo Coinbase por consecuencia de los reportes de SoFi y Hood. Tíos, Tienen que entender que no hay dinero. ¿Quién les dijo que este año los reportes se iban a poner peor porque los márgenes se iban a la verga porque la gente no tiene dinero? ¿Quién fue el idiota que les dijo eso? ¿Quién fue el ser humano no educado, que no fue a la escuela, que no sabe nada de estos temas, que es el peor trader del mundo? Compró Bitcoin en $89,000 en el ciclo del 2021 y lo vendió en $500. ¿Quién? Yo les dije eso. Vientos, pues ya estamos. Vamos a continuar con esto, cabrones. Qué bien, todos ustedes, los que agarraron el trade del petróleo, que entraron, mi Ramón, todos ustedes en esos buenos 10, 20X en los que están. Felicidades a todos. Bien hecho. Ahora sí que podemos llamarlo avaricia, podemos llamarlo pendejez. Por $1 me falló mi entrada. Una de mis entradas, porque tenía 3 puestas, honestamente. Pero aún así me hubiera encantado llevarme la lana a este movimiento a los 107 desde los 80. Así que felicidades a todos ustedes. Qué bueno que lo hicieron. Y no sé si vaya a ser Nadie me preguntó después o un video del tío Salo. Me siento muy bien ahorita, pero no sé cómo vaya a quedar. Y mañana me largo de vacaciones. Y el que diga, güey, ¿por qué dices van a venir a tu casa? No hay pedo. Tengo gente que viene y se queda en mi casa para quedarse con mi perro. Así que me voy de vacaciones a la playa a descansar, a ver si puedo quitarme esta locura de encima de no dormir. He podido dormir, pero todos mis sueños, el otro día Pato me llevó bueno, no, yo estaba dándole un tour a Pato de todos estos lugares en mi sueño. Luego tuve un sueño donde estaba limpiando un departamento toda la noche y no sabía de quién era el departamento. Me encontré un puro en la cama, pues ya que me iba a dormir, ¿no? En mi sueño. Y me estaba fumando el puro también. Pero, güey, es como si estuviera despierto todo el tiempo por lo vívidos que son. Y anoche me tocó, estaba engañando a mi mujer con una mujer retrasada mental. No una mujer que es bitcoinera, una mujer literalmente retrasada mental. Estaba yo engañando a mi vieja y yo le decía a mi vieja, güey, es que hice esto, pero no lo quiero hacer, no me deja en paz. Y la vieja me perseguía a todos lados y no me dejaba en paz, estresante. Después soñé con un amigo y el cabrón estaba haciéndome puras mamadas y le decía, güey, sé lo que estás intentando hacer, pero yo ahora me desperté y no sabía qué estaba intentando hacer. Luego un violador entró a mi casa creyendo que me iba a sorprender. Te lo juro por mi vida, todo esto solamente fue el sueño de anoche. Un violador entró a mi casa, creía que me iba a sorprender, lo vi venir, le pongo una putiza, se para, tiene una pistola y me pongo la cabeza en la pistola y le digo, te estás tardando, puto. Y el güey dice, te voy a disparar. Le digo, te estás tardando. Y en lo que me va a disparar, pateo la pistola, sale para arriba, la agarro, le disparo, pero el disparo salió, no le hizo nada. Entonces tuve que seguir madreándome al violador. ¿Y qué otra cosa fue? Y hubo otra, no me acuerdo qué fue. Entonces esos son todos mis sueños. Todas las noches estoy ocupado. Si me están buscando y me ven dormido, no estoy dormido, estoy muy ocupado. ¿Ok? Voy a seguir monitoreando la situación. Recuerden, hoy todo puede cambiar. Ahorita que estamos viendo el mercado todo rojo, la idea de esto es tardarse lo más posible, poder hacer que todo tu Paco favorito que cree que la bolsa está en verde, siga en verde. Entonces, no me preocuparía si hoy, mañana vemos todavía que todo cierre para arriba, van a invertir. Cualquier excusa es buena para tu Paco favorito que no entiende cómo funcionan las tablas y los ciclos. Aunque los estudió y fue a la escuela para ello, es muy interesante. Pero cualquier buena noticia los va a hacer cambiar de opinión, hacer malos promedios, etcétera. Pero sigan ustedes viendo petróleo, que de nuevo, no importa el precio a corto plazo, tienes un movimiento con fuerza que no has visto desde 1965 a la alza en el petróleo. El dólar lo sigue 6 meses después de que el petróleo se eleva con fuerza, el dólar se eleva con fuerza. Te están contando mentiras, ¿no? Es que, güey, yo soy bitcoiner y la neta, lo más cabrón de ser bitcoiner es que cuando cerraron el estrecho de Hormuz, me dijeron que solamente estaban aceptando pagos en Bitcoin, pero cuando abrieron el estrecho de Hormuz, subió el precio de Bitcoin. ¿Qué sentido tiene eso? ¿No? Pero también les están contando a todos los doomers del dólar no, porque tienes a los retrasados mentales de Bitcoin y a los retrasados mentales que son doomers del dólar. A los doomers del dólar les dijeron también que estaban cobrando en yuan digital. Una vez más, ¿Cuál es el punto de cambiar tu moneda por una que se devalúa automáticamente mensualmente en vez de la otra que te estás dejando porque se devalúa? Es tan estúpida la narrativa que les digo, me resulta increíble que la gran mayoría de gente que está viendo esto pueda respirar por sí misma. Es más, no la que está viendo esto, la gente que lee las noticias y dice eso. Es como puedes, literalmente, cómo estás respirando, cómo llegas a tu casa y cómo haces dinero para vivir. ¿Cómo? Esas personas no son de verdad, se los digo, se los digo. O sea, las putas incoherencias, ¿no? Pero es que me lo dijeron en las noticias. Ok. Les mando un abrazo a todos. A ver si nos vemos en un rato o no. Pero pues gracias por todo de todas maneras y gracias por su paciencia esta semana conmigo. Que vaya. Un mes este fin de semana sin fumar, María. Y güey, de haber sabido que esto era el proceso de dejarla, nunca en mi puta vida la hubiera fumado. Se los digo de corazón. Nunca. Ay, pero güey, lo hubieras podido fumar tantito. Tengo personalidad activa y es todo. Soy un pendejo, ¿ok? Déjenme en paz. Les mando un abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Gracias.